One.
Let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston
Hello, beautiful people. It is Overreaction Monday, November 14th, 2022, and this dumbass sports show begins right now.
Football!
Just wrapped up its Week 10 NFL Sunday slate, and I'll tell you what, there was the game of the year that took place just yesterday up in Western New York. Now, there was no Kirk Cochain sighting, but there was certainly Patrick Peterson, who is absolutely stacked and shredded, wearing the chains on the way back to Minnesota, and we said it last week, and we'll reiterate it again. People have to get used to the fact that the Vikings are a real team. People are going to have to get used to the fact that in the end, the Vikings are going to be around. Because although in the past the Vikings have had great players, they never really amounted to anything. And they were in the same division as the Green Bay Packers, who go big time wherever. Cowboys yesterday. So the conversation was always about the Packers. Are they going to go NFC championships, deep into the NFC playoffs? So why would you waste your time talking about the Vikings, who inevitably weren't going to end up making it? Well, everybody needs to recognize that this Vikings team is different. Kevin O'Connell's got the boys buzzing. Justin Jefferson went for 193 yesterday. 193 yards receiving yesterday in one game, Justin Jefferson did. And it's not like he came out of nowhere. The Buffalo Bills defense, who was outpouring a couple other people, obviously, knew that Justin Jefferson was the guy. Everybody on earth knows Justin Jefferson's the guy. His grill says he's the guy, and he still went for 193. Maybe had the best catch in the last 5 years, maybe?
Yeah, maybe ever.
Odell Beckham Jr.'s catch, insane. Santonio Holmes' catch in the corner in the Super Bowl against the Cardinals, insane. But going up and on a 4th and 18, got to have it down 4 in the 4th. He goes up, reaches in between Lewis's hands and says, give me that. Then, defying physics somehow, keeps the ball off the ground with Lewis's hand, and then boom, snags that thing in, stands up and knows that what he just accomplished, there ain't a lot of other motherfuckers that ever existed could pull off the same damn thing. How the ball didn't hit the ground, we have no idea. It's almost like the Julian Edelman catch against the Atlanta Falcons, where they seemed to be hovering, and he was able to get his hands under there. Fourth quarter, down 4. Justin Jefferson proved to be what Justin Jefferson has been proven since he got in the NFL, that he is an absolute dog as a wide receiver. Congrats to the Vikings getting a win in overtime. And that's a massive hurdle for them because everybody talks about their inevitable downfall. Kirk Cousins is going to be Kirk Cousins. And Kirk Cousins had a pick yesterday that was very terrible. I mean, I actually said Kirk's going to get cooked for that because it was old Kirk Cousins as opposed to what Kirk Cousins has shown this year. Quarterbacks are going to have those situations. They bounce back on the other side, make some big-time plays. Questionable rulings at the end with Gabe Davis with that catch that wasn't a catch. And then the review, Walt Anderson says, yeah, we should have looked at that and turned it over, but since it was less than 2 minutes, which was absurd, the final 2 minutes of that entire game. 24 seconds left. Josh Allen, 2nd and 2, out route. 21 seconds left on the clock, no timeouts. Gabe Davis makes what we think is an incredible catch, what the refs think is an incredible catch, what review tells us was not an actual catch. And the NFL actually agreed on that. Walt Anderson, a man who was pretty terrible on the field the last, decade and a half. He was officiating games, who got moved into a more powerful position in officiating, which makes sense. Ball's moving. Walt Anderson says that they probably would have overturned that. They should have overturned that. But it was their people that should have stopped it, reviewed it, and overturned it. So what does that mean? They're pointing fingers, and all of them lead right back to them. Bill Belichick was reiterating the fact this morning that he believes in the final 2 minutes you should be able to challenge a play. We've all just kind of taken it as gospel. Final 2 minutes, can't challenge it. Hey, they're reviewing it. Now, are they reviewing it because it's the most important time and every play is being reviewed? And if you can review every single play in every single 2 minute situation across the entire league, like the 1 o'clock slate, how come you can't just watch every single fucking play? How come we don't have that type of voyeurism on every single call throughout the entirety of the game? Why only when it matters the most is it just up top and the coaches can't challenge? Just like we've all been like, scoring play. Be able to review every single play that happens in the final 2 minutes of all the games happening at the same time. Why don't they just do that for the entirety of the fucking game? How come we never asked that question? Bill Belichick saying we should be able to challenge in the final 2 minutes. And I think when we first heard Bill say that, we're like, Bill, Everything's being challenged already in the final 2 minutes. But if they have the staffing to do that, why aren't they doing it for the rest of the game? If they're going to come out and say we should have stopped it and turn it over, you're the motherfuckers that should have stopped it and turn it over. And if they throw a challenge flag there, penalized. Coach looks like an asshole. Penalized. This guy doesn't know the rules. But it would inevitably been the right call. It's an interesting dynamic that we will, continue to try to figure out. Hopefully, if you're talking from the NFL's point of view. But what a game. Week 10 wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be going into it. There was definitely some stinkers. The Chiefs did their thing against the Jags. I mean, the Chiefs, them picking up Tony.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, huge.
Guy was hurt in New York. The guy was a rapper in New York. Guy doesn't care about football. He's weak, doesn't care about the team, won't buy in. Now he's fucking climbing the fucking tower to make a snag. They got him in motion. He's the next Tyreek Hill. They said that coming out of college. Now he's with the actual team that was able to do it. The Chiefs continue to steamroll. The Packers get a massive win, which turns us to the toxic table at Boston Connor. You look fantastic. At Ty Schmidt, Packers beat Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys. What is your original and first reaction to that game? Because early, you guys look terrible. Bad, stink. Aaron tries to step up in the pocket, ball gets batted away. He ends up under a pile. Guy sits on his face for a long time. He's getting a full facial from a Dallas Cowboy. It appeared as if you guys stink. You end up getting a win. Let's go. How pumped are you? What does this mean for the season? And do you feel bad for Big Mike McCarthy's reunion alongside Philbin and the boys who had a Jumbotron tribute to them, going back to Dallas with an L in their pocket?
Don't feel bad for Mike McCarthy at all. Him and Aaron had they spent,
I love you.
Yeah, quite a bit of time pre-game apparently where they said it was kind of good for both of them to, I don't know, maybe hash out the way things ended originally. But yeah, I'm ecstatic. I'm pumped. This is I mean we'll see because they have to turn around very quickly and play on Thursday. But I think that is the type of win that can kind of galvanize the season and get them going in the right direction. Because like you said, I mean they're down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Like from everything we've seen this year, it's just like, all right, this team's dead. They're going to end up getting blown out. But they found a way to get it done, which they hadn't really. And Christian Watson, he had the drops early, and he really had his kind of coming out party yesterday. I mean, week 10, so a little later than you'd like to see, but that's what they really needed. I mean, for the first time, I think the 58-yard touchdown he caught in the first quarter for the first score of the game, that was their longest play of the season because that's what they've been missing. Like the run game, they ran for over 200 yards again, but they just have no explosive plays in the pass game, like none whatsoever. And now, I mean, we'll see. Like him getting going, I imagine his confidence is going to be through the roof going on Thursday.
Oh, yeah. 3 touchdowns, 1 game, going to be feeling pretty nice.
Exactly.
Walking around the facility. It's much better than dropping the ball and not doing anything.
Absolutely. And Rodgers said, they asked him about it after he had a couple drops on, I think, their opening drive to kind of stall when the Packers were moving. They had a conversation on the sideline, and Rodgers basically told Watson, like, hey, flush it because I'm coming back to you. Like, you're going to have more opportunities. You're going to have to do something. So you couple that with the run game. The defense, I mean, wasn't great. I mean, CeeDee Lamb basically did whatever he wanted, but they had 2 turnovers. They were opportunistic. They scored off those turnovers, and then when they absolutely needed a stop in overtime, the defense got one. So we'll see. I mean, if they end up losing that game, I think it's pretty safe to say season's over. It's kind of pack it in, but that's the kind of thing where I really do think, like, if they do win these next 3 games, they beat the Cowboys, who no one was giving them any chance to beat.
6-2 Cowboys going in.
Exactly. If they beat the Titans on Thursday night and then find a way to beat the Eagles, they win those 3 games. Like, yeah, granted, they're not going to win the division because the Vikings are just steamrolling people right now. But
getting a dance.
Exactly. And I think, the year they won the Super Bowl when AJ was on the team, they were the last seed. They had to go on the road everywhere. And, same deal. Everyone's been, I mean, myself included, a lot of Packers fans have been saying, hey, this team's dead. But if they keep winning and they look a little bit better, like this is definitely the kind of team that you wouldn't want to see in the playoffs with Rodgers and everyone kind of coming together. So we'll see. I'm in a much better place today than I have been since fucking week 4.
Okay, well that's good news. Hey, happy for you and happy for the Packers getting a big win. Steelers get a win over the Saints. That obviously makes one half of the hammer. Dahn. Cowboys. Tone Diggs excited about that. Tone, seeing the pigeons on the field, those are the baddest, the grittiest, the toughest pigeons on the planet. We all know that because they're from Pittsburgh. they were quite a distraction, but let's not take away from the game. The boys played. Hey, T.J. Watt obviously brings the energy back. Kenny Pickett seems to have a grit that we all like. I thought he had a sprained ankle, then he took another big shot. I like the way Kenny Pickett plays football. How do you feel about the Steelers? Obviously, they're out of it, so let's not spend too much time. 3-6 still. Let's not get crazy here and spend the next few minutes talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers because they're out of it. But a good optimism there with the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday beating a good Saints team.
They're not out of it. They started their march to 7-2 after the bye.
Okay, so
one down.
We should save that thought. You're saying?
Yeah,
right? Yeah. This isn't over.
Congrats to Mike Tomlin. He has now beat every single team in the NFL except for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Hey, baby.
Got done yesterday. Naj had his best game. Kenny looked good. TJ being back, it's like automatically the defense starts making plays again. It'll be a more exciting team to watch the rest of the year.
Naj, at the beginning of the game, I saw some of the plays. I'm like, what the fuck happened to this guy? What did happen to Naj? I loved his personality. I loved everything about him. I thought he ran really hard. This year, it seems like it's vastly different. Then he came back around, it seems like. Here we go. Naj is back.
Yeah.
Naj is back.
A lot of it could be the O-line, but a lot of it is I feel like he maybe doesn't realize that he's like 6'3" and 240 pounds and, could run like that. But, it was.
This is like a Derrick Henry needs to have a conversation with Eddie George.
I think that every Sunday. I wish that I could get a hold of Eddie to tell him to call Naj.
Well, it had to be Jerome Bettis because Eddie George did that with Derrick Henry because he was watching the game, part of the franchise, part of the program, and said, hey, Derrick, we need to do a little bit more of this, and it changed his entire career. Now he's getting paid $50 million in 2 seasons to run the football, and he pounded the rock. Didn't get a lot of yards or a touchdown, which kind of killed our super boost. Yeah. But Derrick Henry has become a much different person as opposed to a splash in the pan. Now he's become a consistent. He is the guy. You're thinking that Jerome Bettis, old Bussy needs to talk to old Naj and say, hey, Naj, you're bigger than everybody. It seems like maybe we start running a little bit downhill with a little, as opposed to Lev Bell. Maybe we start running downhill a little bit and really start smacking people in the mouth.
I wish Bussy would do that. I don't know if he was there yesterday. Heath was getting commemorized.
Memorialized.
Honorized.
Hell yeah. I don't think he was getting memorized. Unless you're memorizing the amount of people that go to the Steelers ring.
At halftime yesterday, obviously 7 was there, so you knew it was going to be a good day. But yeah, I need Bussy to do that.
All right, well maybe I didn't see Bus there. Was Hines Ward there?
Hines is getting ready to be one of the greatest coaches of all time.
Yeah, big season coming up for Hines.
Oh, he's coaching the XFL.
Yeah. 7 was there. He's drinking a Yingling up in the box.
What?
Well, that's because he's footballing.
Little you guys know he was also calling plays, but that wasn't made public.
We don't know if that's true or not, but I do know that Mike Tomlin's a great coach.
Great coach.
One of the best.
When did he get hired? How old was he?
Tomlin was young.
33, I think.
Jeez, Jesus' age.
Jesus' age. Yeah, when he died. Jesus was all those other ages, but we don't see much of it, though.
No.
I haven't seen a single picture of when Jesus was 21.
Yeah, sometimes baby Jesus at Christmas, but aside from that,
it's hard to find.
You see when he was born, and then you see whenever he was making his little last tractor or another round. Don't really see any of the in-between times. I would like to know what happened then. What happened in the in-between times for Jesus? 33 is a long time.
Yeah. There's some stories about him when he was, toddler Jesus and teenage years Jesus, but you don't see any photos.
I haven't heard many teenage Jesus stories. Is there a teenage when he went through puberty?
Was he a bad teenager? Like, did he have an attitude?
No, he lived with he did no sin, right?
Yeah,
that's not just that last year, right? That was his entire. He was probably bullied, right?
Yeah, well, a lot of fishing, a lot of skipping rocks in the Sea of Galilee, so it's kind of just like, hey.
Could you imagine how far he could
swim? Yeah.
Farthest in the county.
Yeah.
Imagine if he was to just walk with a rock. He could skip that thing.
He could bounce it almost.
Like a basketball.
Yeah.
Actually, that's the thing they say about Jesus.
That's right.
You need somebody to dribble something on water. You should see
Watch him do it.
All right.
Bethlehem
went
nuts.
Do we know if Jesus could swim?
Of course Jesus could swim.
He doesn't need to either way.
That leads to what I think we've probably said it. Every human has said it. It's like your haters, They'll see you walk on water and they'll say you're doing it because you can't swim. And that's kind of what Tone Diggs just did right there. One of those situations about haters. But I think the NFL Sunday was fantastic.
Yeah.
Honestly, I enjoyed the hell out of it. And we'll be talking to an undefeated NFL head coach 24 minutes from now. And Jeff Saturday, obviously, the Indianapolis Colts getting a massive win over the Las Vegas Raiders. And it has been a little bit difficult to kind of sit here and relax, and not just completely go banana land about Jeff Saturday, friend of mine, former teammate, taking over the Indianapolis Colts team, which was completely inept before this week. It's been difficult not to just, kind of start diving into the hypocrisy of the fucking losers on television who felt the need to be puppets. Oh, tell me what to say. Tell me how I should feel. You're putting me on your television. I don't have any actual thoughts of my own, because if I did have thoughts of my own, it wouldn't sound anything like what I'm saying right now. For instance, Joe Thomas, one of those humans who we have a lot of respect for. A lot of respect for Joe Thomas on the football field, okay? Joe Thomas was great left tackle. Terrible teams, great left tackle. Never made the playoffs, great left tackle. Yep. Every year he suited up and booted up and thought he was going to make the playoffs and be the person that was going to turn around the Cleveland Browns. He did his job. The rest of the Browns didn't. He gave a compelling argument about how disgraceful and disgusting it is that not only that Jeff Saturday was hired as an interim head coach, which means the head coach got fired. We got to finish this season. It is a fucking shit show. As an interim head coach, not a full-time head coach, not only him being hired, but Jeff Saturday even accepting the job. How did Jeff Saturday even think that he was ready for this type of position? What type of arrogance and ignorance and what type of piece of shit is basically what Joe Thomas was saying. Once again, probably being a puppet, being told to say these types of things. Put me on TV. I don't have a job yet. Do that whole thing. And that's so funny because Joe Thomas was on our show, and I didn't remember this until a guy named Nick Scroggins, I believe his name was, on Twitter, sent us this video numerous times yesterday. This is what Joe Thomas said whenever I asked him about the Cleveland Browns potentially needing an interim head coach just a couple years ago.
Who would want to be the head coach for the Browns, and why aren't you potentially going to be the head coach of the Browns?
Well, I think this might be time to maybe make a spoiler alert that I'm throwing my hat in, and I'd like to be the next coach of the Cleveland Browns.
Okay, so Joe Thomas said he would like to be the next coach of the Cleveland Browns. Remember, they were looking for a new coach. Why did Joe Thomas at that point think 3 years ago, that he had any fucking right in even saying that he could be? Is it because he's the greatest player they've had? Is it because he spent years and years and years and years in that building with the turnover, with what saw that team be good and saw what that team was terrible at doing? Is it because he maybe thought he knew football pretty well? Is it because he thought he knew the NFL pretty well? Did Joe Thomas say to us on January 3rd, 2020, that he would throw his name into a hat? He didn't say that, but his name into the hat to become the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns because he thought he might be the only one that really cares about the Browns enough to turn them around and make them a good program? Or did he say that because he wanted to spit in the face of every single coach that has had to work and grind and sleep on couches before getting that opportunity of being one of only 32 NFL head coaches? So he's either disrespectful or he thought that he could maybe do something that nobody else could do with the Cleveland Browns. Either or, pretty disrespectful to all the coaches that he had met and talked to in the past. Now, I don't think Joe Thomas is a bad guy. I think he's a puppet. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he felt obligated to say something because somebody told him how disrespected they felt, as opposed to looking at it from a realistic point of view. This is an interim head coaching role. The Indianapolis Colts have underwhelmed everybody on earth, including their fan base, literally since the jump this season when they tied the fucking Houston Texans in Houston. And the Houston Texans are the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
So, when Jeff accepts this job, and there's backlash and fire everywhere, and Bill Cowher goes on CBS. Bill Cowher, who was hired at the age of 34 to become the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. And to Bill Cowher, a man who I am a fan of, William Cowher did a lot of great things for Pittsburgh. Yeah, his jaw, his spit, his passion, his intensity, his yinzerness was something that was very inspiring for all of us, and he brought a lot of happiness to Pittsburgh. With that being said, he got hired at 34 in his hometown to be the head coach of the fucking Pittsburgh Steelers. So if he maybe caught a bunch of fire whenever he got hired for not earning and deserving the job that he took, and he now wants to project that onto Jeff Saturday, he can take that up with himself. But Bill Cowher, shut the fuck up, dude. He said, why didn't John Fox get the job? Why didn't Gus Bradley get the job? It's their first year in the building, and to be honest, the team has stunk since they got there. You think Jim Irsay, who wants to hire an interim head coach, goes, you know what, these guys just got here, and although they're doing okay, the defense isn't bad, do I want to hire these guys who don't know anybody here? They're just working with the team. They don't know the building. They don't know how we operate. They literally just fucking got here and our team hasn't been good. Jim Irsay says, do I want to hire them? Or Jim Irsay say, you know what? Give me a guy who played 13 years here. Give me a guy who's in our Ring of Honor. Give me a guy that has won a Super Bowl here. Give me a guy that has sweat, bled, and puked on this field for this program, who has built the Lucas Oil Stadium, the stadium in which we call home, alongside Peyton Manning and others. Give me a guy who wants to be a coach, has been a coach, and maybe understands what this program's supposed to be, and he hires them, and they all get shots. They all take shots. Jim's obviously a racist who hired Jeff Saturday, and Jim has no clue what he's doing. Kyle Brandt, actually, or Joe Thomas in that entire program promo that he cut from Germany while being a puppet for people said, oh, he's hiring his drinking buddy. So he's taking a shot at Jim Irsay in his state of mind and everything like that. Kyle Brandt called anybody that questioned his words of Jeff Saturday's hired internet booger eaters.
Damn.
Yep.
Okay, these people. Jeff Saturday, former player, gets a head coaching opportunity. Jeff Saturday gets an entire group to buy in. Jeff Saturday could potentially be the next blueprint for what teams might do in hiring former players, which, by the way, I believe, and I got a lot of people telling me that that's a wrong assumption, but those people are obviously right more often than not. I'd assume these people on the internet. I believe that this will help with the minority coaching percentages in the NFL if former players are able to get fast-tracked to more important positions as opposed to having to wait around and do bullshit that you're supposed to do whenever you're 22, 23, 24, 25 years old. Instead, they're in their 30s because they had a very prolific NFL football career. Jeff Saturday couldn't have got hired at 34 to be the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts because Jeff Saturday was playing for the Indianapolis Colts. Bill Cowher got hired as a head coach at the age of 34. Jeff couldn't have done that because he was fucking trying to win for the Indianapolis Colts. I just think the backlash was absurd. I think the win was huge. And if you see the team, and how that offensive line performed, how the fucking Jonathan Taylor performed. Matt Ryan got the start over Sam Ehlinger, which allegedly is what the entire building thought was the right move. Everything he did was good. He gave the boys a victory Monday. They're back on Wednesday. We'll be talking to him in like 17 minutes. I just think it was a great day to be Jeff Saturday, and I think it was a great day to remind these people that get on television and just echo sentiments that they're told to say like parrots and puppets. Like you're allowed to think outside the box. Jim Irsay's allowed to decide for his team that we don't want to go with the people that are in the building that have led us into this thing. I would like to go somewhere else for an interim head coaching job. I just think the conversation was so loud, and I'm incredibly happy for Jeff Saturday. I'm incredibly happy for one of his coaches on his coaching staff. Reggie Wayne, who got brought into this conversation, who's friends with Jeff. Edgerrin James went to go say shout out to Jeff because his football life's coming out on Friday, and he's been around the Colts building a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if Edgerrin James chatted with Jim Irsay about Jeff Saturday potentially becoming the head coach in it all. Whenever we chat with Jeff, we'll certainly ask him. But it was a wild week last week. Everybody was taking shots at a couple friends of mine in the organization, and they get a fucking win. The other quarterback's crying at a press conference. I mean, this is a lot better than where we have been. So congrats to Jeff, and fuck off to all you parrots and puppets on TV that don't say what you really mean. There's no way Joe Thomas felt how he actually was speaking. No. There's no way Bill Cowher actually felt that way. A man who was hired at the age of 34 to be the head coach of his hometown team. They just felt like they were grandstanding for somebody. And it's like, it's okay to maybe sit back and just see how things pan out before giving a ridiculous take and calling something disgusting and despicable and disgraceful. It's like, fucking relax. The Colts are 1-0 in the Saturday era. Got the Eagles next.
Yeah, here we go.
Good luck out there. But interim. He's the interim head coach.
Yeah.
He's not the head coach. He's an interim head coach, which means I had a lot of Raiders fans saying, oh, you guys are so happy you beat the Raiders. We're a bad team. It's like, we've already fired our coach. What are you talking?
Yeah.
You're talking about bad teams. We've already fired our offense coordinator and our coach. What do we even, we're a bad team. No, we fired our fucking coach. We are a bad team. What are we even talking about? Jeff gets a win. I'm excited for him. We'll chat with him here in about 15 minutes.
I think to your point, too, like if they signed Jeff Saturday to a 7-year, like a Matt Rule deal, then okay, we can have that discussion about, hey, does he, but he is an interim coach. And then you go back to Cowher, like I think a lot of times, or at least lately with this, they've been operating under the guise of like, oh, this goes against the Rooney Rule and all that kind of stuff. But when you talk about disrespecting the profession, like it's just such an old boys club. Like why should a couple of these guys who he was saying should have got the head coaching spot, like
again,
these also rans who have already been fired multiple times, it's like, hey, yes, Jeff Saturday is a white guy who got hired, but he's not just some head coach who's been fired from 3 other places who's getting another opportunity. Like that is the type of stuff that is an issue with the Rooney Rule, because these are the guys who continually are getting opportunities as opposed to guys Jeff Saturday not included, but guys who have never had that opportunity before.
So I think that's a very fascinating point because, and I thought of it this morning while I was taking my morning grumpy, which was much better than it had been over the last couple of weeks because the Indianapolis Colts looked alive yesterday,
Hell yeah.
which it hadn't in the past. The same people who have been burying the hiring process, okay? Burying the hiring process on TV. Remember? This is what we're saying.
Bullshit.
This is our directive. Let's talk this. This is something that is not the normal hiring process at all.
Right.
Now, granted, Jeff is very Caucasian. So
Yes.
he gets whiter by the day. Yesterday, with his headset half three-quarter up.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
He's going to have to figure out the
Right.
intricacies of the sideline. I understand that. But the hiring process just got chopped at its knees here.
Yeah.
And we were burying the hiring process. Everybody was
yeah.
burying the hiring process in the NFL just a year ago. So I think this potentially, and we'll stick by this, and I know RG3, I know he thought of it, and I appreciate Kendrick Perkins and LeBron James, everybody in the new media for creating this avenue for us to follow and everything like that. But and Dan Orlovsky, people taking all his thoughts.
Yeah,
Everything like that. But this opens a door, I think, for coaches to be allowed to feel almost like the freedom to hire former players and put them in roles that can hopefully fast track to more head coaching candidates. And I hope Jeff Saturday continues to do well. And I'm speaking for all the ex-players I've talked to. They're all hoping Jeff does well as well because of what I just said. There's a lot of guys that want to coach that would never get into coaching because what Bill Cowher and Joe Thomas talked about. They didn't see their family twice a week or whatever. It's like, so just because that's how it's always been done means that's how it always has to be done. So that's the only way to go about it. And I understand unions have served a purpose in the United States of America around a lot of other professions and even in the NFL in unions that have taken place. But the entire mindset from a union is like the longer you work, the better your pay is, your promotion, your profession is, as opposed to the better you work, right? So I'm not saying that's every union. I think unions are needed in the country. I do not even I'm an Irish man, okay, so I understand.
Right. Come on.
I got family in there. I understand that unions are needed. But the whole mindset that you have to work longer to get a job as opposed to work better to get a job is just one of the things I think is a little bit of a flaw in the union. I think it kind of holds people back. But that is almost the mindset that these people have along these coaches. Like, he hasn't earned his stripes. He hasn't done all this. He hasn't done all this. Well, what if he wins? Doesn't that kind of just say wait, that's a waste of time? What if he wins? Does that say oh, yeah, his time playing in the NFL, 13, 14 years, was actually like the experience that you guys had? Because although you slept on couches and drew up plays and got coffee for people in your 20s, Jeff was fucking at rehab at 5:30 a.m. trying to get his knee back in order, having conversations with other guys who were trying to get healthy, the mindset of a team, motivating. So maybe the stripes that he earned were just in a different avenue than the way that you earn those stripes. And if this particular thing works out, I think those stripes that are earned are going to get a lot better opportunities. And I know that sucks for Bill Cowher, but a lot of Joe Thomas's friends, including Joe Thomas, who said he would take the Cleveland Browns job if it was offered to him, are potentially going to reap the benefit of this. So I appreciate that Jeff's having success here early, but he knows he's up against it.
Yeah.
This team was bad before he got the head coaching job. They were bad because they didn't try. They had a lot of talent that never showed up. It seemingly was lost. The offense was boring. The offensive line didn't work. And now he shows up and everything looks much better. What will we do next week? We'll ask him in about 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, and it was awesome, too, because they came out right away and they were hot. It felt like they were ready to play, wanted to play. And, sure, the Raiders weren't great, but it doesn't matter. It's an NFL
The Raiders aren't great. We fired our coach.
Yeah, exactly. So those people
I was so sick of people tweeting me, you guys acting like you beat somebody, you beat the Raiders. We fired our fucking coach in the middle of the year. What do you think we are? We're not the goddamn Vikings. We're not the Chiefs. We're not the Eagles. Yeah. We're a bad football team at the time as well. That's why we fired our fucking coach in the middle of the season. I don't understand how this whole thing, that's become the narrative now. Oh, I know why. Because people were wrong. So you have to move the uprights or whatever that he can continue to do stuff. But I hope Jeff keeps going. Can't wait to hear where his mindset is right now.
Yeah, and, not to be lost in it, too. Parks, Frazier.
30 years old.
What a game he called.
Jeff Saturday said, and we'll talk to him more about it, he said he was the only guy that really knew the plays. The only guy, really, when I got done with my interviewing, the only guy who really knew the plays And he had called plays in practice, I guess. He was able to read from a script. 30-year-old play caller, never called plays before, was fucking getting Jonathan Taylor out in space.
Yeah.
Paris Campbell was making some plays. Matt Ryan looked vastly different than how he looked at the beginning of the season. The offensive line was hot. Yeah, Matt Ryan ran for 39 yards. What are we even talking about? It's like this has been a magnificent week for the Indianapolis Colts with where things were a week ago. And I'd like, you can call me an internet booger eater or whatever, but like all the people that just puppeted and parroted and just figured out, oh, I'm going to be on the right side of this whole thing. It's like, are you in the end, if this opens up avenue for a lot of other people to be hired, are you on the right side of history or are you not? Like, I think he's a player as well. We can say he's a white man. He's a former player.
Yeah.
And if we categorize him as that, I think this is good news for everything else going forward.
Also, just openly wanting him to fail. You know what I mean? Because it's like, hey, if you're not a coach, like you can't be successful. Like that's what I mentioned it, when we were talking to you on Friday. Like it made no sense to see and again, it's being puppeted on the networks, but like to hear the former players come after him and say like what a disgrace it was.
Not a
like,
lot of them.
No, not a lot of them, but the ones that we were seeing on a couple of them on TV.
Well, this is also the networks. This is Greg Jennings won't be on TV this week.
No way.
No, true.
You know what I mean? Like Greg Jennings won't be on TV this week, and I don't know Greg Jennings, and I'm sure I would get along with Greg Jennings. Hopefully, he would like me as a person. Obviously, him and Aaron have a beef, but if something's going wrong with Aaron, they're going to bring Greg. Greg Jennings is front and center on every single show. Boom. Hey, Greg, what's going on with Aaron? It's like kind of his thing. It felt like a lot of the people on TV felt obligated to give this take, which is why I'm calling them puppets, because it's like, give an actual take here. Like, if you don't think Joe Thomas, as somebody who played as long as you played in the NFL, and as somebody who has been on the record as saying, I would take the Cleveland Browns head coaching role, if you don't think that Jeff is equipped to take it, cool, you can say that, but don't say that Jeff shouldn't have accepted the job because of how disrespectful. It's like, shut up, dude. Now you're attacking Jeff as a human. It's like, Jeff got offered an opportunity to be the head coach of a team that he loves, a team that he has helped build, an organization that he has consulted for a long, an organization that he's in the Ring of Honor for, and they've looked terrible. And he was given an opportunity like, hey, would you help us? Like, will you come help us kind of find our roots again by the owner? And, like, I didn't like Joe saying Jeff shouldn't have even accepted the role. It's like, all right, Joe, come on, dude. You sound like a doofus, dude. You literally do with what you're saying. I understand TV's about hits and everything like that, and Jeff might lose every game going forward, but just the lack of reasonable or rational thought was my biggest problem from people that I have a lot of respect for. Like Bill Cowher.
Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for Bill Cowher. A lot of them. I'm from Pittsburgh. I mean, I got a lot of respect for Bill, but his diatribe about all this, when he was 34 years old, when he got the head coaching position in his hometown Pittsburgh Steelers team, it's like, if you want to project how you felt, imposter syndrome whenever you got in there, cool. Leave Jeff the fuck out of this. There's no reason, because Jeff might go on to be the only undefeated coach in the history of the NFL.
That's right. Massive chance.
Jeff might never lose a game. Now, they got the Eagles, but Jeff might never lose a game as a head coach in the NFL. Possibly. They might change the trophy to the fucking Saturday as opposed to the Lombardi when this guy's done. We have no idea, and everybody wrote him off before he even got started. He didn't write back, though.
That's right.
God.
That's exactly right.
The problem with what Cowher said, and you guys alluded to it kind of earlier, was that he brought up Gus Bradley and John Fox not getting a chance. They've had many, many, many chances. Like if he would have said Bubba Ventrone and another guy, maybe that would have made more sense. But that made more sense, and I also understood why Parks Frazier and that fired head coach are good friends. It's because Frank. They are frickin' best friends.
Did he say?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
In
thought
the
he dropped
post game. No, he said frickin'.
He went to say fuck and then noticed that the camera was right there and said freaking.
Oh, that was in the press whenever Jeff Saturday called him up?
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Jeff didn't swear either, but he didn't say frickin' or fudging.
No.
But,
And in practice, he said, do that shit right the first time. So we know.
yeah.
We know.
And
Jeff's
the
a
chest
player,
blow off.
dude.
That's right.
Come on.
So I think this is good for former players that want to be coaches. That's all. I'm going to maintain that. I'm going to stick hard, fast. And if you want to disagree with me, you can. But in like a year, this hiring cycle comes up, or next year hiring cycle comes up, and this starts happening in places like, hey, new offense coordinator is this guy who used to play for this team, trying to bring back the roots, which almost makes it more like a college atmosphere too, which is you want somebody that cares about the organization, playing for your organization. The biggest bash about professional sports is they don't care about the team, they only care about the money or whatever. It's like Jeff is invested in the Indianapolis Colts. Jeff being invested in Colts, by the way, Edge is back at the game.
Yep.
Everybody's just, it's almost like bringing the entire family back together. I don't know why this is such a bad thing, other than the fact that Jeff is a white man, which Jeff could have never changed. Now, with that being said, this offseason, the entire hiring process is going to have to take place.
Sure.
I'll be excited to see how Jim Irsay handles all of it. I hope he has more press conferences. I hope he has to do what he has to do. But Jeff winning, I think, was massive for the future, which I think will change the percentages of minority head coaches, I think. Because a lot of the black folks that are around football at a high level are players. The NFL is majority black folks, but they play long careers, okay? Guys play long careers. And then they're 36 years old, 34 years old, 33 years old. And then to become a head coach in the NFL, you have to go all the way back down to the bottom. And I don't think there's a lot of humans that have had massive amounts of success in a field that are going to, after taking and getting a lot of money, a lot of notoriety, a resume that is better than everybody else, then they have to take no money, next to no money, and just shine shoes as adults, basically. I don't think guys are going to do that. I don't think you ever hear me and AJ Hawk talk about it? Me and AJ go, we would never fucking want to be coaches. Why would we sign up to take a 500% pay cut, basically, going down there? And my role is sleeping on couches, getting coffee, cleaning offices, doing that whole thing. If we're able to change that process, which could happen here with Jeff Saturday and Jim Irsay's hiring, because monkey see, monkey do. These owners don't have their own brains. They're also doing what Sean McVay did well. Boom, give me the next Sean McVay. I want the next Sean McVay. Give me Sean McVay. If MCDC was to have success, boom, give me a guy who's like MCDC. Give me all the MCDC. If Jeff Saturday has success, a lot of owners are going to be like, all right, who's a former player here that was great, that's beloved, and has all the traits of being an incredible head coach? I think it'll lead to, I think we're going to better the conversation that everybody thinks they're currently grandstanding for and making better, which I appreciate. I'd like to fix it as well. I think this is another avenue to get there, and I just think it's going to take a little bit for people to realize it, and Jeff has to continue to have success.
Yeah, exactly. I hope that, they're at least competitive with the Eagles, because like we basically just get the week off of all the bullshit now. I mean, people will still be saying stuff, but like if the Eagles steamroll them, it'll be, this on repeat again. Like, oh yeah, they had their fun. They won last week against, the Raiders, but the Raiders aren't any fucking good. Like, this is what a good football team looks like with a good head coach, like all that kind of stuff. So whether they win or not, I just hope. And what we saw.
Did they say Cliff Kingsbury's hiring was disgusting and despicable, and he shouldn't have accepted it?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
But it seemed like that
He was
would be
fired from Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Went to USC for a month, was an offense coordinator, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Was that thing attacked? Now, that's a former player as well. He was in the NFL, obviously backup quarterback. Was that just brutalized, or because he didn't coach in college is why Jeff Saturday was such a big deal? Didn't coach in college as well. It's like NFL and college, I think, two very different things. We've seen that from every college coach has gone to the NFL and had massive failures because it's a different world. I hope Jeff keeps going. Now, I'm not saying every former player will be a good head coach. I don't think I would be a good head coach. I don't think AJ would be a good head coach, because I don't think me or AJ would like to be a good head coach or have the traits to be a good head coach. But if teams are allowed the opportunity with Jeff's success to hire guys who their program loves, their fans love, and have all the traits to be a great head coach, and they feel like they're able to do that because they've seen another owner do it, I think this is a good thing long-term for the whole hiring process conversation that's taken place everywhere, and then now it's completely different. It's a wild world we're in right now, honestly, and it obviously is the Colts, so we have to chat about it, but it's an interesting time in the NFL right now with this whole coaching thing.
Yeah, and to Ty's point, like, if the Colts do go on to lose to the Eagles and he gets buried, fine. But, like, look at some of the coaches that they're pumping up this year that they were burying last year. Like, Bob Sala, all of a sudden, is an unbelievable head coach. When last year they were killing him because he stunk. And then Zach Taylor, too. First 2 years, they really didn't give him a chance. Third year, all of a sudden, he gets buried, goes to the fucking Super Bowl. So you never know what's going to happen. And the crazy part, too, with the NFL is it's the only major sport where former players get crucified when they get put as head coaches?
Yeah, it's
right?
like we're hiring former players. Former player who, now Jeff, I assume, is very good with his money. There was like that stat, like 80% of ex-guys end up going on to get broke.
Yeah.
So now there's an opportunity for more jobs to potentially happen for ex-players, and it's these puppets, dude. I can't.
Crazy.
I don't understand. I just don't. I'm happy they won yesterday, man. I was watching that.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet win.
I was watching that, and we'll take. No, I think he's joining us right now. I think he's about to join us. Topic of conversation: the bell of the ball.
But that is what like struck me so much is like when Cowher was talking. It's like you can tell like these guys, like this old boys club coaches fraternity, like these guys are pissed that it's not just one of their buddies or one of these guys who's gotten fired elsewhere. Like they don't want former players to get an opportunity because the more opportunities these former players get, the less opportunities these guys who have been fired 2 to 3 times are going to get. And that was just, I mean, it's wild. It makes sense, but it's wild.
Joining us now is a man who, is despicable, disgusting, and definitely not prepared for the current title that he holds. Ladies and gentlemen, this man played 14 years in the NFL, 13 of them for the Indianapolis Colts. He's in the Indianapolis Colts Ring of Honor. A man who not only bled, sweat, and broke bones and ligaments playing for the Horseshoe, is a man who's invested in the Horseshoe and wants the best out of the Horseshoe. That's why Jim Irsay called him in the middle of a game 1 week and 1 day ago and said, "What are you seeing?" Ladies and gentlemen, the interim head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Jeff Saturday. What's up, dude?
What's up, bro? Let me just tell you, if I could take you everywhere with me as a hype man, dude, I mean, I know I can't afford you, but if I could, I would totally bring you. There's not a man who can make another man feel that good about himself besides you, dude. I appreciate it.
Well, you deserve it, man. And I've been battling for you on these internet streets, and I know that you haven't known that because you've been so focused, which is what a head coach of an NFL team has to be. But let me just ask you how you're feeling right now. You're undefeated. There's no way you could have expected it. In your press conference, I know you said you were drinking from a fire hydrant or whatever. There was a lot coming in. You hadn't even had an offensive coordinator yet. This was on Tuesday. You hired Parks Frazier, 30-year-old. Great job, Parks. Great job, Parks.
Yeah.
But you give a victory Monday to the boys. I think it's so you can figure more shit out before they get back in the building. But how are you feeling right now in that first week? Just describe it pretty much to us if you could.
Yeah, no, man, it really was like drinking from a fire hydrant. It was fast and furious, a lot of decisions to be made. But here's the deal, man. All the guys that were here, they stepped up in an enormous way. Gus on the defensive side, Bubba with the special teams, and then from an offensive perspective, you're down basically two coaches / coordinators, right? Frank was calling it, and Marcus Brady, who was doing all the installation leading into. So I really taxed those guys offensively, especially, and so that was part of the victory Monday, right? Is to be able to get them back in the building, let things kind of settle. But as far as execution of it, I made some small changes and tweaks to practice schedules and schedules in general. I tried to keep as much kind of in line for what roles guys were playing and what expectations were going to be for them on Sunday and how the communication was going to occur. But again, it's just a matter of process, and I feel strongly about process and putting it in place. And those guys, man, they executed it to perfection. I described it as an orchestra. Like when I watched it happen and listening to it on the headset and the communication, we had a couple bumps in the road, but man, all in all, it was really well done.
How much were you a part of the strategy going in? Because obviously the offensive line and Jonathan Taylor looked vastly different than they had the rest of the season. I assume that was a part of the conversation you had with Jim in the middle of the Patriots game in which he called you. But it was real. Jonathan Taylor was an MVP candidate last year. This year, not at all. The offensive line becomes the highest paid offensive line in the league because they were really good. This year, not at all.
Right.
Did you make any tweaks? Did you feel hands-on? Or is that what you're going to do going forward?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I probably spend 85% of my time in the offensive room right now, and listen, there's not a whole lot I'm gonna be able to tell Gus or Fox or the rest of those guys in that room who've been coaching, 30 plus years or however long they've been coaching, and we just talk strategy. And Gus is great about coming in and explaining to me why he's doing what he's doing, and do I have any hesitation about it? And Bubba the same way. But offensively, those are the meetings that I've been in and sitting in there. And and hopefully my influence and what my expectations are. And again, we significantly reduced what we were going to do, and understanding that we're going to do maybe fewer things, but we're going to do those fewer things exceptionally well. And I felt like I armed our guys from a coaching staff perspective and players. Hey man, this is the call. And I'll be very frank, I called our offensive line out. And hey man, like this is on you, right? Here's the expectations of what you as players have to have. And those guys, man, they met it. There was no back down in them, and they appreciated the challenge. And you see JT, like that kid, he's special, and touches matter for him, and getting the run game going. But again, it's kind of all in for everybody. It's how do we balance this? And I want to make sure that everybody has input, and everybody did, man. And it was, but you've been with me in the locker room.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Oh,
So Jeff,
yeah.
That's what I'm about to say is like you calling out the offensive line, like that's very much who you are. And that's also like Jim Irsay knows that about you. And I think we had like an open discussion whenever we learned that you were going to be the head coach. And obviously a lot of people are looking at me to chit chat about it because I know you well, I know your family well, and I know you as your teammate. And I'm like, maybe Jim Irsay had been scouting like Jeff, like, hey, he has all the traits that you would want to be an NFL head coach. Now we have an opportunity to have like 9 weeks or whatever to see how it goes. You alluded to that in a press conference, like, hey, I might be good at this, I might not be. If I'm not, I have enough self-awareness to be out of here. But if I am, let's go ahead and continue to do this. Did you hear all the conversation about you not earning this role and you not being prepared for this role? Even though you played 13 years for the Indianapolis Colts, you fucking were the person that handled the CBA negotiations so football happened again. You've been in there, you've kept in touch, you've consulted. Did you hear all that? How do you block that out? And what are your thoughts about future players maybe becoming a little bit more fast-tracked into positions of importance whenever it comes to coaching in the NFL, and you maybe being a blueprint for that, Jeff? Is that pressure?
Yeah. No,
Pressure or
no. Yeah, no. Listen, I love it. Part of the decision when my wife and I were talking about this and praying about it and considering it, I was at a place where I worked at ESPN where I watched, Boone go from, he and I talking about baseball on a Sunday night to being the manager of the Yankees, right? I saw, a ton of basketball guys come in and all of a sudden they are, head coaches at different organizations. And I've watched it. And the truth is I hadn't seen it happen in the NFL. I'm sure it has happened at some point, but, I wasn't familiar with it. And as Karen and I were sitting down and talking, I was like, man, like, I feel like this opportunity, I feel led by God to do it, as we prayed about it and talked about it. And I felt very strongly about it. Like this wasn't a, I'm inconclusive about this. And me, man, as well. It's not just the job, it's the place, right? It's the who. And I love this organization. Like this group changed my life, and whether it's Frog in the equipment room or T or, Hambone and EB and the training staff and the media relations, like, it's not just players and coaches, y'all. Like, this is an organization and community that I love. And so when I hear and ask of, would you consider it's emotional for me as well, that I love these people and I care about these people. I want to do the best for them, man. And if I can help in any way, and I felt like I could. And listen, you've known me. People don't know me. I do not mix words, and I'm very comfortable in uncomfortable circumstances. That doesn't bother me either. And so whatever position it is, I have no problem looking at someone and saying, hey, here's the level of accountability we're going to be at. And I'm good doing that. And I feel like that from a head coaching perspective, that's what your role is, to motivate the men, to direct the men, to give clear vision and concise and precise information, then allow all the other guys to empower those coaches to make them the best players. And that's my call, man, and I'm doing it. And as far as like people saying stuff, man, God's my protector, but he defends me. I don't know him. I haven't listened. I'll be honest with you. I think I sent you the text. My wife sent me you. It was like you and AJ and DB and man, I so appreciate that. But my family did a good job. They were saying you wait till you hear. I'm like, I don't care if I ever hear it. Really, because hey, listen, I got to tell everybody, I didn't call for advice, right? Like, I wasn't asking, so it's not going to change anything. I'm very convicted in what I'm doing and excited for the opportunity.
Did you ever in the past, and by the way, this right mindset, in as we talked about it, I'm like, Jeff is the guy who bring in a little accountability in there, which is something you've always been. I mean, even when Peyton Manning's on the team, Jeff Saturday is a talker in that locker room, you know? So I think we were all very lucky to see it. I saw Ed showing up for you yesterday.
Yeah.
Obviously, Reg was there. I mean, a lot of people very happy for you. So I know you're shielded and guarded. There's some shit out there. There's a lot of us that are fucking pumped for you, Jeff, okay? You need to know that. Moving on. Had you ever talked to Jim Irsay about being a coach in the NFL? And why do you think Jim called you in the middle of that Patriots game and effectively offered you the job?
Yeah, so like from a coaching perspective, I had been offered a few times from different organizations actually, and so but my role as a consultant here the last couple years, I was helping Frank and Strauss, the O-line coach, and just having conversations with those guys. But like this year in particular, the first call that I got from Jim during the game that everybody made such a big deal about was literally just about sacks. And the funny thing was I wasn't even watching the game. I was prepping for ESPN, so I wasn't going to get to the Colts until like they were like at 7 p.m. on my schedule, right? So I forget what games I was watching, but he's like, what's going on with our line? We got minus something yards, and I don't even know when it was in the game. And I said, Jim, man, I can't even see it. I said, I'm not even to there yet. So I don't know what's happening. I can't help you at all as far as that. But he was obviously frustrated. But as my role from consulting, this wasn't the first time I had talked to Frank or Chris, who's the O-line coach, or Jim, about things that were going on and how to solve problems. So I think that was just the familiarity part of it. As far as the coaching side of it, none of that happened until much later in the evening, like really late, because Irsay keeps way different hours
he's
than I
nocturnal.
keep.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Dude. Yeah, I'm 2 hours away from getting on a plane to go back to work. And so when I look at all of it, man, the ability to be able to come in and help, that was my biggest thing. But it was when the fire was going on and the chaos was going on in the game against New England, I really had no answer because I couldn't see it.
That's hilarious. Regional, that's live in the area. It's tough.
I was watching the Falcons.
Yeah, it's tough to keep up. It is very difficult to keep up. We're talking to Jeff Saturday, obviously the interim head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. Whenever you're walking into that first team meeting on Wednesday, you have a familiarity with the guys, right? Because you had been consulting with them. What is your mindset? Because everything you do now is setting a precedent of your era, right? Did you have that? Was that a conscious thought? And what was your message, your overwhelming message to the team throughout the week?
Yeah. So, and again, I'm very process driven. So I walked in, I told them who I was. I told them, why I was here, and basically kind of laid out what I just told you about. I care, and I care about you and your families. I've sat in your seat. I talked about the coaching staff and how hard I know they work and how much they sacrifice their time, energy, and effort. I talked about the rest of the building and why all those guys and people that I know, front office, everybody. And then I talked about how we're going to go. How do we go, and then what my role was. And I was very specific, man. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I've never been the smartest. I've never been the most talented. I've never been the most anything, right? I'm not, and I don't have to be, right? I know I can surround myself with people who are that and who I can empower. And I'm not, again, that doesn't make me insecure, right? It doesn't make me insecure that I don't have every answer. But I will tell you this, I will pursue it. If you give me and that's what I ask my coaches, is there something I can do to help you? Is there some area? Is there some film? Is there some question that I can go get answered for you? I believe in being a servant leader, and that's my mentality for those guys. And I told all of them, man, I'm going to ask of you the same that you ask of me. Whatever you can do to help, do it. Whatever I can. We're in this thing together, man. We're rowing, and I love the guys here.
Hell yeah, big-time win against the Raiders. The team started out hot. They looked alive. They had negative 2 yards against the Patriots. I'm sure you've seen the film in the first quarter. And it was like, how is this team? What is going on? They needed a new, fresh energy. They needed a guy that loved the building. I'm very thankful you got hired, even though, the talking point seems to be, this guy's bullshit. Keep going, Jeff. Tone has a question for you.
Coach, I believe on Monday when you first came in, you said that Sam Ellinger was going to be the starting quarterback. What changed between Monday and Sunday and the decision to go with Matt Ryan?
And are you going to do that every week? Are you going to do that every week? Are you going to be like Because Bill does this, and Bill's the greatest of all
Yeah.
time. Some people handle the injuries and reporting to media differently. Is this something you're planning going forward? I apologize for stepping on your question.
Yeah, I'm not nearly that sly, but I will say this: when I got here, he was injured. So my first day, so I go through Monday and Tuesday. He's on the IR, on the injury report, and then Wednesday he doesn't practice. So and then I asked him Wednesday afternoon, like when he was going to get back to it, and so he's like, I'm actually going to try to start throwing. And then I watched him come out Thursday, and the dude was zipping it. And so I asked the staff. I was like, is this typical? Like, is this a typical? And they said this is what it was. And I had a great conversation with Sam, and I've told everybody in this building, the best 11 are going to play, and the ones that I feel like are going to give us the best chance to win, those are going to play. And I'll make the final decision on what that is. If you have an issue, please come see me. We'll have those discussions. But in interest of all 53's benefit, that's what I feel like the head job requires. And so I talked to Sam about it. I love the kid. I love his heart. And you saw, like, chaos is coming, man. When you got a young quarterback, a young play caller, a no experience, god awful head coach, however you want to describe
God
it.
awful, despicable, disgrace.
Yeah, like whatever the words are. A guy who has done this a long time. I felt very secure in Matt. And man, let me tell you, he had a great week of practice, and the guys, all the leaders, man, Buck, Z, Matt, all the guys, really Q, they all stepped up in major ways. And so I decided to make that call. I knew on Friday what I was going to do, or what, but I wanted to make sure everybody else was on board that had any kind of skin in the game, just to be kind. But again, that was going to happen, and Matt obviously played fantastic.
I think I saw Quentin Nelson chasing down the ball like he had in years past, as opposed to this year too. So I think everything you're doing right now is great. Sounds like the building's going well. You got the Eagles coming up. I've been told that Jim brought you in so you guys could tank and get a good quarterback. You got the best team in football basically next. What's your mindset going forward, and have you dove into that preparation yet?
Yeah. We started this morning early, and so we're just cranking it out. I'm still in first and second down, so it's just we've just started. But yeah, they're a heck of a football team. And and the one thing I have told coaches that is actually very beneficial right now. When you're in a building, you're very fine focused, right? It's kind of like a tunnel. You have to just kind of focus on you. The good thing for me is I've been able to watch 31 other teams. Deliberately, right? And so one of the teams, the Eagles being the best team in the game right now, has obviously drawn a lot of attention. So I've seen a lot of film on them, and they are dang good. We'll see them again tonight. But like every team, there's no perfect team, and we have to go out and you ain't gonna forfeit, bro. So what are we gonna do to put this thing together? We'll have a plan in place, and we'll try to take care of the things that we can take care of, and hopefully give ourselves a shot.
Okay, so you're not tanking, Jeff.
Whoa,
that was a weird way to tank against the Raiders. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know about I hadn't heard anything about the tanking. I can assure you of this: if Jim was looking for a guy to tank, my number would not have been on the speed dial.
Probably would have been mine. Ladies and gentlemen, the interim head coach, the undefeated NFL head coach. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Saturday. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, man. He's a good dude.
Great dude. Yeah, they're going to the playoffs.
I think that's why I got so upset by everybody just automatically attacking him, because I understand he is white. He's also a former player, though, and he displays all of the traits that you would want in a guy that would be a head coach of an NFL team. I hope he has success. Seems like he's tunnel vision. He's locked in. I don't know if we're going to see any tweets of him saying the Eagles look horrible like he did with the Raiders, but I can't thank him enough for stopping by on this incredibly busy Monday for him, I'd assume.
Completely forgot, too, about how the other sports, like Aaron Boone, going from the desk to the manager of the Yankees, and then just thinking about the NBA. I mean, Chauncey Billups, he was a analyst on Inside the NBA, and then all of a sudden he was being considered to be a head coach in the NBA. It just makes no sense.
I like that Jeff thought about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because once again, Jeff, formerly very high up in the NFLPA. Okay? Every decision, like, hey, this is for the players, for the players, for the players. He conscientiously was like, if I have success, maybe this opens doors for other people that are looking to do the same thing, which obviously wasn't taken into account when he's being called despicable and a disgrace of a hire by people that might benefit from Jeff doing this in Joe Tom. It was wild to me, the reaction. I don't know how you couldn't like that guy, not only after listening to that interview, but if you ever fucking meet him, I don't know how you couldn't like him. And I'm thankful he's taking over the reins because the Colts looked alive yesterday, something they hadn't looked all season. Let's get to a break, and let's start hour 2 on the other side with the incredibly handsome A.J. Hawk. We'll also have Luke Fickell, head coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats. That was booked for a couple weeks. They have a couple losses on their record this year. One to Arkansas, 31-24. Then they lost to UCF a few weeks ago, which game day was potentially going to go to. He'll join us in about 30 minutes. Cannot wait to chat with him about life right now. I assume his name is going to get mentioned a lot for the college football world. And AJ was obviously in his room at Ohio State when he was the linebackers coach. Anytime they get together is fantastic. We might have a surprise guest in the third hour from the biggest game of the year yesterday. And then we'll also chit-chat about everything going on around the NFL. Can't thank you enough for joining us. Over 70,000 people just watched us chit-chat with Jeff Saturday. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We're going to go take a 5-minute break. We'll be back on the other side with more bullshit. Take 5. Ladies and gentlemen, a man with the dog mentality, Paisano, Coach Sirianni. You're fucking awesome, dude. Did you ever feel any pressure that you were going to have to change and adapt to being a head coach and speaking in the same bullshit ways that every other head coach talks in?
Some of the best advice I got was be yourself, because if you're not yourself, everyone's going to see through it.
The messaging is the same. You're just doing it in your own way. And I think that's the most important part. And being authentic, you're 100% right. As you were saying, if I wasn't me, everybody would tell the fucking locker room immediately going to be like, well, this guy, he's a stooge. There's another coach that wants to talk to you. Coach Sirianni, your question for Coach Sirianni.
I feel like I know you just as good as I know myself.
What is it about Jalen, you think, from your point of view, last year to this year, that is like cementing him as a guy that people are talking about? This motherfucker might win the MVP.
Well, I know which one thing you want me to say. He's a dog.
Yeah! Yeah!
He's a dog!
Yeah! Fucking dog!
Do you maybe want to play best 2 out of 3, rock, paper, scissors, coach first coach?
You're there forever, huh? Like, you have to have that mindset as the head coach. Like, do you feel like you're the perfect head coach for the Philadelphia Eagles? Because it feels like the team is the perfect representative of the city of Philadelphia. And I might be wrong. I'm from Pittsburgh, so the Johns are going to judge me for that.
I love the passion of the city and how much they care about football, because I care about football. I love football. I don't have a lot of hobbies. My biggest hobby is football.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh,
what you got?
Scissors.
Yeah, the same person.
Okay.
We both threw scissors.
Dog mentality really is to be in the moment that you're in now and not worry about what happened in the past, not worry about what's going to happen in the future. It's all about our process and about being here today to make sure we're about to go 1-0 this week. That's it.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, one rock.
I definitely got Jason Kelce the kegs of beer. I was just trying to sweeten the deal of him coming back. As long as I'm the football coach here, I want him here, so I'm ready to give as many kegs of beer to him next year and the year after that and the year after that, because that guy is a dog.
Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Same man.
We are getting our ass kicked in this preseason game. Belichick is taking it to us. It's halftime, and we are getting booed like you've never been. I was like,
paper,
rock, paper,
scissors,
shoot.
Oh, I think you might have rock there, but hey.
You got no idea what I'm going to do, because you're like, there's no way he's throwing scissors again. Come on, baby. I got a damn flower thrown at me. Right? A flower chucked down. We lost to the Chargers. Boom, flower chucked down.
Hey, how's your little manure settling in? That's literally what that John said as they were throwing that John at you. They were like, how's the manure and how's the flowers coming, coach?
Hey, this is game 7 here. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh.
Scissors again. He threw scissors again, so did I. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, you guys are the same. Come on, hey, this is for 15 or 10.
Paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh! Dog mentality.
I got dog mentality, coach. What can I tell you?
Hello and welcome to the special investigative report. Much has been made in the media world on the life and charitable donations of the man Pat McAfee. Especially lately, with the rise of the ever-popular Pat McAfee Show, a show that, in his own words, stinks. We thought it privy to dive into the inner workings and machinations of this tiny business, this small regional show that has reached international discourse. We sat down with the suit himself, Bruce Brown, to figure out what, where, when, why, and how they're able to give away so much money to the viewers of this incredible program.
So yeah, when you enter a Pat McAfee Show giveaway or win a FanDuel merch picks contest on Sunday, essentially, the entire hashtag will be downloaded into an Excel file, and the winners will be randomized within that. And then we do a quick scumbag check, basically click on the profile and make sure you aren't a robot or blocked by Pat. And then it'll be transferred over to Dirty Gertie, who creates the Winter Wednesday graphic, which then runs on the show each Wednesday in a commercial break. If you win over $599, we're going to need your email, or you can email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. If it's under $599, all we need is your cash tag. And if you win merch, obviously we need your size, address, and what you want from the store. Usually I'll just reply to you on Twitter. If you have any questions about any giveaway, whether it's cash that you either are waiting on or merch, you can just reach out to me on Twitter or email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. Please give us about 1 to 2 weeks to sort out your prize. That's typically how long it takes. But again, if you have any questions, just reach out to us.
We reached out to PMI's money man himself, CFO Phil, for an on-camera interview. Regretfully, he declined the segment, but he did give us the salacious, juicy details. In an email correspondence, CFO Phil replied, $2.6 million year to date. Too much money. There you have it. $2.6 million given away, a pissed off CFO, and a show that quote unquote stinks. Good night, good morrow, good luck, and good fortunes.
Let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it. AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode, the FanDuel Thunderdome, on this Overreaction Monday, November 14th already. Jeez, hour 2 starts now. Football! It is already November 14th. Week 10 of the NFL season concludes this evening on Monday Night Football. Let's remember to enjoy all this.
Amen.
Just got done with the conversation with Jeff Saturday, the interim head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, who obviously had a big-time win yesterday against the Raiders. I think that was a great conversation. Hopefully you got to learn a little bit more about Jeff, as you will continue to do throughout the entirety of this season, because I don't think they're tanking. For all the people that were saying they're tanking, I don't believe they're going to be tanking. I'm very thankful for him. We'll be joined by Luke Fickell, coach of Cincinnati, in about 21 minutes. Interested to hear how he is feeling, how he is doing. A couple of his guys are showing out in the NFL right now, including Sauce Gardner over there for the Jets. Kobe Bryant, I believe, also over there. Can't wait to chat with him. The Talks the Tables here at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. One half of the Hammer, Dahn. Cowboys 10. Diggs is here. The show is back.
Goddamn right.
Yellowstone is back, yes.
How was it?
What do you think, man?
So good.
I've never seen it. So it was good, though. I mean, it turns you into a cowboy. You literally became a cowboy, not only because you defeated COVID, but while you were defeating COVID, you started watching this Yellowstone show, and you turned into fucking Kevin Costner as a Montanan in an Italian Pittsburgher Tone Diggs body.
Let's just say the whole focus of the show basically this season is going to be for the land.
Goddamn right.
Anytime
It's about
someone's
time.
trying to take our fucking land, we're going to fight.
Okay. And that's in Montana, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait to go out there this weekend. Obviously, we're headed to the Brawl of the Wild. Montana travels to Montana State. I'll be in Bozeman, Montana this
hell
weekend.
yeah.
Temperatures expected to be 0 degrees to 10 degrees. I can't wait. I got a rancher's fit I'm putting on, some sheepskin in there. I'm going to stay warm. I have a lot of friends from the Montana area, not Tom McMahon, Colt Anderson, Mark Mariani, numerous folks I've met from Montana. State that you don't get to meet a lot of people from. I have. I've heard nothing but incredible things. There was a couple of newscasters over there that were like, don't turn this into a sideshow. It's like, yo, we're coming to fucking Montana.
Yeah.
Let's enjoy the hell out of this. I cannot wait to celebrate all things Big Sky out there. I cannot wait to experience Montana in 0 degree weather. Super pumped. I guess there's a rodeo team out there.
Here we go. Now we're talking.
I mean, I am pumped. I am the person that is not supposed to be around these types of things because since the beginning of time, I'm one of the biggest, hey, you want to try that? Yeah, guys of all time. Excited to see what we get into. Can't wait to get to Montana. Excited and thankful that Game Day chose to go to a place they've never been to see something we've never experienced. And I'm along for the ride. I can't wait to be there.
Be careful in Bozeman, though. Kevin Costner, a real Montanan.
See, that's
he was worried about what was happening in Bozeman.
Goddamn
It was changing.
Well,
it wasn't a real Montana in Bozeman.
Trying to take away what Montana's all about, goddammit.
So that's what Costner's saying in the...
Yes.
Well, it's weird because that's what some people are saying about Kevin Costner.
Whoa.
I'm just telling you on the internet, the things that I've read
John
from the
Dutton
Montana...
wants Montana today to look like the same Montana in 100 years.
Well, he's not actually from Montana.
from Montana.
That's the thing.
What?
No, he's the governor.
No, John Dutton's the governor of Montana.
Who is?
John Dutton. Kevin Costner died years ago. It's John Dutton
Dutton
now.
All right. Nonetheless, joining us now is a man who's also not from Montana, but I think he'd fit in well in this movie series.
He never cut it on the ranch.
No, he would have no chance.
All right. Anyways, joining us now, a man who made an appearance on Big Noon Kickoff this past week.
Ooh.
At one point, I don't think I was on at the time. Game Day had a couple of other things going on. AJ was on Big Noon Kickoff, and I was sitting at a desk on College Game Day. A real indicator of where this show has got to, which is incredibly cool. I'm very pumped to introduce this guy every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, college football national champion, Super Bowl champion, Ryder Cup champion, video game shit talker, NBA pundit, COVID survivor, and now a man who has tackled somebody as a full-blown adult on television numerous times. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk. What's up, AJ?
What's up? How's it going? Great job with Jeff, man. Great to see him out there. Actually, that's Jeff. That's him, man. It was great.
I had a great time yesterday with Jeff and Joe and Bill. And I didn't even know Kyle Brandt had a take like that. He said this morning, well, internet booger eaters want me to apologize or whatever. I'm like, damn, I didn't hear your first take. I would have added you into the party as well. Corporate Pat McAfee was burying Jeff Saturday last week. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I'm a Kyle Brandt fan. He still stays firm on he doesn't respect the decision. But we've talked about this from the beginning. This could be a new avenue for former players, which is good for all parties, I think. If Jeff has success, he starts out 1-0, AJ. We'll start with this game, then we'll bounce around the entire NFL. What was your thoughts on Jeff Saturday's coaching debut, AJ?
I mean, he looked like he did what he said he was when he came on here and he talks about it, like, yeah, he's the guy. He's setting the tone. He makes little tweaks here and there throughout the week. What he said, he was 85% of his time in the offensive meeting room.
That's right.
Obviously.
He said, I'm not telling Gus what to do. He said,
he's smart.
That'd be very dumb. Yeah.
He said, I love that Jeff's like, hey, I'm confident in the fact that I don't know everything. I don't have all the answers, and I'm going to be leaning on other people around him. And he gives praise to everybody else, holds him accountable. Sounds great. Now you get a real test. You get the Eagles, man, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he does against the Eagles, how the Colts do against the Eagles. I think if Frank was still our head coach, who obviously grinded and earned his stripes and everything, and if he was the coach that was going to take us to the Super Bowl, obviously he'd still be our head coach. I don't think anybody would have had any hope for the Colts against the Raiders, even though they're sorry. The Raiders fans say, they beat a bad team in the Raiders. We fired our coach. Okay, no good team has ever fired their coach.
Come on.
So for you saying that you guys were a bad team, indicating that we were a good team at the time, is a wild take. We've already fired our coach, which they might have those conversations of having in the first year. It was interesting because Devontae seemed to get loose, seemed to do his thing. Whenever he needed to make a play, bump and run, Gilmore makes a play. Derek Carr seemingly makes some great plays, running up in the pocket, delivering an absolute dime. Josh Jacobs can run a little bit. That tight end Morno or something had a couple big plays for them. I don't understand why they're not good. Honestly, I don't understand why they're not good. Like, I felt very good about the Colts win. Like, I was like, hey, that's a fucking good win. They see Chandler Jones putting on his helmet. It's like, that guy, perennial stud. Yeah. That guy, an absolute star. It's like, I don't know why they're not good. It might get hot for Josh McDaniels or continue to get hot for Josh McDaniels. But once again, Josh McDaniels earned this, right? He earned this. Of
course.
Slept on couches, did the whole thing. Used to shine shoes. You know, the whole had to do it as a 25-year-old all the way to a 35-year-old. And I get it. I understand that. And Jeff did not. But Jeff's team fucking beat him. And without Jeff, I don't think they beat him. So I'm excited to see how he does against the Eagles. Let's turn to the Green Bay Packers getting a massive win at home in Mike McCarthy, Joe Philbin, and boys reunion with the city of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Early it looked ugly. Packers end up getting a win at the end. Christian Watson has 3 tuds after a couple drops early. He seems to be a bit different than the other people on the football field, which is exactly what Aaron Rodgers said. Aaron said when he looked at Christian in training camp or earlier in the year, there's not a lot of people on a football field that look like this guy. This guy is a weapon. He's fast. He had a welcome to the NFL moment. Aaron and the boys able to get a win. What are your thoughts on the Packers, and does this make you a believer going forward a little bit more?
I mean, this definitely gives me a lot more hope, I guess, I had than I had going into this game. But with Christian Watson, too, especially the fact that the game wasn't all roses for this dude. He had a couple drops early, and he comes back 3 touchdown catches. Seems like he's a completely different player, and that's how quickly it can change, I think, good or bad for some guys. Some guys may be riding high, doing great, and they have 1 or 2 drops. They may go into the tank for a little bit, but Christian Watson seems to be trending in the right direction, doesn't he?
There's a 4th and 7 play, which is massive because although it is planned, Aaron had to step up in the pocket, delay a little bit. Great route, running away from people, being a viable option for Aaron to hit on a must-have-it play because Aaron Jones seemingly was the only guy that he really relied upon or they relied upon and had success with in big play situations. Allen Lazard continues to be Allen Lazard. Randall Cobb comes back. A.J. Dillon gets going. If Christian Watson can be a game changer, which now he's going to carry himself differently. Did you see him after Mason Crosby makes the kick? They have a close-up on Christian Watson. He's celebrating. You think he was like that a week ago?
No.
Christian Watson was sitting on the bench like this, nobody around him. And that type of confidence, that type of welcome to the men's league can do wonders, especially for a freak athlete who's probably beat everybody his entire life at everything he's ever done. You experience some of those lows, you're down in the dumps. You have one of those breakout games, it's like, this is who I am. Almost like I'm supposed to be here. I belong here. Then you change your meetings, you change your workouts, you change your mindset every single day. Could be huge for the Pack going forward. Ty earlier said he's not worried about Mike McCarthy and the boys going back to Dallas with a big L in their pocket. He had that sweet jacket on too.
Party jacket.
That was a sweet brown. That was a lot of brown. That was a lot. That was a tarp there. It was an incredible thing. They go back to Dallas with an L. They go for it on 4th down when they could have kicked it. I wonder if that was like a tip of the cap to Aaron from Mike McCarthy saying, if we give the ball back, Aaron's going to score a touchdown. That's how it's going to go. Inevitably, they kick a field goal, but he takes a knee in the middle of the field. They could have went and scored a touchdown on that particular drive, the Packers, if we're thinking about it. So maybe that's what Mike was thinking. As you go through that game, though, what are the emotions of seeing big Mike McCarthy have success early? And did that matter at all in your eyes?
No, not really. But, the way this season has gone, like I said, when they got down 2 touchdowns, it was almost like, God, I kind of want to just fucking turn the game off. Like, I don't want to keep watching this as the same shit over and over. And then, like Amari Rodgers, it's like any time they got a little momentum, they'd have like a special teams miscue, and it's like, okay, this is the same old Packers we've watched all year. But McCarthy said after the game he doesn't, he'd go for it again because on that last drive especially, it kind of did shape up as like, okay, this is what always happens to the Packers. Go to overtime, lose the toss, defense is out there, and Rodgers doesn't even have an opportunity to kind of respond. So, it was looking on that drive like they're just going to keep getting first downs. They're going to score a touchdown. Rodgers is never going to see the field. But again, this is kind of what we've talked about with the defense is when in the last couple years, like they have been opportunistic and they've gotten the stops that they've needed to. They haven't done that yet this year. And then finally yesterday, when they absolutely had to have it, they get a massive stop. And then, the Packers turn around. They had that third down and Lazard has that 38-yard gain or whatever to get him in field goal range, and it kind of was. They played with a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder. It looked like this team actually cared, and I don't know if you could say. I mean, they definitely did because we've heard what Aaron said on Tuesdays, but it didn't really look like they gave a shit in these last 5 weeks or so. So yeah, I think this is the type of win that can really kind of galvanize them moving forward.
Big time stop for the defense, obviously, to put the ball back in the hands of Aaron Rodgers. They go down, kick a field goal. Mason Crosby, as sure as the sun's going to rise tomorrow, puts that through the uprights.
Oh, yeah.
Another team that got a massive stop in a massive game, probably the biggest and best game to date for the NFL. Not probably, definitely the biggest and best game to date this particular NFL season was the Minnesota Vikings traveling up to Buffalo. Patrick Peterson putting the game away with an interception. I believe Josh Allen's like 0 for 4 in his last 4 overtime games. Not great for the Buffalo Bills. Everybody thinks about the Chiefs game. Obviously, that almost went to changing the overtime rules for the playoffs. But here in the end, 2nd and 10, minute 15 left, down 3. Josh Allen throws a pick to Patrick Peterson going into the game. We didn't know if Josh Allen was going to be playing or not. He looked healthy to me. He looked like he was able to throw the ball. He got hurt when he was trying to punch out a terrible interception from the other team. I guess he got re-hurt, but he went back on the field. The fumble at the goal line at the very end of the game is obviously nightmare fuel forever. But Josh Allen's going to think about that. Every time he gets under center, he's going to think about that going forward. And maybe he's more mentally tough than any human in the past, but if that happens and it's worst case scenario, and I heard Chris Sims on Football Night in America, former quarterback, go, the center knows he's about to get his knees chopped, so he probably snaps the ball a little differently and not able to get the quarterback center exchange or whatever. So Chris Sims kind of apparently said that the center maybe had a bad snap. It's always interesting to see whose fault it was, because who knows, but nonetheless, in a gotta-have-it situation, the Vikings get a touchdown on the defensive side of the ball after Kirk Cousins gets stopped on a goal line stand by the Buffalo Bills, in which the Buffalo Bills defense was supposed to put a picture of it on the fucking wall in the building, where they had two tries from a fucking inch line and did not make it in. Instead, Vikings get a touchdown on a bobbled exchange. Shout out to AQ Shipley and Drew Stanton. Then Josh Allen goes right down the field. Now Gabe Davis's catch, allegedly, Walt Anderson says, not an actual catch. We should have stopped it and reviewed it. Yeah, you should have. You're the only people that can do it in under 2 minutes. Why is that a thing? Bill Belichick's asking a question. We're all echoing the same sentiment. Can't have this happen, especially in the biggest game of the year. The Vikings and the Bills, 2 wagons playing each other. The Vikings are very new to being the team in the NFC North, but the entire country needs to recognize that they are the team in the NFC North and a problem. This can't happen. Obviously, Walt Anderson said this is an incompletion and they would have overturned it. And who knows what happens on 3rd down. Will the Bills get in? Who knows? We don't know nonetheless. But it's a big play. I love this Vikings team. The Bills, do we need to question what they got going on with Josh hurt, Poyer hurt, seemingly going through some stuff here? Or is this just a great football game in which they didn't get the win because of a late interception?
I would still think the Bills are going to be in it as long as Josh Allen's arm doesn't get worse. Which the fact that he played and did what he did was unbelievable. I guess we don't really know exactly what is going on with his elbow, but I feel like the game was over like 4 times, and I just couldn't believe it. It was one of those, like, I was lucky to be watching it in real time. Like, that's how I felt. Like, this is awesome. I'm so glad I'm actually here and on this game.
Dude, Vikings get stopped with like 40-some seconds left at the goal line stand there. It's like, damn. What a win for the Bills. Yeah, 48 seconds left. What a win for the Buffalo Bills. And then a Colts game starting at the same time.
Yeah.
So I flip over to the Colts game at that time. Other TV has Red Zone on it. All of a sudden, they're back there again with the Vikings. And I'm like, holy shit. Yeah. No way in the NFL. In college, you think on the half-inch line, okay, could be problematic. Chance. In the NFL, you don't think, because even if shotgun there, just.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I bet they regret not doing that.
Yeah, but
then if you shotgun there and there's a bobbled snap or something's wrong, like, what are you doing going shotgun your own end zone?
I guess, but it's just in the NFL you don't expect that. In the NFL you don't expect that to be a problem at all with the game on the line. I appreciate the fact that the Vikings end up getting it because it leads to another drive by Josh Allen and then an overtime and then a blown call and excitement and everything like that. Thought the game was over. To your point, let's go to the Colts, get Jeff Saturday's debut. Here we go. Hell of a game. Hey, Bills, congrats on that.
Yeah,
what a win.
What a win. That was a good game, but still like the Vikings, I was saying. Still like the Vikings. I think Justin Jefferson had 170 yards at that point. Still like Justin Jefferson. Tough to win in Buffalo. Like, that's the whole tough to win in Buffalo.
Yeah.
What a stop by that defense. Von Miller, he's really game changer for him. Like, these are all the thoughts I have going through my head as I'm changing channel. All right, Jeff, time to tell Kyle and Joe Thomas and Kyle Brandt to go fuck themselves. Let's do it. And then on the other TV, it's like, like I loud come out. I'm like, what happened? And then great game. Let's get that all. That was a 1 o'clock game.
Yeah.
How's that game at 1 o'clock?
Yeah,
No
ridiculous.
idea.
How's that game at 1 o'clock, Vikings-Bills? I have no idea how that is. Nonetheless, thank you for that football game.
Thank you. Should have been Monday night, but thank you.
Well, I mean, Monday night, they would have to schedule that way out, right? Flexing starts on Monday night, I think, next year.
Yeah.
So going into the year, the schedule makers would have had to know that the Vikings were going to be the Vikings, which I don't think anybody still isn't recognizing that the Vikings, not anybody, but
People are already writing them off. Don't you think when Kirk didn't get in, people were like, this is what we thought. Vikings, here we go. Now the old downslide.
same old Kirk throws that terrible pick. Oh, Kirk Cousins is back. Like, that's literally what people were saying. And then they get the win, and then Patrick Peterson's got 7 chains on 2 watches, and he is just
Cut.
35 years
No,
old,
done.
whatever the fuck he is. He looked unbelievable with that pick. The closer gets the chains or whatever. And I think the world just has to recognize that this is a new Vikings team. This is not the old Vikings team. This is a new Vikings team. And I think a lot of it revolves around Justin Jefferson is different. Everybody knows he's different. Defenses look to guard him different. 193 yards yesterday and a tud, including this 4th and 18 catch that is going to go down as a catch of the year. Even with Diggs' catch earlier in this game, Justin Jefferson taking that thing right out of Lewis's hands and then somehow keeping it off the ground there. Off the ground, into his stomach, 4th and 18, got to have it down 4. I mean, what a play, what a game. This dude's different, AJ. This dude is different, and it's awesome to watch.
Yeah, you think so? I mean, it's just the situation that you make this, the fact that you did this and you took it away one-handed, you keep it off the ground. It doesn't happen. It's not human what he's able to do, and he makes it look very, very easy too in the biggest moments when some people love that spotlight. They love a gotta have a situation. Some don't. He seems to really enjoy it.
Go ahead, Connor.
And when you just look at the Vikings, it's such a similar team to last year. Like, Kevin O'Connell has done an incredible job just kind of completely turning them around. And you would think, right, he's the runaway coach of the year. There are 4 or 5 guys that seem to still be in that whole entire
Sirianni.
McDaniel. And Miami, Salah.
Hey, they beat the fuck out of the Browns. Yeah. They beat the hell out of
They were having fun, huh?
Great time. Tyreek Hill fainting and then
sweet.
Coming all the way back from the studio. I appreciate it. Yeah, the Vikings are legit, and I think more people just need to recognize it. Go ahead, Tom.
You asked about the Bills, and it kind of, if I looked it up because I felt like this yesterday, they kind of have a Rams feel from yesterday or last year. The Rams started 7-1. And then they lost 3 in a row in the middle of the season to go 7-4. The Bills started 6-1 this year. They've lost 2 in a row now. I think the Bills are going to be just fine here the rest of the season. Is what
I hope Josh Allen is. There was one time where the first down he did with his left hand. So I watched all the things where you don't have to put any added pressure on it. Is he choosing not to? Because then there was one time where he went like this with a double flex, and I'm like, if that thing was in real pain, that would have hurt like fuck. He wouldn't have done that. Now, maybe maybe the adrenaline of the moment is getting him going, and maybe he's not feeling anything. But there was a couple things that happened yesterday where I was like, oh, maybe his elbow isn't as bad as we maybe thought it was, or maybe it is. He's just a tough son of a bitch, AJ.
What?
Yeah, I think it's number 2. This dude. I mean, I didn't think he was going to play all week, and then all of a sudden he not only does he play, he almost leads a victory in one of the greatest games I've seen in a long, long time. Look at this. That does not feel good there at the end of this play.
No, not at all.
He's doing it. How many times has this happened a game for him? All the time, I feel like.
He puts his face in it, too. He could have slid there. Now I'm going to put my face down in this. That's what I'm going to do.
5 times yesterday, those type of runs.
And it's if his elbow was really that bad, would he do that? Would he be a little bit more safe? We don't know because we haven't seen Josh Allen have to battle through this yet. But it feels like he's going to be playing because there was conversations we were having why would you play him? Just take a couple weeks off, let that thing rest up, and then you hear Von Miller. It's I was at Josh's house after the game. There was nothing different. If we are And I'm like, well, are we blowing this out of proportion or not? But it was a late-time decision, I think. I think it was a very late decision, and it seems like he's going to be okay. Let's hope that wasn't all adrenaline, I guess, keeping him going.
Well, and that tweet came out that said, Buffalo basically extensively looked into it, and they got assurances from the doctor that, hey, he's not going to get any worse by playing. But also, that doesn't mean, like, if he's taking massive hits like that, that you're not impervious to getting injured that way. So it was kind of surprising to see that, he didn't play any differently. And maybe that's just the guy who he is. Like, he's not going to play any differently no matter what, even if he is kind of hurt.
I think that is certainly something we should look at. The AFC East,
yes,
is very, very interesting right now.
Yeah,
I'm rather pumped to kind of watch it all unfold down the stretch. They're 6-3. The Bills.
Yep.
They're in third. 6-3. They're in third in the AFC East right now. It's banana land over there.
Yeah, like them having or falling from the number 1 seed in the NFL to all of a sudden the number 6 seed in the AFC. Like there's a chance, and it makes sense why they wanted him to play, especially if he wasn't going to hurt it anymore, because they just dropped drastically, and now all of a sudden they don't even have a home playoff game. Like they're still the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Let's pivot away from the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East, and let's go to a man who coached this guy whenever this guy was a linebacker at the Ohio State.
Oh, yeah.
Currently the coach of Cincinnati, and if I'm reading this right, he is the reigning, defending, current, undisputed Home Depot National Coach of the Year for college football. The head coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats, ladies and gentlemen, Luke Fickell.
Hey, Coach!
What's up, Coach?
What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Hey, was that accurate? Was that accurate, what I just looked up there? You're the reigning coach of the year right now?
Oh, yeah. I guess you could say that, right? I thought you were going to go a little bit bigger in some WWE or WWF old school stuff with the reigning champion of some sort, but you just went with the easiest one, the layup right there. That
well, do you have a title? Do you have a belt?
No. Yeah, at home. It's just with the kids, though. I still can rule the roost right now because my oldest one moved out, though.
Okay, so speaking of ruling the roost, before we dive into your coaching, asked A.J. Hawk and a lot of other of Ohio people. I don't want to say it to you because I don't want to be disrespectful to you, but I have a term for Ohio people, okay? Very tough group of people, very loyal group of people, very passionate group of people. We'll drink some beers. We'll fight you. Okay, this is Ohio as a whole, every Ohio person I've met. And we asked AJ, Luke Fickell, Vrabel, okay? In a battle of Ohio to death, he said, "Give me Luke Fickell over Mike Vrabel." I don't know if that's if how you feel about that and if you agree with him, but there's a lot of respect for you being like the toughest Ohioan of all time. I hope you know that, Luke. I hope you know that.
Well, it's been maybe that if you put those two together, it's been like that, and I think maybe he's getting a little bit out of shape too. So I'm not sure it's as close as it used to be.
Oh, jeez. Vrabes, stop smoking the cigs, Vrabes. Stop smoking the cigs. Fickell's ready. Okay, let's talk about you a little bit here. And obviously, AJ is going to have a lot of questions about not only you being an Ohioan who's doing great, but you have two guys, at least two guys in the NFL right now, but one in particular in Sauce Gardner who is taking the NFL by storm. How do you think that has come to be that the University of Cincinnati has become like an NFL wagon under your leadership? And what did you see in Sauce in college that you knew he would have success in the NFL, Coach?
Well, I would start by saying I was the guy when we recruited him said he couldn't play here for probably at least 2 years because he was so skinny. I said that's going to take him 2 years before he got a chance to get on the field, and he just happened to start as a true freshman and do an unbelievable job. So I'm not going to stand here and pound the chest like I knew this was coming. But I did when he left. I really kind of tried to tell a lot of people. I believe he's going to be a much better pro than even he is in college. He just his understanding of the game, his ability to grow, to do a bunch of different. He's not just a man cover guy. He has incredible instincts. Had we played him in some more zone, I think he would have had some more production as far as tackles as well as interceptions. But he's got this knack. He understands the game, and he's got this humble demeanor that allows him to talk a lot of smack, do what he does, but still do it in a really good way that everybody enjoys him.
Hey, Luke, I know you have 50 straight starts. Everyone, I don't know if Pat knows that. 50 straight starts at nose. Tore his pec before the Rose Bowl game.
More
Still
than that,
played.
A kicker.
Well,
punter.
I think I had 52. Yeah,
A little more physical down where Luke was in the trenches, especially back then. When there's no rules, Luke was throwing that head around. But when you're recruiting guys, like can you still go find guys like that, some tough guys that you need, like for the core of your team? Like where do you find those players?
I think you do. I mean, we do a great job, obviously, within a 300-mile radius, and in particular, in the state. And they're out there, and they're not just all wrestlers anymore, because it's kind of a little bit of a dying sport in some ways for those people playing multiple sports. But I think, you just got to dive and you got to dig in. I mean, a lot of times the guys that, are that physical or have that mentality, they're not the ones that maybe are the best guys always, from their sophomore year on. They're the guys that kind of develop over time. And all of a sudden at the end of their junior year, you notice this guy's not much of us watch them and evaluate them in their senior year, because recruiting happens so early. And I think a lot of that is some of those guys that have developed that over time, that weren't just, like I said, the noticeable guy as a sophomore, that all of a sudden their senior year, like, this guy's a phenomenal football player that maybe in some ways didn't show up as much.
I think we're going to have to call you back to get a better connection. It's on our end, not yours, Coach. I have some questions about him. He's talking a lot about patience right there, AJ. If you sound, it's like with this NIL and transfer portal, how the hell do you remain patient? I'm excited to dive into that. We'll call him back. I think is he still on? No. Are we good in the back? No, we're not. We're going to call him back. Okay, we're going to call him back. We'll get that thing figured out. He knows he beat the shit out of Rabel.
Yeah, wow, called him fat.
You heard him. He take a shot at him. Yeah, right away.
That is amazing to hear.
Luke is like the most humble person on the planet too. At the same time, but he also is supremely confident as well.
Well, and you said he threw his. Does he got a big? I don't think I was able to see.
Luke, I've told you, Luke's the toughest human I've ever met, bar none.
Wow,
awesome.
Wow,
that's
legend.
awesome.
50 straight.
It's not a question. It's not a question.
What a compliment! What a compliment that is.
Yeah, seriously.
From an Ohioan. Okay, now, AJ, how many games did you miss? Obviously, you got benched at one game because you're not athletic enough to cover.
Against the Eagles.
I didn't dress for one game.
And how many other ones?
I mean, yeah, that's it.
Torn pec, ripped hamstring,
disintegrated
tooth, broken fingers,
torn bicep.
There's one game I didn't dress because I wasn't athletic enough. Rejoining us, ladies and gentlemen, the toughest man that AJ Hawk has ever met. Luke Fickell's back. I'm sorry, that's on our end.
Was I hearing about all your injuries that you played through? Was that in the days before? Or was that when you were kicking? Like you had a torn pec and a torn.
No, we're talking
that
about.
wasn't you.
Yeah, we're talking about that.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about that guy over there.
I thought you guys were talking about your toughness and how you fought through a lot of adversity when you were kicking that ball.
Hey, you should have seen me, Luke. There was this one tackle I went to make. Yeah, I kind of got it. But don't worry, I rock bottomed him. You know what I mean? I didn't miss a single snap. No, we're talking about AJ, who is pretty well known as a tough human being. I mean, you can look at his face, his nose, his fingers. You can look at his resume. You can literally say, this guy, tough guy. He said you're the toughest human he's ever met. I mean, that's hey, here we go. Not to even applaud it. That's real. He just said that. That's incredible.
Well, I appreciate that, but I've seen a lot of things out of him as well. I know this isn't what you want to hear about, right? You want to praise him on your show and all, but I've seen a completely blown up purple ankle. That people would have said, I don't know if he's going to make it the following week, and he didn't miss a practice on Tuesday and went out there and played his butt off on Saturday in one of the biggest games in the rivalry. So. Let's make sure we give due where due is deserved as well. And I'm sure you did the same thing, but I wasn't around that.
No, I've never.
You had a twisted ankle. You could still punt?
Oh, twisted ankle would take me out. I'll tell you that. I'm done.
Yeah, you missed a few of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe it.
Yeah, no, but AJ said you're the toughest man. That's why it's even more impressive. This guy, grade 4 sprained ankle.
Unbelievable.
Thing's purple. Who cares? Tape it. Is it lower body? What does that even mean?
Didn't even miss a practice.
Dog. And was running his face right into people. Anyways, AJ, what a fucking dog this guy is. Coach, what I wanted to ask you about, though, because you were talking about patience a lot. Whenever you heard about Sauce Gardner with how skinny he was, your first reaction was, I think this guy's going to have to grow for the first couple of years, and then he'll be there as a junior. And he started as a freshman, and you were kind of surprised by that. Then you talked about those tough guys have to kind of mature into it, it feels like, because early they might not be as talented, but they have the mindset, and then you kind of see it. With the patience mindset, are you worried about the way the state of college football is right now? Because the transfer portal, guys, if they're they're not starting right now, they're gone. The transfer portal has like thousands and thousands of kids in it right now because they all expected to start immediately. Are you up front with the guys that you recruit? Do you recruit a certain type of guy? And how does that change going forward, do you think, for the Cincinnati Bearcats?
Well, whatever's in there right now, come December 5th, it's probably going to double. So that's the date. And it is unique. I mean, I think that you've got to find the right ones, but it's about a relationship too. That, if you've got a relationship, you hope you can get these guys to fight through these tough times. And it's not easy, and it's ever changing, and it's going to be easier and easier for some of these guys to bail and to change. But I think you try to find that when you're recruiting guys. And we've been here, for obviously 6 years now, so we've got a little bit more established in the sense that guys, when they walk in the door, hopefully have a better grasp that, you know what, this isn't going to just be handed to me. There's a lot of really good players here. And I think the realization, if they have that, along with the honesty, I think they see what it takes. And so far for us, and most of the time, we've been able to, kind of fend those guys off, hold on, and show them, and they've been able to see it kind of happen in front of their face. But it's not going to get any easier, I promise you.
Yeah, the NIL adds a whole nother mix in it because guys, I guess, are getting poached from other teams. Hey, you come here, we'll be able to pay you this. And do you really get to build? I think it's smart for guys to recognize that they're not going to have the opportunity where they're at and make a change. I think that's smart. But also, I think there's some guys that are going to miss out on some scars and some marble that they're building on to kind of become the greatest they could possibly be. It's an interesting sociology experiment happening right now in college football. Tone has a question for you, Coach.
Coach, you talked about dominating the 300-mile radius for recruiting. How much has that changed with the move to the Big 12? Does that radius get bigger? And what else are you looking forward to with the move to Big 12 next year?
Well, you know what? We've said that it's not going to change. Now, whether we dip ourselves into a little bit more of Texas and some things like that, I think we will, expand a little bit. But I still think the core and the crux of our program is within that 300-mile radius because for several reasons. I think that, for us and what we want to do and build, through toughness and some things like that, we do have a better grasp of within those 300-mile radius what is that we're getting. I'm not saying they're the toughest guys in the world, but when you know the areas, the people around there, you've got a better grasp on exactly what it is that you're getting. And to me, sometimes in recruiting, the greatest thing you can do is not have a whole lot of surprises. I could say that, Sauce Gardner was a surprise in the sense that he started a lot earlier and played at a younger age than maybe I would have believed. But we knew what Sauce Gardner was about. We knew where he was from. We had some real intel based on the people that we knew around him. And I think that's what is giving us a chance to maintain those kids, keep them here, even when things aren't exactly the way they envision them from the start.
Hey, what makes Cincinnati so special? Like, we know that your name is always on the top of the list for other jobs all the time, and you stay strong and talk about how committed you are to Cincinnati. And obviously you are. Like, you're actually living that. Most coaches say that, and bam, they're gone 2 weeks later. So, like, what makes Cincy so special?
Well, for me, it started. Obviously, the community of the city is great for my family. And I'll be honest with you, that's really where it originally started. And
kids.
But as you take our team and the type of kids that we have, it's different. It's different than the teams that I was on as a player a little bit. It's different than the teams that I coached, previously. I maybe embody and actually connect a little bit even better with a lot of the kids that we have. And they're just, I'm not saying they're all the same, but I think that we just by nature have some of those kids that, are a little bit tougher, a little bit, have a chip on their shoulder, that understand that things aren't going to be handed to them. It's just, since I've been here, it's been a unique group of guys that is, I'd say it's crazy at times to be around. Don't get me wrong. If you watch any of our games this year, I'm not sure that, my hair is going to look like it does, certainly not like your two guys is after this year. But it just, the guys that you're around have this similar mentality of, what, we've got to earn everything we're going to get, and it's not going to come easy.
6 kids, to your point, AJ. Wow. 6 kids down there in Cincinnati. 1 off to school, though, right? So only 5. Only 5
yep,
still?
Only 5.
Okay, only 5, of course. I'm on my way to having hopefully my first. I have no idea how I'm going to survive that. You having 6 children while being a head coach of a college football program, while having to recruit and build up the type of guys that you want to really win is nothing short of impressive. And your name is going to pop up for all these jobs that are out there. How do you listen? Because you have to listen, I assume, because you have a brain. And then how do you also talk to the team? Well, from what I've heard, your brain.
I was a guard. I don't know if whatever brain I had, I think has been damaged maybe a little bit, as people would say, but there's still something there.
Well, I think, with how thick that skull is.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Who knows what size it is in that particular nose tackle noggin. But how do you deal with that with the team? And how do you deal – because this year there's like 6 big-time jobs already open if you count West Virginia. And then there's going to be more and more and more happening down the road. How do you balance that, honestly, as a human, as a good guy, which everybody calls you, and as a leader of a team that is 18 to 23-year-olds?
You know what? Really, our guys have been really good, and we've kind of been through it the last few years, and we've talked a lot about it in the offseason. We've talked a lot about it in recruiting, and we've always kind of said, hey, we want to be in that position where people are mentioning, whether it's me as a coach or our assistant coaches or even guys leaving early, but we've got to be able to handle it. We've all got to be honest with each other. We've all got to stay focused and locked into the things that we're doing. It's not an easy thing. I mean, for me, in some ways, because I live under a rock, I don't pay attention. You say how many jobs I'm kind of surprised that maybe I didn't know of all that, but I think that more than anything, it's been able to just kind of stay focused, and the world is still continuing to change because these things are happening so much earlier. But you know what? Just try to stick to your guns and say, hey, this is who I am. This is what I'm about. I'm not going to say that it's forever. I'm not going to say, hey, am I dumb if I don't listen at some point in time? But I think there's a time and a place for it. And when you're playing, it's really difficult to do. And so, that's the way I've kind of been since I started. And people would say, hey, you need to adjust and adapt. But I don't know that you do. I just think that if someday the right thing comes, then you know what? It'll still be there when the time is right.
I think that's an incredible answer and a good way to look at it, because you have to. Now that I'm learning more about college football and I'm getting a chance to be on game day every single week and go to these places and hear stuff that maybe the world doesn't get to hear about how it all goes, you have to listen. You would have to listen, but balancing that with while still being a leader of a very tight group is such a fascinating thing. And I think you've done a great job at it. I can't wait to see you continue. Ty Schmidt has a question for you. Big time Hawkeye fan here. Massive.
I'll go to that real quick. I hope that someday we can, as college, get to where the pro is, where you can do nothing until this time, because it does make it difficult on your kids. It does make it difficult on you. But you know what? We're not caught up to the NFL.
Bowl game. Like, for instance, when Rich Rod got hired to Michigan, which Rich Rod might be coming back to West Virginia, which would be wild. That would be wild and good for the state and good for the team. I'd be excited to see that if he potentially, maybe even Dahn too. Let's go try everything else there. But Rich left. We had a Fiesta Bowl. We had a Fiesta that was back when the BCS was happening. Fiesta Bowl against Oklahoma. He leaves 10 days before that. See ya, I'm out of here. It's like, that was like an eye-opening experience to me as a 20-year-old. Like, what? This is literally all we worked for, like, to get to this particular moment. And then as I get older, it's like he had to go at that exact time because of literally how it all is. You're right. There should be a little bit more of a regimen or a process or a procedure the way it goes.
The business side of things, like the NFL does.
Yeah, I think so too. Like a period. There should be a period of time whenever it's allowed to happen. Ty, your question.
Coach, speaking of the NFL, obviously you're incredibly invested in Cincinnati and whatever may come next, whenever that is. Have you had any conversations with Coach Vrabel, and do you have any, aspirations to potentially coach in the NFL down the road, or have you realized, like, no, I'm meant to coach in college?
Well, I kind of would go back and forth. Originally, I've always said, no, I think this is, Braves and I have talked about that. And, when he first went back to the NFL, when he was coaching, I kind of saw him and watched from afar what he was doing. I remember saying, hey, you're in there, right? Not that he wasn't a great college football coach. It would be a great college head coach. But I truly believe that he's in the right place. And I kind of feel that same way with me is not that you didn't have any success in that league and maybe don't know as much about that league, but I'm like, you know what? This is the right place for me. I don't know that that's, what's best for me. And Braves and I have talked about it. He's told me all the pros to being in the NFL and the different lifestyle, the things that you do. But I know for me and where I am and what I enjoy, that this is the right place for me.
I just saw, sorry, AJ, before you ask your question, you're talking about you talking to Vrabes and you called him fat earlier.
Whoa.
You two are real tight. I didn't know you two are real tight. I didn't know that. Are you guys in each other's wedding? Whose is this?
That might be his wedding. I think I was the best man, or it could be my wedding. I'm not, but
could be mine.
Yeah, I was a little bit chubbier then, and I think maybe it's switched. Maybe it's flopped a little bit now. So, I don't know. Maybe we have to have a weigh-in. I don't know. I don't want to throw things out there. He wears some baggy clothes, but I might have to get on about that a little bit.
Luke, I see him out at Lake Tahoe, and it's our first time really chatting in person. And, I've dealt with you Ohioans before, so I kind of, I'm kind of prepped for this whole thing. Middle of conversation, just out of nowhere, he's making a statement. He takes that left mitt, from his pocket. I see that thing coming. Big. We're talking
roundhouse.
Looping left. And I'm like, is this guy about to punch me in the face? But we're having a conversation. He tried me. You know what I mean? He grabbed my arm just like to see how much how much he could body me basically in the middle of it. And I seen it coming, and I've been boxing in the virtual reality thing. So I tightened up and leaned into it. I didn't budge at all. And I was like, that was a massive moment between me and Vrabel right there. You two like kin, huh? You two same people?
Yeah, it's been quite a while. So we don't get to see each other nearly as much, but try to stay in touch and catch up with the crazy lives that we lead.
If I move there, he's looking at me as a soft ass guy.
Oh, you would never hear the end of it.
Yeah.
And you know what? The next time he sees you, he's going to do it again, just in case you're wondering. It never stops. In case there's not a whole lot of growing up in this blood.
Ohio, yeah. Got it. AJ, your question.
Speaking of another Ohio guy, like Marcus Freeman, what's it like seeing him? Obviously, you coached him. He coached with you, and now he's the head coach at Notre Dame. Like, what is it like seeing guys that you've worked with? Not only you have coached yourself, but you see him taking all these other jobs out there.
Yeah, it's hard when you get in. It's like when you ask about Braves. It's like you try to stay in contact with these guys, but you just are so busy at what it is you're doing that it's really difficult to do. So you got to watch from afar. And when you're watching from afar, sometimes it's even harder. The other night, I think, was it last Sunday night when Braves and those guys played against the Chiefs? They were in an overtime game. I remember leaving the office and grabbing my phone, and it was the start of the fourth quarter. And I went home, and everybody asked, "Did you watch the game?" I said, "No, I couldn't. I couldn't turn the game on because I stress over watching them play because, you got so much invested because it's the people that you really care about." I said, "I don't need that in my life." So I literally sat in my bed and just kept looking at the phone every 3 minutes to see what the game was like. And it's the same way with, whether it's with Marcus or other guys you coach with. It's hard for me because when I'm not here and I'm not doing what I do, I try to find ways to relax watching, NFL games that I have no, other than players playing in them, that I have no, not pulling for any side is relaxing to me. But when it's Braves, it's one of those guys you coach with, like Marcus said, it's really hard for me to relax and watch. So I kind of watch from afar and just kind of check scores.
How about you having a coaching tree now, though? Huh? That's a big deal.
Well, I don't know about. Yeah, it's like the Miyagi tree, right? I think they just chop off all the branches. Maybe there's a couple left there.
No, I think you should be incredibly proud of what you got going on, Luke, and we appreciate the time. You got a couple games left here. What's in front of us? What are you thinking for going into the end of this year and into the off season going into next year?
Well, we still got a chance. I mean, we always talk about it. You want to have an opportunity to play for championships, and we're still in a position where we can do that. And I can't believe you haven't mentioned it. We're in a position to do that, not because we played great. But if you haven't noticed it, but you haven't, special teams wise, I'm not sure we're not dominating anything anymore. We're not dominating as much offensively and defensively as we have in the past. But these dang special teams have been something special. So I knew you'd be proud of that. You haven't been back out to see us for 4 years.
Whoa.
But, at some point in time over there, when we get close to you over there at higher ground, maybe we can get you back out because of the specialists.
Okay, well, I'll definitely make mention of that.
It does win football games. I know it wins football games.
Damn right, especially when you play 52 straight like I did. You know what I mean? In college. And that is how it goes. Coach, good luck the rest of the way. We appreciate your time, and I can't wait to see you and the team again. I'm going to be in Montana this weekend. I'll take a horse from Montana to Cincy this weekend. I'll come check you guys out. I appreciate you, man.
We'll get you back out there this next year.
All right, you got it. Ladies and gentlemen, Coach Luke Fickell.
We'll see you.
So, toughest guy of all time. You saying earlier that Luke is tougher than Vrabes. You've been in a conversation with Luke and Vrabes, and it seems like everybody has conceded, like Luke, yeah.
It's a big deal.
This guy is the guy around Ohio. That's amazing. He's been a great coach. They've lost 2 games this year, one to Arkansas and then one to UCF a few weeks ago. That is abnormal for a Luke Fickell-led Cincinnati squad, but they lose Desmond Ridder, they lose Sauce, they lose Kobe. Seems like they're in another, all right, let's get this young group ready to go. And as soon as they get into the Big 12 next year, they'll be off and running. Would be tough to be a head coach in college that's very successful at a job, and then these other jobs open up where all they care about is how their football team is.
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing the boosters care about is how good the football team is and how we are this year, because the clout it carries, the attention it carries, the legacy, the generational fanfare at some of these places, the amount of money that they are willing, and then they'll fire you too and pay you still.
Yeah, exactly.
Give you another $20 million just to fire you to get you, as a human with a brain, Luke Fickell is in a position that he has to hear those. At some point, has to listen to them, just because it's a lot of life-changing shit. Not that Cincinnati isn't, but there's some places where literally, cut off my leg, we win a fucking national championship here. And if they're willing to do that, think about the checkbook that they're willing to open for you, your family, and also private planes and recruiting and the ability to take your thing to the next level. It's like all those things he has to listen to. It's been happening in the last couple of years. He's remained loyal to Cincinnati, which I think is very admirable, and I respect the shit out of it. He's an Ohioan. That's how Ohioans are, and that's what it would be. But he's going to have to hear that at some point, and I assume a lot of people are going to be knocking, AJ. Honestly, I assume a lot of people are going to be knocking.
Yeah. I mean, they already have. That's the thing. And I just wonder what it would take for him to leave Cincinnati. It would have to be a lot. I don't know what job it would be. There's got to only be a couple. And I'm not sure. I've tried to ask him in the past, too. He's real cagey about that. But I would like to see him someday go to the NFL as well. Yeah, they're doing all right now, though. Yeah. Ryan Day's doing okay.
And then that drum major.
They got a lot of good players, man. There's a lot of good players on that team.
Yeah, Ohio State's really awesome to watch. I'm happy they buried Indiana. I was sitting up on that desk. on game day. Talking about this Ohio State team hasn't really. I'm reading off scores: 71-14. Okay, 51-20. I'm like, what are we? Because 40 mile an hour winds against Northwestern. They didn't hang 50 on them. Like, what are we? What are we even talking about here? What is? There might be two Big Ten schools in that CFP. From what I've been told, TCU, I've picked against them every single time. I really like your team. I mean, I compliment them a lot. Mm-hmm. That was a massive win against Texas. I'm going to have to change my tune on that entire thing. But TCU, they're going to go, hey, there's a very good chance they go undefeated through this whole thing. They're going to be in there. Let's assume LSU Georgia is going to happen. If LSU wins that, okay, LSU wins, Georgia's going to be in because they only have one loss. LSU with 2 losses is going to be in. They're the SEC champion. Georgia's going to be in. Then there's going to be an undefeated Big Ten, undefeated Big 12, and a Michigan or Ohio State available, and a Tennessee sitting there, and maybe USC, who has one loss in the Pac-12. And there's 4 spots. From the beginning, doomed. From the beginning. I wasn't there for that a couple years back whenever it went to the CFP in 2014 or whatever. I wasn't here for that. But, doomed. The discussion is doomed regardless, and I can't wait to continue to do it right there on game day every single Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, this honestly is the year where it'd be perfect if there were 8 teams available because there's going to be 2 or 3 teams that have a legitimate gripe like, hey, this is bullshit, we're not in, and they're not going to get in.
Michigan played Colorado State, Hawaii, Toledo.
UConn?
UConn, they played UConn, who turned into a wagon. Yeah. But still not very respected in the social clout conversation just yet, maybe in a couple years. So if they lose to Ohio State, and it's in Columbus, and it's a close game, let's say they're battling against Ohio State, it's going to be easy for the CFP the committee to be like, they played Colorado State, Hawaii, Toledo, like, what are we even? But then you look at other teams, there's bad teams in everybody's schedule. It's like, I don't know how they're going to figure it out. I have no idea. Currently, Big Ten at number 2 and number 3, SEC at 1, Big 12 at 4. It is fascinating watching this kind of work, the engine, the machine kind of go about doing what it's doing from the position I'm in right now, AJ.
Yeah, especially like when you lose, doesn't that seems to matter a lot as well. Like, when did your team lose? And I don't know what's going to happen. The committee hopes that whatever. I don't know that they hope it clears itself out, but this year doesn't look like it's going to clear itself up. Like Ty said, there's going to be multiple teams with legit gripes. I feel like
LSU beats Georgia, and I'm not saying they will. Georgia seems to be fucking awesome. Yeah, they got a 25-year-old quarterback who's very comfortable. Their team is loaded with stars. They dominated Tennessee. That score is like 29-13 or something. It was not that close. It was like torrential downpour. I understand that probably affected Tennessee. I got a lot of love for Tennessee. Everybody knows I got a lot of love for Tennessee. But Georgia is the reigning champs with a lot of experience for a reason. So I'm not saying that they'll lose to LSU. But if LSU, with Daniels a quarterback who is very gifted on the ground and through the air, they get a win, it is going to be fucking wild. And I can't wait to just sit there and be like, so you're telling so many. So you're telling me so many of those. So I'll be able to say so many of those, and I honestly can't wait for it.
Well, in Tennessee's, that's the other team. Like if Georgia runs the table and they win the SEC championship, and Tennessee's only losses to the number one team in the country, then are they going to put Tennessee in?
Yeah, and if they put Tennessee in, who has one loss, will they also put in any other one-loss teams from any other schools like Michigan or Ohio State? Is there going to be two from Big Ten, which it couldn't be because there's two from the SEC, and you got an undefeated Big 12 team still rolling. So it is.
To his point, I mean, if Georgia stays one and there's a one-loss Tennessee and a one-loss Michigan, Tennessee's loss is Georgia, Michigan's was to Ohio State. SEC always trumps Big Ten in the committee's eyes. Normally, it'll be Tennessee.
So Georgia has Mississippi State, then they got Kentucky, and then they got Georgia Tech to get into the championship against LSU or whatever. So it doesn't look like they're going to lose. Okay, going forward. No offense to Kentucky, no offense to Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech already has a new head coach or an interim head coach or whatever, so I don't think they're expecting it. Kentucky just got dog-walked, so that nobody expected that to happen, but they're at home, so maybe it'll be something difficult. Georgia's getting the SEC championship. Georgia's in the CFP.
Yeah.
There's one slot already gone, whether they win or lose. If they win, then it is going to become – they just lost to Vandy. I think Kentucky just lost to Vandy.
At home.
So think about this. What if Georgia slips
one of
these games against Kentucky or Georgia Tech? Not that they will, but what if they do?
Then it's
what the fuck happens?
It's fucked.
Because then they got a one loss to Vandy, and then Michigan will be like, we got one to Ohio. What do we even? What do we even talk? I mean, there is just so many things that could happen, and I wish everybody could be in the CFP.
Yeah, they're 23-point favorites against Kentucky. They'll be 40-point favorites against Georgia Tech.
So and then LSU at the end there.
Tennessee's gonna. I mean, I think the last two games that they have aren't very difficult.
No,
either,
yeah,
so
that's what a lot of people were saying, that Tennessee losing to Georgia was actually the best thing for them because now they don't have to go to the SEC championship and they might just by default get in.
And they won't have to be on last on film playing against, everybody thought it was going to be Bama, but now it's LSU.
Right.
Because when the CFP on that selection Sunday has to make their decision or whatever, what is the most fresh in their mind? Could have been a Tennessee loss, as opposed to 6 weeks ago, Tennessee loses to Georgia and they're able to put it up. There's humans making this decision. It's not an algorithm. It's not a thing or anything like that.
There's no clear cut, like black and white answers. Like there's questions for everything.
Yeah.
It's fucking humans talking though. Well, I think this team's better. Well, I think this team's better. And then
and then you're debating, you're debating like the one loss teams who their loss was to. There's
I've
a lot
heard
that goes into
hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of debate. It's like a jury back there. There'll be like a hung jury, that shit will happen, I guess. They're going to like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. discussing, and then finally somebody gives, and then when that person gives, they do interviews and they're like, well, we had this, and then there's always it's like a reality show, I guess. I can't wait. I'm just sitting there watching it and saying, so you're telling me.
Televise it all. Televise all.
They
should. For us. Let us see it. Let's hear the conversation.
Wait till Iowa beats Ohio State in the Big Ten championship.
Hell yeah.
Then what?
And one loss of Ohio State. Yeah.
What could happen? Like, what if something happens and something like that does happen?
It won't.
No, it won't.
Whoa.
So if something happens in the Big Ten, which it wasn't scheduled to happen basically all year. There's nothing scheduled for the Big Ten to happen until that last game, Ohio State, Michigan, being the only thing that matters. But if something happens, you're looking at 3 SEC teams.
Yeah.
In the CFP probably. So it's wild. Let's get to a break. We did a lot of college football.
Hell yeah. College football is awesome. And on the plus side, those other bowl games are going to be unbelievable.
Sure.
Michigan, Bama.
Yes.
We might get that.
There's a lot of.
How many are going to opt out if they're not in the playoffs? So how many players opt out?
We'll get to see the next generation of these teams. We'll be doing research for next year's college football season.
That's right.
In the bowl season.
Yep.
Incredible stuff. All right, look at us. We're a full show. Did you enjoy your time on Big Noon Kickoff? What, you're an ESPN football analyst. We got Megacast. You say, I'll go over to Fox. No big deal.
Yeah.
I just want to go see my brother
bastard.
Did he?
You heard the guy.
Was it the Tahoe?
His pad was made out of cement.
Was it the Tahoe?
Try not to fall flat on my face. The field I was on, it was like sleeting. I'm just trying to have some traction.
Well, you did. You had a good base. It was a good shot.
Wore your cleats. Shot. Yeah, what do you mean have traction?
Should have worn my cleats.
Hey, Bevo fucking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Bevo hit that cowboy.
To get you?
I was nowhere near Bevo.
Those horns are serious.
Serious stairs.
What do they tip to tip?
Well, the record down there is like 110 tip to tip. That's the fucking Texas Longhorn that won all the prizes.
Okay.
I don't think Bevo's 100. I think around 90.
Damn.
90, I believe.
It's a good number.
That's how they measure them, tip to tip. Longer to tip, the more expensive at the auction said fucking cow is.
Goddamn right.
Then I got yelled at. Oh, it's a bull, a cow. I'm getting yelled at for what I. Look at this cow.
Slow down.
I think every bull is a cow, but not every cow is a bull. I might be wrong, but
think
it's a
you're right
square
there.
rectangle thing. You know what I mean? I think it's
Male-female situation.
Is
Isn't
that
it?
like the story about the two bulls?
Well, old bull, young calf, sit atop a hill. They look down, and there's a bunch of young cows out there, women. And the young bull says to the old bull, let's run down there and procreate with one of those cows. And the old bull says, let's walk down there and procreate with them all. Patience leads you to a much more prosperous day.
Well said.
I was told that as a 17-year-old in a bar in Pittsburgh by a 35-year-old regular. It was interesting.
Nice.
It was at a yacht club.
Nice.
We were at a yacht club. We snuck in there.
Hell yeah.
Take it. Before we took a shot, I think I don't know.
Jameson?
I don't know if Vegas bomb was out yet. It was a bomb of some sort.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Did he disappear in like smoke after?
No, he turned his stool back around because it was.
Never saw him again.
We were not supposed to be in there. Obviously, we were very young. One of my mom's friends was in there. She was like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, to be honest, I don't know how we got in here. I don't know how we got in here. Didn't even get carded, but we figured we might as well get a drink or whatever. It was me and the Slar Monster in there, Chris, and we're just. We had a couple, you know. Start getting a little loose.
As you will.
Start giving some toast. You know, I'm 17-year-old kid giving a toast at this yacht club or whatever. This guy spins and says, "I got one." It was the full. It was
a great one.
It was the old bull, young bull thing. Yeah. I was like,
That blow your mind right there?
I said, "Here, oh hell yeah!" I probably gave a hell yeah or whatever, and one crazy. It was a good time.
You should Google. You ever heard of a Gomer? Google that during the break.
All right, I assume
Speaking
it's
of
something
cows.
terrible.
Nah,
so
that's weird.
I'm not going to do it.
No, it's a real thing. It's how they breed cows at times. Jordy told me about it, but yeah, I know you're going to a break.
Yeah, we are going to break, and I don't know if we need to hear about bopping cows, but I guess that is something we can all be a little bit more educated on. We are going out to Montana this weekend.
Yeah.
Hopefully, can't wait to see all the Montanans. The Brawl of the Wild. The Brawl of the Wild.
It's a great name. It's a great name.
It is a great name. Tough to get out. Pittsburgh accent, if you really.
Yeah, it really is.
Brawl of the Wild. How about Chris Fowler and me going to a peekaboo bar, not a speakeasy, a peekaboo bar?
What's the difference?
So,
You don't get it.
to be honest, I don't know. This
You're
was
right.
awesome. It was fucking awesome. I'd never met, I'd met Fowler in passing, but the game him and Kirk call, normally in a different city than College Game Day, but Kirk and Fowler know each other well. Kirk and Fowler get along very well. Me and Kirk also get along. So I think Kirk has said a lot of things to Fowler and to me about, hey, you two need to meet each other. You should meet each other. So they're calling TCU, Texas, first time really in the same town as where we are. So Fowler, I get a text on Friday night from Fowler. It's like, are you passed out or are you still up and at him or whatever? He was leaving an event he went to. And I was like, I'm finished on my study. What's going on? And we decide we're going to get a drink in the lobby. We're staying in the same hotel. Hotel was interesting. We're staying in the same hotel. Hotel had a toilet in the same shower, in the shower. I had somebody tweet me, oh, look, Pat has lost his touch. I've been traveling since I'm 12 years old. My dad was a fucking truck driver. I have never seen a hotel or motel where the toilet was in the shower. Now, if you're saying that I lost touch with everything, cool. But when I was staying at shitty hotels, toilet was not in the shower. So I don't know where you're staying, sir, that tweeted me that and called me a sellout or whatever. You should not be staying there. There are other cheap options that do not have that. With that being said, the hotel was very nice and uppity and everything like that. Tiny little room. Uppity, real nice. It was just an experience or whatever. Only have to sleep there. Let's keep it moving. So we're going to go down to the lobby, get a drink whenever he comes back. I'm like, cool. I'll take an Advil PM. Then I'll go downstairs, have a drink with Chris Fowler. I'm fucking drinking with Chris Fowler. This is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Then I'll go upstairs. I'll pass out. We get lobby bars closed. Lobby bars closed.
Uh-oh.
They say, don't fret. And I don't know if they told Fowler this or if Fowler knew this from all his years of travel. He said, there's a little secret bar around the corner we can go to if you want to. I'm like, secret bar with Chris Fowler. Yes.
Yeah. Sign me up.
I would like to, even though it took Advil PM, was a little late, have to be up early. This was a moment, like I mentioned earlier, I'm one of those, yeah, let's do it type of people, always have been. It has got me in some trouble, I will say, but normally incredible experiences. So we go to this bar, fucking, little digits on the outside. The outside of it had a sign for a floppy disk store. Big sign, floppy disks being sold here, like old school with a computer thing on the
Those are
outside.
Oregon Trail.
And then there's yeah, exactly. Then there's a little keypad and then the fucking door. So Fowler walks up to the keypad, starts punching in a number. Okay, bam, 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 bam. Door comes open. Guy got a flip up bill, good beard, appears to be, classic hipster. He's security though. He goes, what are you doing? To Fowler. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. I feel like I'm in high school again. And the guy's like, what's the code or whatever? And Fowler says the code that he either knew or had. And the guy goes, that's not the code anymore. There's a new code. And I'm like, this is fucking tough. This is not something I want to be a part of. And then the guy recognizes Fowler, looks over, he sees me, recognizes me. He goes, McAfee, you want to come in here? I'm like, with him. They're like, come on in. So we get in there, okay? Open door. Door is blacked out completely. Can't see in there. You open it up. We walked into a horror film, okay? Small little area, DJ in the back, skulls as lights. Skulls as lights. The original chainsaw from Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the wall in the back.
Badass.
Okay? A lot of super cool looking people in there. Really cool hair. Really cool everything when we walked in. I had a little like, oh shit, I was just in bed. I was literally just in bed.
Yeah.
15 minutes ago. Now I'm in this secret horror film speakeasy, I thought at the time, with Chris Fowler. So walk in there. Everybody's really nice to us. They got swings as the seats at the bar. Swing.
Sweet.
It's a little small, so they brought down swings. They were all packed. There was a bunch of like suites, like seats in the back around the corner there. And we're like, all right, we'll just get a drink. We'll sit down and kind of get to know each other. DJ pumping music. Live music capital of the world. They got a DJ in there.
Mixing it
Don't know
up.
how I thought about it.
Super loud?
Loud. We're very, very loud. Probably should a little bit. Fowler was making some hilarious observations. Nobody in here wants this music to be this loud. It was like, listen to him. He's an incredibly cool guy. I got an old fashioned. I ordered a Bud Light. We don't have that here, obviously. Top 3 mixology bar in all of Texas. So I said, so I'm supposed to order an old fashioned, I think, right? They were like, that's a good drink. Okay, so I order old fashioned. He gets a drink. We have a drink. We sit down. We start bullshitting. Fowler's fucking awesome. This dude is a G. Not only the fact he texted me and said, hey, you want to go have a drink late night on Friday or whatever, but also getting to chat with him for like an hour. We chatted for like an hour and 15 minutes in there. Full convo. Then we want to leave. $70 for those 2 drinks.
Jesus.
Obviously, they were delicious. Fowler picked up the tab. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you,
man.
Fowler.
Good
Thank
man.
you, Chris. It was worth every sip, you know what I mean? And then as he's signing out, because it's dark in there, so it's like not easy, I go outside, I start talking to another one of the bouncers who informs me it's not a speakeasy, it's a peekaboo bar, floppy disk on the outside, redheaded stepchild on the inside, a horror film bar on the inside, computer store on the outside. I was like, oh, sweet, sweet. So I started telling Fowler that, and then he walked.
That is awesome.
It was a whole thing. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. So then obviously I lead off game day with that. I lead game day with that. Fowler comes later, and he goes, Pat, Fight Club. What are we doing? What are we doing? And I'm not leading off college game day with that whole thing. I'm like, it was so cool. He's just know that Fowler, really fucking cool dude. Really, really cool guy.
I believe it.
Not a robot, a human. And I had a hell of a night in a peekaboo bar with Fowler that had skulls as lights around the whole thing. It was quite a scene. Austin was awesome. It was fantastic. And I enjoyed the hell out of myself. It was cold as fuck there, though. I did not expect that. 30s. It was like 30s.
Friday.
A bit rare for I'm sure they were freaking out, weren't they?
No, the Texas people all seemed to be like, this is what happens, because they had bad humidity all week. It was like thick.
Oh, they had like their whole grid shut down last winter, didn't they,
Yes.
when they had a terrible ice storm?
Yeah.
They had lost power for a long time.
I think it happens in Dallas, too, a lot. I think that happened with the Super Bowl, right? The whole thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I guess they had real bad humidity, thick, hot, terrible, too hot. And then this storm comes in from the north and basically breaks that up. And it kind of like they have a couple of these throughout the fall and into the winter, from what I've been told. So expected, but certainly cold as fuck. I did not expect it. Saturday, I did not have the clothes to be as cold as it was early. My nose was running so bad, I almost dropped into a microphone while I was talking one time. I'm like, it's going to be a tough go. But it was fun, man. I enjoyed the hell out of it. TCU got a big win. In the men's basketball program down there in Texas.
Yeah.
We're cutting nets this year, bub.
Oh,
We got Gonzaga Wednesday night. Let's go, boys. Huh?
Come on, hook 'em.
Come on, boys.
Big game.
I was at the men's basketball facility for like 2.5, 3 hours on Friday as well before I went to Fowler's little peekaboo bar. It was amazing. It was quite a Friday. I love that.
Good weekend.
Yeah.
I was putting up fucking shots.
Jumper
in that
looked good.
facility. They were coaching me up a little bit. They were coaching me up.
Oh, you tweaked some things?
Yeah, I changed some things,
Oh.
I got to stay. They said a guy named Creative. It's his name.
His name
That's
is
his nickname. His nickname's Creative.
God-given?
I don't know. No, I think Creative was his nickname. I don't know his actual name. He used to play at Texas. Now he's a GA.
Lights out.
This dude. 5'10" Mexican dude, I do believe. If I was listening to what everybody else was saying about him accurately, I did not say that. And he just, as soon as that ball gets in his hand, he's like right out. That ball is splash, splash. I'm like, why are you not in the NBA? I'm so confused. He said, you got to be able to do more than just shoot threes or whatever, I'm like, well, let's fucking work on some other stuff.
Yeah, what? I didn't know that.
This dude was unbelievable, but all the GAs were incredibly nice. There's a dude named Dirty. He was the original guy that got me into there. I think he's a fan of the program. Appreciate you, sir. You're a good man. All the GAs were nice. I love that team. I love that Texas basketball team. I offered up $35,000 to every player. We win a national championship.
Here we go.
Nice.
35
How'd you come up with that number?
So I was sitting in their locker room, and they were coaching them up, and they went through. I know the game plan against Gonzaga on Wednesday.
Okay.
I feel good about it. It's early. All teams are going to have to grow.
Sure.
They just beat Houston Baptist by like 50 or something on Thursday night. Next game's on Wednesday, Gonzaga. Gonzaga just played Michigan State 1-1 on a carrier.
Yep.
On
Friday.
That was awesome.
Such a good game.
It was awesome.
Watch that game with the coaching staff. Obviously, I
game.
did. Watch the game on Friday with the coaches. Sat through their entire meeting after their practice on what the plan was against Gonzaga. I like our plan. I like what we're doing. And then Coach Beard went up and started talking. Gave me a shout out. I'm just sitting in the back kind of with all the other coaches bullshitting. Give me a shout out. He starts talking. Great speech. I forgot what it was like to be like in one of those rooms in college where you got to talk about everything happening in the city and distractions and what's on the line. The way he laid it out to his team, I was like, oh, makes sense why this guy fucking wins. Like, I enjoyed it. And then towards the end of it, I'm like, oh, he's going to ask me to say something. So I started doing the math around the room. I'm like, how many people are here? How many people are here? I'm like, $20,000 they win a national championship. I start doing the math. I'm like, well, that's a little light. 16, 15, I think I'd do 35,000. Pat, you got anything to say? $35,000 every player in here. You guys win a national championship. Place goes crazy. Obviously, the GAs then obviously ask, like, what about the GAs? I'm like, all right, we'll figure that out. So we got a team. We got Gonzaga on Wednesday. I like our game plan, and I'm very appreciative of all the hospitality that team has shown me. And that was my first week on game day, Texas. And they invited me to practice, and I met the team, talked to the team, went into their offices, bullshitted with all the coaches. I was like, oh, this is what game day is every single week.
Yeah.
This is what game day is going to be every single week. Of course I'll do that. Like, hey, you want to go to our practice? Yeah,
absolutely.
of course I want to go to your practice. Hey, you want to go to me? Yeah, of course I want to do that. That is not how game day is at all. They were the first team that I was a part of, and they're an anomaly. It's not like that at all. So it's like, I appreciate the hell out of them. I do.
I mean, you're basically on the team. Are you a player coach? What are you?
Oh, yeah, you still have eligibility?
Yeah, well, I'm a coach. I don't have eligibility. I'm a coach on the team.
Say you've been working on your jumper, though. You made a few adjustments.
Yeah, well, I got to stay in. A creative told me, stay in it.
Stay in the pocket. Stay in the pocket.
No, he said, after I shoot, I'm trying to move. Don't move. Make the shot. Basically. It was good coaching. He's like, hey, stay in it. Stay
Yeah, they don't go for offensive rebounds. Don't they get back on D?
Well, that's what I normally do, too. I'm normally, and then I'm back on D or
That's
whatever.
right.
He was like, stay in it. Stay. I'm like, you got it. Did the Ray Allen drill, did the Larry Bird drill.
Yeah.
What?
Did a little buzzer beater situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to up my coaching game because if I get offered a head coaching job, of a men's basketball team, I want to say I earned
Have to take it.
Pacers.
Because I was at Texas before there was paint on their fucking practice facility the first time I was there. Now they're all moved in. I just want to make sure I'm deserving of that opportunity if it ever shows up, and I'm trying to put the work in. All right, let's get to a break. Too much college talk. We appreciate college sports. Too much college basketball talk. Texas winning the national championship. Discussion is over.
Oh, yeah.
College football was great with Luke Fickell. On the other side, we got to run the horn of everything that happened in the NFL. Wrap up this beautiful Overreaction Monday. Go on Twitter. Some Overreaction Monday tweets from folks around the NFL fandom and universe. We didn't even talk about how awesome Germany was. Can't wait to dive into that and more. Take 5. And I'm going to say this place is glorious, absolutely beautiful. There it is. We had a little drizzle earlier in
You know where I come from. Rain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey. They make whiskey in Tennessee, so I think the rain is making the whiskey. What? That's being drank all over. Good old Rocky Top. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Give me the Volunteers, Luke Bryan. Sorry about it, Under. Tennessee, a team of destiny. In Luke Bryan's fight.
It's the first time with this rivalry. Both teams have been good in a long time. What was your message to the team this year, and essentially an elimination game this week?
Well, hunt with a purpose. That's the biggest thing, is we want to go out and play aggressive. They're coming to our house. We had to go to their place last year, and it was wild and crazy. We wanted to be crazy today, want them to affect the game, and our guys know our best game's ahead of us. So we're hoping it's this one.
Hell yeah, Coach.
Hell yeah.
Legs crossed.
Alan Ryan
What do we have here? Look at that.
Listen to this.
Go for it. Baloney from this man's grill.
It's on his nose. They dropped it on his nose. No, it's everywhere.
Bombing from football.
Oh my God. Bad sandwiches going everywhere.
Last week against NC State.
Oh no,
Bear.
Oh no.
No, Bear, a graphic just came up on the screen.
Here's the deal.
I didn't know you had
0-3. Here's the deal. I'm an idiot. I'm terrible.
What's your column record? That's all they need to know.
33 and 16.
33 and 16.
And that's what I'm saying. All these
Dominating.
games early
What's
in the
that?
week that I'm
That's his
writing off,
column
I'm doing
record.
great. By the time I get to Saturday, I'm like talking myself off, picking terrible games. It's terrible. I'm doing a terrible
Get out of your
job.
own head, Bear.
I'm a good handicapper and a bad better.
Not a lot of people see the column.
That's what bothers me.
Their offense is pretty sophisticated. Here you have a classic bunch set, crack toss to the right. Pin guy, pin and pull. Running back gets out behind. Darnell Washington,
big boy.
6'7", 270. Pick up 15 to 20 yards. Remember, the tight end was lined up right behind the tackle there. Let's flip the side. Same exact formation. What are they going to do? Crack toss, pin and pull. Fake the toss, and it allows a high-low route, which Florida has to operate on, and the best tight end in the country is wide open. It's that type of stuff that they do that the anonymous coach pointed out, that it's high-level football that they've been able to do against everybody.
Attaboy, kid. Nice. Nicely done.
I got
First
a little
tape.
film.
First tape right there. First tape.
I did some football talk.
Mom, look, I did it.
You ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Every morning you gotta wake up, man, feeling blessed. Another opportunity. Do it for your brother. Do it for the name on the back of that jersey, man. Go out there and make prayer.
Mom's birthday is 2 days. It's like an early birthday present for her. We're gonna shine.
We're gonna party when we win, okay? Church work. Make them feel like they can't get out. It's up to us. Remember what we do and why we do it. And stick together. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go!
3rd and goal from the 1. Bears lead 22-21, 2.5 minutes to go. There was that! Cousins on the spring! Touchdown!
We just got in because of you, bud. You got us in, bud.
Fires across the middle. Andrews has it at the 5. Turns and he's in for a touchdown!
You were too wide open. I ain't had to shoot and run and do right now.
Yoga, how do you come in so low and still keep your balance?
I don't know. That's impressive. I just try not to think about it.
Miller has another sack, his 4th as a Buffalo Bill.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go to stop here. It gotta be us. It gotta be us.
3rd down and 2.
Gino scrambles out of the pocket.
And Cam Jordan is gonna sling him down.
Yes! Yes, sir!
Snap back. Here comes the blindside rush. Jalen Ramsey, Dex Cooper rush.
I got it! I got it, big bro! You see I finally got me a sack?
Yes.
That was the first one of my career, huh? That was a good one, huh?
Yeah, fumble too.
He fumbled? Hell yeah. It's because you did that podcast this week. You know, we should do it. We should do it every week. Nah, congrats, my boy.
I mean, you sent me a pay stub. You got a deal.
I'm trying to hit rare. Rare is my new. You can be good. You can be great. You can be legendary. But somewhere in there,
You can be rare, elite, legendary. Rare encompasses all of it.
Yeah, let's pray first. We haven't done the prayer. You're absolutely right. Yeah, well, we got to wait on our head ball coach. He's right behind you. How you doing?
We came on the road, and we're leaving here with the mission accomplished. All right? Mission's accomplished.
You fight your asses off, okay? Find a way, and it's got to be so much better, okay? Starting with us, okay, and then all the way down to each and every player.
I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of the fight. I'm so proud of the effort. I'm so proud of the fact that you stuck together.
Hey, great team win. I love you.
Dude, I love this team, man.
Cowboys on three. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
Hey,
Why?
let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it. AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Boston.
Welcome back to the program. It is Overreaction Monday, November 14th, 2022. Hour 3 here at the FanDuel Thunderdome begins right about now. Football! We are 26 minutes into Hour 3. We might as well launch this hour right now. I believe something fell into my right eyeball during the break. Everything will be fine. This is called adversity. This is called a little bit of perseverance. This is a little bit of grit to get through an entire conversation about the NFL Week 10 NFL Sunday slate. Cannot wait to dive into more. To my left, your right is the Super Bowl champion, AJ Hawk. The Talks and Tables here at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. One half of the Hammer, Dahn. Cowboys Tone Diggs is here. All the boys in the back. We can't thank you enough for joining us. We talked to Jeff Saturday, interim head coach of the interim head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Jeff Saturday, who's undefeated after beating the Raiders yesterday, and Luke Fickell, head coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats. Can't thank them enough for taking time out of their day to chat with us. Now, it is time to chit-chat about something that happened yesterday that has never happened before. Although the World League had a couple teams in the particular country of Deutschland, the NFL had never traveled there and put on a real meaningful game in front of all the people that follow along with the NFL from that country and countries surrounding it. Obviously, there's a big military presence in Germany, and obviously that can be the excuse for why it is so popular there. But I don't believe it's just the military folk. I believe the country of Germany loves the game of American football. If you see Bjorn Werner, who has the Football Bromance Show, former teammate of mine, biggest podcast in Germany about the NFL, he filled up a fucking arena on Friday night before the game, had an entire celebration of the league, and I don't think that was military folk. I believe that was a lot of Germans saying, Guten Tag and Guten Morgen, Danke schön, go NFL, whatever they say, don't want to mock the thing. And that was awesome. They need to take more games to Germany. Germany needs to be the home of big games continually going forward. Their fans showed up. They were excited about everything. They stayed long after the game ended. I assume they walked right down one of their cobblestone streets to Hofbrauhaus, which is down the road from where the Bayern München Stadium is. That was an amazing way to start the Sunday slate. I think Germany showed out. I think they showed up. I got to meet this guy whose name is Crow. He had a little football helmet with a
sweet
Batman. He crushed it. Honestly, I was talking to my wife on FaceTime because I was still passed out in bed, laying in bed. She was on the other side of the house doing something. She needed to show me something on whether or not I wanted to keep it, and I'm FaceTiming with her, and this dude popped up on the screen. I go, whoop, need a camera. So sorry. Need to take a picture of this. And she goes, of what? I go, I don't know how to describe. I honestly don't know how to describe what I'm talking about right now, Sam, but it's a guy wearing a helmet with a visor with some ears and his name's Crow, okay? You would never understand German artists, but I appreciated Germany for being so fantastic yesterday. I'm thankful that the NFL went there. The rumor of however many millions of people trying to get 70,000 tickets, and they showed up, showed out, and fucking amen, thank you to the Germans for doing that. That was a cool environment yesterday, and obviously Tom Brady gets the win alongside the Buccaneers over the Seahawks.
Yeah, it all seemed to add up. for the perfect game, not only to be in Germany, but also to kick off the rest of the slate, like the rest of the day. But yeah, the fact that the fans are staying there late, they're singing. I mean, it was just a super special environment. I know I texted you. I was pumped to see Tom Brady pumped to win a football game. Yeah. Like, he's won so many games, and there's always the expectation you're going to win the Super Bowl every single year. He's had some adversity this year. I was like, man, it was cool to see they get that when he realized, all right, the game is in hand, watching him dap up and give hugs and headbutt all of his teammates. Like, it's about time. Like, you should enjoy every win. Like, it sucks that you have to go through a bunch, or I should say at least on the field, and he has everything else going on to actually enjoy it. But yeah, like, that's why you play. It's fun. You want to win games with your teammates.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to enjoy. And Mac Brown told us whenever he was talking about his time at coaching Texas, he said the pressure got so great that when they won, it was a relief, and when they lost, it was devastating. That happens with players and coaches in the NFL as well. You win, yeah, you're supposed to win. So let's fucking go ahead.
I still got a game next week, buddy. Don't worry. Don't get too excited. I'm like, I'm not even off the field yet. Can I smile?
Doesn't everybody say how hard it is to win? Hey, it's hard to win a game. And that's what, remember, everybody says it's hard to win a game. It's hard to win a game. Let's enjoy this a little bit. You're right. It looked like a sense of relief from Tom Brady. I think we saw that after last week's game where he said, that was awesome. That was fucking awesome. Unprompted. To begin the press conference, he said that. You thought maybe could that lead into the rest of the season for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC South? They're 500. They're leading the division, so it was nice to see them get a win. I have not given up on the Seattle Seahawks. I still think the Seattle Seahawks are a great team. I love what they're doing. I appreciate their story. I like Pete Carroll, love Geno Smith and the success he's having. I'm not giving up on the Seahawks, but that felt like a game, and I think we both picked the Bucs. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we did. That felt like a game with Tom Brady getting a chance to do something he's never done before, do something that nobody in the NFL has ever done before, win a game in Germany. That can not only wake up Tom, look at Julio. Yeah. Julio Jones shows up. The entire team, and, you know, I know White talked about it 2 weeks ago where he had forgotten about how hard it is to make it into the NFL and how not everybody's in the NFL. When you go do something for the first time ever in your league's history and you get a chance to experience something and nobody else has really experienced, that can kind of put in perspective how big what you're doing is. That can kind of make you appreciate and respect what you got going on a little bit more, and I think that's why we both like the Buccaneers in this particular situation. But whenever you talk about Tom Brady, in this season, missing 11 days in training camp, unannounced to the world, I guess Bowles knew, missing a walkthrough on Saturday morning, going through everything he's going through publicly. His ex-wife now already has a new boyfriend. He's a jiu-jitsu teacher. That make you ask a lot of questions, and there ain't nothing Tom can do because old cuz can break all of his very pliable arms if he really wanted to. Right. It's just, I'm happy for Tom as well. I'm happy for the Bucs. I'm happy for Tom. I wish he would have got to go moss that guy whenever he slipped on the pass like he said he was going to do. Interesting play call, up 14-3 in the third quarter. Could have been cool. Tom trips another person, kicks another person, seemingly his move. He is a bit European, likes his soccer, but I am if he lands on Tom's leg right there, that's not good. They were talking about how slick it was, the grass, which came immediately after a conversation about every stadium should be grass. I'd like to think about their thoughts on grass after Sunday yesterday in the Bayern München Stadium, but I enjoyed that game. Happy for Tom. And they need to put a couple games in Germany every year. Michael Dixon and Jake Camarda put on I completely forgot about this. I am so sorry, Camarda. He hit a 64-yard fucking fair catch out of his own end zone right here. Okay, 14-0, end of the second quarter. He's in his own end zone, 64-yard fair catch. A lot of people said, the guy shouldn't have fair caught it. Who cares? The returner put his head like this and was like, I probably won't be able to return this. So he gets a fair catch. The ball has to be hit so high and so far to be fair caught. If you get a fair catch over 50 yards, it's great. If you get a 60-yard fair catch, people are like, this dude is a stud. A 64-yard fair catch is fucking demolished. He murders the ball. He has quickly climbed the ranks alongside A.J. Cole of Vegas and Tommy Townsend of the Chiefs of having, I think, the best punting in the league right now, in the game right now. Guys that can hit balls that nobody else can hit. Camarda started out bad. I think he was rushing. I think he was worried. I think he was trying to get it off too quick. He was in his own head. He has settled in here over the last 5 weeks. Murders the football. That was awesome to see. Dixon put on a show. He was pinning them deep. I mean, it was, in my eyes, the best start to a Sunday slate in the history of Sunday slates. Yeah. And I think it's a lot to do with Country Roads, take me home to the place I belong. Shout out to the Germans singing an absolute banger from John Denver. But the fans over there, and everybody talks about all the soccer fans, the hooligans, are like much better fans than in America. And I tend to believe that is correct, mostly because the sport that they cheer for doesn't have a lot of action, so they have to create their own action with chants and songs and energy and flares and fights and, absolute insanity, because the game of soccer is a little bit more slower paced. Now, soccer's our sport now. Sorry about it. About to go win the fucking soccer Lombardi in the World Cup. But their fans have always been incredible. Soccer fans have always been notoriously amazing. And in England, I think we've experienced it. But in Germany, the way they went the entire game, the energy they had, the excitement they had, the noise, the vibe, it felt like it was a big fucking game. It felt like the environment was real. And I can't thank the, hey, Dankeschön to the Deutschlanders over there for sure in Germany.
And in terms of more games being there, like that tweet came out that that game already outperformed like every London game that they've ever had in terms of like selling more merchandise and like league pass and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you can tell they absolutely love it. And in terms of like the fans, it seems like, and this just from watching it, like they're happy drunks over there. Like, cause like the beers they're getting are bigger and everything, but like that kind of fuels the.
They've been drinking since they're 14.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas,
all of them.
Whereas like, what we always see on home games, like there's people who, drink 4 tall boys of Bud Light and then just start getting into fights in the stands. Like over there, they're hammering beers and instead they're singing, and it's kind of just like a more happy environment. And Godwin said after the game, and obviously he's not going to shit on the experience, but he was looking up into the crowd and he was just like, this is unbelievable. Like, it did feel much different than a London game. He was like, I'm just so grateful that I got to be a part of this experience because this is unlike anything I've ever done. And watching it, like, that really did translate. It really did feel much different than just, another fucking London game, between two teams who kind of stink. Like, it did. It felt like a playoff game or like a heightened atmosphere, which I don't know if I was really expecting that.
So we saw the NFL Network team go to the Hofbrauhaus in Munich, in the square down there, and have a great time. Steve Mariucci at the end of the video says, "It's the greatest night of my life." He's lost his voice.
Big time.
He has this massive, I don't think it was a beer stein, because the stein, I think, has the top thing on it. Massive mug of beer in the Lederhosens or whatever. And he says, "This is the greatest night of my life." Yeah. Steve Mariucci has 5 kids. He has 5 kids. So this is the greatest night of my life. I think everybody that went over there enjoyed it. I've been to Germany a few times to play soccer. I'd also taken a trip over there. It is the nicest country, out of all the countries I've been to, the nicest country to Americans, I will say, that I have ever been to. You drop me into a place, you can find out quickly how they feel about Americans. I am the biggest, the dumbest American that people will ever see. I obviously wear jorts and a tank top, and people look at me and go, "Oh, big dumb Yankee right there." So you can tell how countries feel about Americans as a whole just by dropping me into the middle of it. Now, I will say that's probably evolved a little bit. We're a little bit more popular in some of these countries that I have visited to in the past, and I can't wait to get back to them. Germany, when I played soccer there. Germany, when I took a trip there. Germany, whenever we traveled through there and saw everything, the people were the nicest. And I honestly believe this, and the Germans aren't going to want this to be brought up because I did see some people bring it up, but because of what happened in Germany, I feel like the German people, and I might be saying this, but I think a lot of people would agree with me that went there, almost feel like they owe the world, almost like, that's how nice they are. That's how nice they were. It's like they feel, I don't want to say feel bad, but like want to like go over the top to be like, "Hey, listen, probably what a lot of people have experienced with, the Germans is from your classrooms and history books." That's what it feels like almost when I've been over there, every single time I've been over there. And I'm so happy that the NFL is having success over there, because that gives us a reason to
continue.
Take show over there. Take show
Didn't
over
it feel
there
like
for a while.
It felt like their crowd wanted to go over the top two to let everyone know how excited they were. It's like when you, like a big rock band's in, or a musician you want to see, and they're like, "Oh, what's up, Cincinnati," or whatever. Like, a lot of crowds want to be a crowd that musician might remember out of their 50 stops in that
come
tour.
back.
Yeah, that's what it felt like Germany was.
Yeah, after the game when they were sticking around singing. Now, who knows if they would do that nonetheless, but I think they are a very passionate NFL fan base over there, and they're like, "Listen, we need to show, if you get one of these tickets, Okay? A lot of people trying to get one of these tickets. But if you get one of these tickets, we need to fucking show the NFL that this is a country that is an NFL country, and they certainly did that. And shout out to Bjorn. I think Bjorn is a massive part of that whole thing, honestly. Bjorn Werner, former Florida State legend, former Indianapolis Colt teammate of mine. He has a podcast over there that is strictly NFL talk. Strictly huge over there. Massive community. He sold out a fucking arena. They had an arena sold out on Friday. Bjorn Werner sold out an arena in Munich on Friday.
Was it like a live podcast, or what did he do?
Live podcast. They had a couple of days.
Good for him.
An arena they sold out over there. So I saw that. I saw the game. I saw the afterwards. I saw it during. I'm like, Germany hit a fucking home run.
Yeah.
Hit a fucking home run, and we are very grateful for it. And look for this show to probably be live in Munich, Germany, in the foreseeable future, if I had to guess.
Hell yeah.
If I had to guess. I've been looking for a reason to get back because it is a good time. That's the place I found myself in a rave.
Yeah.
Found myself in a rave. I had a little bit too many beers at the Hofbrauhaus.
Right.
Walked around a little bit, and then all of a sudden,
Were you by yourself?
one of the locals that we had. It's interesting when you go on some of those trips. There's like different ways to go about it. When we were doing soccer, there was like a couple of locals that like if we want to go eat, we travel with them because not everybody they speak English. Everybody speaks English over there. They don't even. I think everybody's pretty open to do it. And I'm sure there's small towns where people hate fucking Americans that I did not experience. So I apologize for kind of generalizing there. But normally you like kind of get linked up with somebody who is your liaison almost. Like, hey, we're looking to do this. Okay, this is a place. I know this person there. I could do this. So I was with said person, and we were having it was a full on
going.
Like, holy shit! All right, I gotta get. What time is it? All right, I gotta get out of here. But I've had the food over there is good. The beer's good.
Okay.
It's
I
good.
love the beers they serve in the stadium out of the big mugs. Like those are sweet.
So every local town or bar or whatever, like they brew their own shit. You could basically get your own beer from almost every place you go to over there. Like what they brew. And everybody says they like warm beer over there. It's not warm. It's like room temp.
Ooh.
And it is their beer is so good.
You can drink it faster.
Yeah,
that way.
easier to put down quicker.
And it tastes, it has like a good taste to it. It is. Congrats, Germany.
They should make sure they do it during Oktoberfest next year.
So that's when we are going to attempt to.
Like that would just for the NFL, like that would make perfect sense. They should have 2 games, and it should be around when Oktoberfest is.
See, I don't know. I think Oktoberfest is like a 2-week span, I think, or maybe a week long, 10 days. I forget exactly how long it is. It's always in the middle. I don't think they should do football games same time as that, though.
What about like the tail end? Like close it out, kind of. Close out
Or kick off.
Yeah, one of the two.
I think it should be around October. I don't think in the middle, though, because I do believe like it's like
people flock.
It's like everybody is there for that. Not that you would want to not have a football game in the middle of a festival. You would. But I think like it would be properly timed. What is that?
This week it was September 17th to October 3rd, which is like week 2 of the season. What they do?
A little early. So 2 weeks, yeah. 2. It's a long one.
Mm-hmm.
They're drunk in a park. It's a big fucking parking lot.
Yeah.
That just turns into a. I've driven by it a few times. Like, hey, that's where Oktoberfest is. I'm like, Jesus. And they're like, yeah, it turns into a full festival or whatever. The Autobahn's sick. Just I'm remembering like Germany here as I go. I also want to. I saw somebody post about going to Dachau and to a couple other places. I've been over there, and it seems like the Germans are very like it is. It's a fascinating place. I think everybody should go. I think everybody should experience Germany if you can. Obviously, it's going to cost a lot of money and do all that type of stuff. But Germany, I think, showed up, and I'm happy for them as hell. And I'm thankful the NFL gave them a shot because, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of countries that are going to get games. Germany seemingly is locked in the fact that they're going to get one every single year forever going forward, and I love that.
Yeah, they should at least get 4 games. And, the
4 games is a lot of games.
But still, what does London have? London had 4 this year? 3?
3, 4, I don't know.
Like at least more than 1.
San Fran's heading to Mexico, right? Next season.
Yeah.
San Fran after Sunday Night Football. Let's dive into Germany. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the Sunday Night Football game last night because you're right. Kicking off the day in Germany with the way that went. Overtime game in the 1 o'clock games, which was the biggest game of the year, biggest game of the weekend by far. Overtime game in the 4 o'clock game, which is the biggest game in the 4 o'clock slate between Green Bay and Dallas. And then last night, Sunday Night Football, the San Francisco 49ers get a dub. Christian McCaffrey continues to be a focal point for that Niners team. Thinking like they didn't have Christian McCaffrey 3 weeks ago. And he is the guy for him.
Yeah.
He's catching the ball. He's running the ball. He's getting celebrated alongside his teammates. Jimmy G's making throws when he has to make some throws. This Niners team, if you talk about that defense and Fred Warner and the way they fly around, hey, big man, I like that. But this Niners team is that team that we all thought could maybe make a run. Adding Christian McCaffrey, like perfect piece. They needed it. They trade out Jeff, who's having success in Miami. But this Niners team seems to be a team that can go on a damn run. That's all I continue to notice whenever I'm watching them play football. It's like the Niners are in the top 5 teams right now in the NFL, I think.
Well, don't you think it's like, hey, don't let like the Niners just keep hanging around. People have thought, oh, they've fallen off at different times, like the little roller coaster they may get on. But the Niners are a team that, like, if they're healthy towards the end of the year, like, don't you feel pretty confident they're going to find a way to make some kind of run with what their defense can do? I know at times they haven't been as consistent, but man, when they're playing well, they are awesome on defense. And I mean, Jimmy G, Debo, get out of here. Kittle, like, they have so many weapons too.
And their defense was hot at the beginning, then it went down, and then they're kind of coming back. It is, it's a fun team to watch. I just got a text from my mother. She said, I don't know where the 0.01% Italian came from, but it didn't come from my side. You are 50% German, too. Don't you ever forget that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about it, Mom. I apologize for that. You're 100% right. I think there's some traits that potentially come from German folks that my mom and I both have. So you're 100% right, Mom. Can't wait to get to Germany. Maybe take to my mom. That's probably what that
nice.
that's probably what that was right there. Mom, you'll be coming with us if we go over there. Absolutely get you back to the motherland. The Niners, though, they're a team that can go. They have all the pieces. And adding Christian McCaffrey it's befuddling that they were able to get him.
Yeah.
You know, because they're such a run-heavy team, run-dominant team. They're known to be a great running team. And then at the most important position of a run-dominant team, they're able to pluck a perennial all-pro, basically, and then put them in the middle of the season and have immediate success. Like, Shanahan's ability to adapt, and Lynch is, like, going all in is I love the Niners. We should talk about them more. I honestly think we should talk about them more, and we're probably going to be probably going to have to, because they're going to continue to go on a run. I think we all believe.
Yeah, and Jeff Wilson, who they traded to the Dolphins, played really well. But the running back that they've lost since week 1, or they haven't had, Elijah Mitchell, he came in and was unbelievable. And I don't know if you saw on the broadcast, the Niners are the first team to have a tight end, wide receiver, and running back as a first-team All-Pro at one time in their career.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so they're going to go.
I think so. And Trent's playing, he's big, moving bodies. Jimmy G made some throws that, like, you're going to have to make. There was a third down throw. I forget, he was
Ray McLeod on the sideline.
Yeah, I think so, that he made that was like an I remember watching it going like, ooh, third down, got to have it. That's one of those throws. Reminded us of why he's Jimmy G almost.
Yeah.
Like, because there was a little bit of a conversation like, oh, Jimmy, you think the team's better with Jimmy G over Trey Lance after Trey Lance's injury? It's like he makes that throw. It's like, there's a guy that can make a throw whenever you need it. Now, everybody's going to immediately point at the miss in the Super Bowl, and Jimmy probably thinks about that every single fucking day of his life, because if he doesn't miss that, he's the quarterback for the Niners for the next 15 years, probably. So I enjoy watching that team. I'm happy they're on primetime. A little bit of a boring game. A little bit of a boring game to wrap up.
How did we feel about the ejection on that hit?
Oh, yeah. So I put that tweet out, and my tweet kind of worded my exact – and I put the tweet out just so I could remind myself today of my thoughts. And it was like, is this the precedent now? Are they starting a new standard? I guess this rule was initiated this year because I always thought this was a college football thing.
Right.
Because 4 years ago, college football instituted the targeting rule where players would get fucking ejected from a game if there's helmet-to-helmet contact. And it was just kind of like, here's the law. There was no judge of intent. There was no judge of somebody's, like, altitude being changed or level being, whatever the word is. There was no, like, actual common sense thought in it. It was like, hey, if they lower their head at all and they hit with the crown of their helmet, they're ejected. If they go helmet to helmet above the shoulder or helmet anywhere above the shoulder area, they're ejected. And there's been a lot of, I don't want to say scrutiny over that rule, but a lot of scrutiny over guys losing national championship games that they have worked their entire life for, and then a bang-bang play, they get ejected from it, and it's like, is this really right for the kid to do this, to get kids kicked out of meaningful games in which they don't have a lot of? And is there any intention thought about it? I guess the NFL added it this year. I must have missed it. I feel like we cover the NFL pretty close.
What's the rule state exactly?
The NFL Senior Vice President of Officiating, Walt Anderson, who also said earlier that the Gabe Davis catch wasn't a catch and we should have reviewed it and we didn't. It's like, well, fucking do it then, Walt.
Yeah, pretty big play.
Do it, Walt. Confirmed to pool reporter Matt Barrows that Dre Greenlaw's ejection, by the way, great name. Dre is a nickname, is a great, because his full name is different than just being called Dre, though. Such a fucking cool name.
Clean.
Dre Greenlaw ejection last night came from New York. He was already down by contact. We felt like the actions he took were flagrant in nature, and that was the reason for disqualification. Now, what Walt just said there goes completely against what every other human who has ever been tied to the NFL said on the internet last night, including coaches, players, and even, I would assume, former refs. If you're going to take into account helmet-to-helmet ejections into the game, you also have to think about intent, bang-bang plays, because at the NFL, everybody's big, everybody's fast, there's a lot of things being schemed up. I just don't think this is the right move for the NFL, and now they've set precedent. This is now the standard, and I understand it's a quarterback, and it was a scary hit. Call 15. Completely cool with 15. But an ejection is absurd because now, that was obviously a helmet-to-helmet. 15 yards is for sure, but as soon as you start getting into the ejection game, it's like, who says?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens in big game?
And is it reviewable? Like, are they reviewable to eject them?
And if they review this, are they going to change it? It's a glancing blow, but it's a solid enough one that obviously knocks Herbert's helmet sideways.
I have a question, too. Are we going to start ejecting running backs to receivers when they completely lower their head and expose the crown of their helmet right to the defenders?
Like Cordero Patterson did when he won the Scepter just a week ago?
You should never be thrown out for it. I think running backs have a right to do it, but the defenders have a right to protect themselves, too.
And what we're saying is in college, definitely gets kicked out right there for that shot.
Oh,
If
yeah.
people are watching that saying, that was a bad shot. It was a bad shot. We agree, not good. But he gets hit late as Dre is already moving, which moves his head. It is a scary shot. Warrants 15 yards. We're all on board with that. I don't think Dre had any intention of doing that, but it happened. So since it happened, have to penalize because that is a penalty. But to eject somebody in the NFL is just a new precedent. This is a new standard, and it's going to get dicey, I think, if they continue to do as such. I don't think this is a good play. I think it's a bad play by the NFL, even adding this into the repertoire.
I always assumed that, as the rule was before, if you get 2 unsportsmanlike conduct, that's when you're booted, right?
Yeah.
So 2 late hits or something, you're thrown out. That's what I always announced. This is his first unsportsmanlike on this person. They get another one, they're gone. I didn't think they could do this. And did they slide this in the rules without us really knowing or talking about it?
I had a couple of people tweet me as if they were much smarter than we were. Like, the rule's been instituted this year or whatever. It's like, did we didn't know that. I don't think we read the rule right whenever it came out because we never talked about this. I almost felt like when I put that tweet out, I was like, have I fucking lost it? Like, when did this start? When did this start happening? Because I've been covering college now, pretty tightly. I'm like, college, yeah. College is definitely. And I thought I was losing it. I thought I got concussed. I thought I was like in CT. I'm like, did we miss something? We certainly did, I guess. And it came to fruition on Sunday Night fucking football in a massive game.
Yeah, it's Mickey Mouse, like you mentioned, 15 yards for sure. And it's one thing if a quarterback is out of bounds, like completely out of bounds, and he takes a helmet-to-helmet hit like that. But this is the fucking NFL. Like, it's a full-speed play, and I think the reason we haven't heard about it is because we haven't seen anything like that yet. And I think it was only a matter of you'd like to think that most refs aren't badge-heavy enough to make a fucking call like that to eject a guy, but it was only a matter of time before it was going to happen. But shit like that.
It's New York, though. What if they didn't even want to? What if the refs on the field didn't even want to throw them out? But
they said it was New York.
Yeah.
They said it was New York.
Which is even more egregious.
For these guys, yeah.
Like, it's terrible.
Oh, how about the ref on the field? Excuse me? This is the first time we're doing this? Yeah. Go tell him that he's been ejected. Right now? Yeah. We're kicking a guy out for that right now? Yep, go tell him. I think this is bullshit, by the way.
Yeah.
Personal foul. All right. He has been disqualified. Everybody, excuse me, what? We're kicking people out of games right now? And the issue, I think, is this now gives them leeway to do this in the future, right? Like, they rolled this out. And they're like, look what happened. And it's like, everybody hated it.
Well,
Still can do it.
Player safety.
Still, if you can do it. Yeah, we're looking out for the players. The players need this, remember? Well, also, you're kind of adding a little bit more control to people that maybe shouldn't have it and adding something to a game that can deeply affect you. You get the Mike linebacker ejected from the fucking game, big-time game, trying to make a playoff run. This is somebody in New York's making a decision who wasn't there. Was his intent to do this? If somebody's clearly in replay, which we have 8K, we can see them, we can break it down to however many frames per second we need. And if you see somebody's head and go, oh yeah, I'm going to spear him, and actually says that and puts his head like this and goes right into the side or the temple or the face of somebody, I think, okay, the world would be like, all right, we get it. If that's what you're setting a precedent for, it was clear and obvious that he was trying to take that person's soul with that particular hit. Can't have it again, we understand. But with a bang-bang play, with a guy who clearly wasn't trying to do that, who is, I think everybody says, good dude, that is an interesting thing just to roll in on Sunday Night Football, Week 10 of the NFL season.
Also, I mean, it looked terrible, but to like AJ's point, like Justin Herbert's 6'6", 250 pounds. Like Josh Allen, we've seen the way he runs. Like, is it going to be the same thing when these guys are in, the open field and Josh Allen puts his head down and absolutely fucking tattoos a guy? Like, you're putting these guys in a terrible position.
Frank Morodo, Nikki Nozini is texting into the group that the rule has apparently been on the books since 2018.
Yeah, I did not know this. There have not been many ejections at all. I guess there was one player who was a safety, Sean Williams for the Bengals, was ejected in 2018 for a hit on Andrew Luck for a helmet-to-helmet. They modified
son of a bitch.
They modified it, as you mentioned, beginning of this season to tweak it with like lowering to like adjust for not just the crown of the helmet. Now it can be any part of the helmet.
Oh, so they opened it up a little bit
Yeah.
more. Why are we putting more? Why add more to the?
It's got to be so hard to tackle these running quarterbacks, especially when some of them are 6'5", 6'6", 240, and you're not really sure if they're going to slide. And like this one too with Greenlaw, he's being tackled as you're running pretty much full speed, and like the whole level of his body and head are lowering as you're going into him. Like intent does matter. Like you didn't specifically, like you said, line this dude up from 30 yards away and just drill him in the temple. That's not what we had here.
And 15 should have been 15.
Yeah.
We are all in agreement. Happy Justin Herbert didn't get fucked up there. What a tough son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Justin Herbert is, because that helmet turn and they tested him. He got pissed off that they were even testing him for a concussion. And he comes out, thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Give me my helmet. I'm back out there. Chase Daniels said, I forget how to play football. But nonetheless, we can't have that be a thing. We would like to go on the record as stating, love the games in Germany.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hate the ejection thing that has now creeped into the NFL from college football. We need intent to be in there. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, now we move on. That's where we're at. I'm happy we all take a stand there.
Yeah. And Herbert didn't get to go back in because Chase Daniels threw 3 straight incompletions, then he kicked the field goal, and then it was halftime.
Pretty big part of the game.
Huge part of the game.
Pretty huge part
His
of the game
ribs are
there.
probably still fucked up too, and he's a monster.
Herbert?
Yeah.
Well, if you do recall, I met his father over there in Oregon.
Oh, yeah, you did. Football.
This is what football is.
Football way.
Kick field goals.
Since he's this big, that's why he kicked field goals, because football has field goals. You treat football how football is to be treated or whatever. It's like, I didn't know the Herbert family
was like that.
Loves football. Loves the football. It's like they created a dog. They need to start, Niners are a good team. We just talked about how good they are. Chargers, though, this is going to be another season, isn't it? It's going to be another season. Yeah. It's going to be another season of.
Is that seat going to get hot?
What's that?
What?
What'd you say?
Said, is that seat going to get hot?
Did you hear his halftime interview? Pretty quick.
A lot of talent.
Pretty quick on that halftime.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of injuries this year.
You hate to say it, but I think they're just perennial pretenders.
Oh, shit.
Like, Herbert's so good, but, like, you watch that. I mean, even, like, the first possession, they went right down the field and scored, and at no point was I like, oh, the Chargers are going to win. I'm like, nope, Niners are going to figure this out, and they're going to win. And they did. And
it's a shame because they got all the time. The injuries are
every year.
Damning.
But that's the NFL, too, right? I mean, like, guys get fucking hurt. That happens all the time. Like, it's, like, you can't just use that as an excuse when you have a once in a generation quarterback.
Yeah, let's not talk about the Chargers, but let's talk about injuries in the NFC West, in which the San Francisco 49ers live. Last night was a backup quarterback versus backup quarterback versus backup of the backup quarterback battle whenever the Cardinals took on the Los Angeles Rams. And the schedule makers, looking at this game from before the season, probably thought this one was going to be huge. I think we all would have thought that this game would have been massive, the only game we would have talked about pretty much in that 4 o'clock slate. Instead, it's two teams that have been disappointing all season. But Colt McCoy gets a chance to play, and as soon as I heard Colt McCoy was starting, I put max units on the Cardinals plus 2.5 or whatever they were, plus 3.5 at the time, whenever he got. I'm like, Colt McCoy's going in. Colt McCoy can spin it. Colt McCoy's been around the NFL a long time. Colt McCoy has a lot of respect, I think, of his peers. Colt McCoy understands the offense a little bit, probably just as good as anybody else does in that entire building because he's been there a couple of years. And it feels like after watching, Kyler and that man, D-Hop, get into it a little bit on the sideline, and Kyler and the offensive coordinator and head coach Cliff Kingsbury get into it a little bit on the sideline, it felt like it was an obvious decision that if you get a backup quarterback who's talented, who knows the offense, and his peers respect him, they're going to be good. They were. Yeah. The Arizona Cardinals were very good yesterday, and I don't know if that's just damning to the Rams and what the Rams have become, and Cooper Kupp gets hurt, and I've heard that it's not as bad as they thought it was originally going to be, but that's no fun that the Triple Crown winner and the Yak leader of last season is going to be hopefully not out for a significant amount of time, but probably miss a little bit. And the Cardinals, though, find their way. This is who we thought they were going to be, and they look damn good, A.J. Hawk.
I mean, they look, somewhat like a different team. Obviously, what Kyler is so dynamic when he has the ball in his hands. Like, you never know. Like, the guy can make things happen. But, yeah, it was unique, and it was kind of fun to watch this Arizona offense with Colt McCoy at the helm. Like, they do have plenty of studs out there. And I don't know if, the Rams scare me. I just don't know. I don't know if they're going to put it together at all.
You don't know where we're getting. What does the future look like for them, too? Because allegedly Sean McVay's career longevity is tied to the stars of the team. Stars of the team have all accomplished something, winning a Super Bowl. They all have big-time money, and this year has stunk. So unless they all sign up to come back again, which could happen, I guess, because they're competitors and they're dogs and they sign a contract to do as such, there's a chance that team looks very different very soon. Oh, yeah. There's a chance that Sean McVay, who's tossing chunky soups to ladies in offices and stuff during commercial breaks, could be doing a little bit more of that. Don't want to blow him up yet. Don't want to pronounce him completely dead and rebuilt just yet, but it seems like that's maybe coming on the other side. Now, to Tone Diggs' point, that was my immediate thought. Colt McCoy's quarterback. That team has struggled. Is it the quarterback? Is it the system? Is it a multitude of things? Veteran OG backup felt like the right thing to settle him into the place, and it certainly worked.
It just felt like they were more on schedule. Like the offense works how the offense is supposed to work. And if I remember, I don't know if it was last year, it felt like they were a little bit better sometimes when Colt was in the game, but you could tell yesterday, like it just felt like things were more smooth. Now, was that the Rams? I mean, their offense stinks, but their defense has been okay this year. But it just looked like a more well-oiled machine yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. And this is probably, Cliff Kingsbury said in his press conference that he has to sit down alongside D coordinator Vance Joseph, VJ called him. Yep. Which, great name.
Oh, yeah.
VJ, he and VJ have to sit down with Bidwell after every single game and go through why and how everything happened in the game. That's the owner. He was followed up. Does this happen everywhere? He goes, I do not know what it is. Other places I have not heard. We have asked some of our sources around the NFL. Some places do it. Some places don't do it. And by some, it's like a handful of teams that make it happen. And then a large majority do not have the owner sit down with the head coach, offense coordinator, defense coordinator every single week and go through every single play and why it happened. Owners can do whatever the fuck they want to do, but I guess this is not a normal thing across the entire NFL. It is a little abnormal. Cliff Kingsbury, once again, hired as a head coach from USC after getting fired for Texas Tech, so the owner maybe wants to be a little bit more, let's see what's going on. He re-upped him. VJ gets re-upped to him. Cliff's walking in that meeting with ownership, though, after this particular game, right? Mm-hmm. Saying, there's been a lot of conversation around here. A lot of conversation around here. I think Zito said that Hard Knocks made him look kind of like a dope.
A little bit.
A little bit of a sad dope.
Oh no!
That's what the first episode of Hard Knocks made him look like. And then you see you see Kyler Murray telling him, "Chill the fuck out, calm the fuck down," to the head coach. And then the head coach, like, not having as much success as everybody thought he was going to have. Kyler gets paid, so Kyler's a one of one as well. So the coach can't make the star be good. It's the coach's fault. It's the coach's fault. Then Colt McCoy comes in. Cliff Kingsbury's offense is run like how Cliff Kingsbury's offense would like to be run. He has success. I assume that one of the coolest looking dudes of all time might have a little bit different pep in his step walking into that meeting because jobs might be on the line at the end of the season if they don't work out, and descriptions and everything. It's a wild world over there in Arizona. None of us understand why they aren't better than what they are, but yesterday they fucking looked great against a division rival. I mean, that's a big developing story when the star quarterback's not playing and they look better than whenever the star quarterback is playing. That's a big deal, I think.
And it looked like Colt McCoy got hurt, and he still was, don't worry about it, I'm coming back in the game because they had McSorley, take a couple snaps. But what the hell were the Rams doing, too? They put John Wolford in, and then he would play 8 snaps, and then they would bring in Perkins for a couple plays. Like, I don't know what's going on in L.A., but it doesn't seem like they're going to do anything this year.
Yeah, are they dead?
Yeah, feels like
I mean, if Kupp is missing, like 3 to 5 weeks, like he is their offense.
Yeah.
So what are they? An offense that hasn't been good. If they lose him, like
they can't run the ball to save their lives.
Yeah, well, Cam Akers, did he get back in the fold? Or?
They did.
Used
He's
him.
Leading carrier yesterday.
Okay, so he got back in the fold, which is good. Brandon Cook scored a touchdown for the Houston Texans whenever he lost his captaincy.
Mm-hmm.
What
is that? What happened? Like he
stripped
the
the C.
Stripped the C. Did they make a big deal out of it? Make him bring his jersey up in the team meeting room and rip it off, or what'd you do?
What if he has to wear it, and he goes walking up to the front of the room, state your name. I'm AJ Hawk, captain of this ball club. What have you been saying publicly about this team? Well, I've been saying it's a shit show because it is. Oh, is that right? And then he fucking reaches over to Lovie Smith. Give me that fucking seat, boy. Go take a seat. And everybody boos him. Sit down, loser.
Boo.
Fucking loser.
We hate you.
Yeah, the fact that they announced it publicly was awesome.
Yeah.
Just want to let everybody know there might be something missing from Brandon Cook's jersey this weekend. I don't know if you guys saw it, but he doesn't deserve it. He had a touchdown, I believe, get called back. Texans were in that game against the Giants. 2 red zone turnovers that kind of derailed it all for him. I was following very closely because I had the Giants money line in a pretty large parlay that I placed yesterday alongside the Buccaneers and
the Chiefs
and the Kansas City Chiefs, which felt like a solid bet all along. Oh, they gave up some, and there was a little bit of a sweat.
Yeah.
The Chiefs is still the Chiefs in this entire thing. Yeah. Plus 195. Felt good about it. Just put a quick 5K. That's 4.5 max units.
Yep. Bam. Texans and his good AFC South for you yesterday. Texans and Jaguars just kept shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, well.
That's classic them.
Yeah, I thought it would happen. Water finds its level.
Yeah.
It did.
Square. What's that?
They both stink. It did happen.
You know what I like about the Chiefs?
Easy. What's that?
We know now.
They stink.
They always will try to prove themselves right no matter what, and they will get their new acquisitions the ball every time.
Yeah, but they didn't do it the first time because we all hammered Kadarius Toney to score the first week. He scored a touchdown. But you give Andy Reid a little bit of time and Bieniemy a little bit of time over there, they're going to figure out how to make the most of somebody. Travis Kelce posted about Kadarius Toney in his Instagram story, and it felt as if everybody's like, this dude's special.
Yeah, he's really good.
The way everybody was talking about him was like, this dude's special. I'm happy he's found a place where he's bought in, a fresh start, because I think he's going to be a joy to watch here down the stretch with that Kansas City Chiefs offense.
Well, I mean, he's everything about him. He's fun. Like they have so many different characters too. When you think of that offense, like that's why they make them fun to watch. Like I like seeing guys with personality and like that are unique, and I feel like the Chiefs have a lot of them.
Juju took a.
Oh my God!
Was that guy ejected? What was it?
Yeah, so that was brought up. There was also another headshot.
I think they picked up the flag on the Juju one, too.
They did.
Did he get hit in the head? I know he got a concussion. I didn't know if it was home.
He got locked up. He got locked up.
No, yeah, I saw that.
So you think it was his back? Is that what you're saying, like a Tua thing?
Huh?
Probably.
You're saying, did he get hit in the head? You saw that he was locked up.
I didn't know if it was helmet to helmet.
Oh, you thought it was body maybe or something?
Or
like
off the ground, or off the ground or whatever.
It was. He took a. That was a scary shot for Juju. Hope he's okay. He was just getting into it. He was just becoming, him and Patrick Mahomes are finding their groove. Hopefully they'll be able to get that back. But that's a team that's built where Juju Smith-Schuster, who's become your number 2 basically on the offense behind Travis Kelce, he can miss 2 weeks, 3 weeks if he has to, get all the way back healthy. And they got just a plethora of weapons that they can put anywhere. And Patrick Mahomes is still Patrick Mahomes, which is going to happen forever.
Yeah, and that just gives, Tony even more plays to get used to the offense. But I think it was the drive after MVS got the same exact hit damn near, and they didn't throw the flag on it.
Yeah, so, a little consistency here, maybe, especially if we're going to start ejecting people from games. We'd appreciate. Hope everybody gets healthy. We have to talk about the NFC North shakeup that is taking place as we sit here and speak.
Mm-hmm.
There's a team that has gone undefeated since a curse-breaking ritual has hit Ford Field in Peyton's Places. Ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Lions are now 2-0 in their last NFC North games, last two of them, beating the Pack and the Bears.
Holy shit. Second best team in the North.
Justin Fields rushes for 178 yards last week.
Yep.
He rushes for 143 yards this week.
Last time that happened was Walter Payton. Thank you, Walter.
Shout out to Walter Payton. I don't know if he lost those games, though.
probably
I know Justin Fields certainly lost this one.
Oh, yeah.
The Detroit Lions are a little bit of a wagon right now. How does this feel? How do you view this? And when is this all going to collapse, Evan Fox?
Why this is so important? Because last week against the Packers, every other Lions team loses that game. Rodgers marches down the field. Boom, touchdown, Lions lose, and I'm screaming same old Lions. Same exact thing as yesterday. We march down the field, we score, and our defense comes in and we make a stop to win the game. That has literally never happened in my entire life. So instead of saying same old Lions, I'm going to say it 3 words.
Brand new Lions. Yeah, we'll see how long we'll be chanting this new catchphrase. But the curse thing is interesting. I don't know if you saw in Peyton's Places. He and Harry Dahn.
Harry Dahn from Dumb and Dumber.
Boom. He and Harry Dahn, and also the guy that gave the speech on the class about America.
Yes, in the news.
Will McAvoy.
Will McAvoy. He and what else did Jeff Daniels be a part of? Nonetheless, he and Jeff Daniels were on the field, Ford Field, with a bathtub of, I think, beer or whiskey. Whiskey. And they did some rituals to eliminate some curses from the Detroit Lions. And I don't think it was because of Calvin Johnson. It was another curse.
It was the Bobby Lane curse from the 50s.
So they've had curses. We've obviously only caught up with the Calvin Johnson one.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's obviously the Barry Sanders one where they did the same thing to Calvin Johnson, which I did not know.
Yes.
So you can go ahead and compound that particular one. Then Bobby Lane, there's a curse as well. So the Detroit Lions have been run like a terrible fucking operation for a long time. And the football gods had punished the Detroit Lions for acting as such. The fans still showed up. They had no idea that behind the scenes there were some powers working. The football gods were working to bury a program that had not done things in the right fashion. Then Peyton shows up with Peyton's Places alongside Harry Dahn. They perform some rituals, and maybe the curses have been lifted from the Detroit Lions program. Maybe the Detroit Lions are able to win some games. Maybe the Detroit Lions fans are able to have a little bit of happiness in the middle of football season.
Thank you, Peyton. It had to be him. It had to be Peyton.
Thank you, Peyton.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's not act like they're 7-2.
Whoa.
They still fucking stink.
They're undefeated since the bathtub.
Thank you. Yes.
Since the bathtub was released, but
when they filmed it.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you saying?
I don't know if they filmed it a couple weeks ago.
Hey, what are you saying?
That's not how it works.
I'm saying the
when it comes
Lions are
out.
going to fucking stink
No,
for
we're
a
going to beat
long
the Giants.
time.
And then guess what? On Thanksgiving, we always lose. We're going to beat the Bills on Thanksgiving.
Boom.
Book it right now.
Okay, we will, but why don't you put 10 grand on
Yeah,
it?
go ahead.
Hey, Foxy, why don't you put some of your money on? Book it. Yeah, book
even
it.
the Giants.
The only bets I win are against the Lions, like Justin Fields, 100 yards rushing, plus 470. I knew that was going to be the easiest bet of all.
Well, I thought you were supposed to be eating a nice, delicious victory steak today.
That is what I wanted to follow.
Well, it's been a busy morning. I'm sure Zeke will get on it because he asked me, what do I like it? Medium rare.
Zeke does make a great steak. And you two had a steak on the line. I don't know if we brought the Foreman grill in or not.
Oh, I brought my own. Don't worry.
Oh, Zito, you're a good man.
Baby Zeke.
Zeke, once again, though, for the Chicago Bears, Justin Fields is electrifying, fun to watch. You lose the Lions, which is going to be a tough pill to swallow
ref
whenever.
fucked us, but yeah.
Of course, the ref. There's a lot of people blaming old ref for yesterday's losses. Fun team to watch, though. I think giving you promise for the future, right?
Yeah, so the only thing that we were missing yesterday was defense. And we basically got rid of our whole defense this year.
That's a part of football.
Well,
right now we have an offense and it's fun to watch. So it's like before it was always like, oh, we have such a good defense and no offense.
So
look at that.
Pretty boring football for a long time. Now you got a guy that can.
I love.
Okay, not
defense.
you. I'm not speaking for you, but Chicago Bears have been tough to watch for a long time because of how ineffective the offense has been. They let Justin Fields start running. He is wide open. It's almost like he had to be empowered to do so. His off-script runs, his designed runs, his athletic, just nature about
his speed.
He's
His just
so
flat out
fast.
straight
Power.
away speed.
Yeah. He pulls away like who's old Cuzzy Okuda.
Okuda.
They're racing in practice right at Ohio State. Justin Fields probably beating him in practice.
Every time.
I would assume. In the middle of an NFL game, Okuda corner, most athletic, much lighter. Them running against each other, I thought was a cool moment. I'm sure they talked about it. I'm sure they did. But like Fields is pulling away from these people, but he's powerful too. Like everything about him, they're really taking advantage of and showcasing. I'm happy they're choosing to do that. And the future does look a little brighter in Chicago, I think.
I mean, are you kidding? Like first play of the game, I believe it was. He pulls it, boom, he like a 30-yard run right off the bat. Like that's just how it starts. Like the defense is already on their heels. Like, oh man, I thought we were at least going to get into the game a little bit before this guy broke a few explosive runs. Like he's tough, man.
Just 4 stitches too.
Lions, what's that?
Just 4 stitches on him. Behind his ear, they got him.
No big deal. Went back out there. Sick chain, too, over there. But the Lions face that. They face adversity. They come back and win. Brand new Lions.
Yeah.
Brand new Lions. Let's go.
Very nice of Fields, too. Like old homage to Okuda being his best friend, just throwing him a pick six for fun.
Immediately after that run?
Right after.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, sorry about outrunning you there, pal. Here's a...
Score a touchdown.
Here's a gimme.
After the blown call.
Win the game for your team.
Certainly a blown call. I don't know if the Bears fans ever thought they were going to win a Super Bowl this year, but I think Bears fans think they're able to win a Super Bowl with Justin Fields as quarterback.
Hell yeah.
So that's a win.
Here we go.
Yeah,
He's
well,
really good.
As soon as the Packers fell off a little, and then so the Bears kind of picking up the steam.
Well, the Vikings
are unbelievable.
The Vikings now, yeah, you're right. This is just like whenever the Dolphins get good and the Jets start getting good, and it was 20 years of the Patriots. Now, fucking Buffalo Bills are a wagon. Kind of a tough stuff for the division. I can't wait to see what the Lions become with MC DC. It seems like he's buying a lot more time, right? You guys are all going to give him like 10 more years probably.
Have to give him more time. I mean, he was already going to have next year no matter what, but I just love this. My biggest thing is as long as the locker room's happy and players aren't coming out and bitching about MC DC, stay as long as you want because that seems to be the only thing that matters.
Speaking of locker room being happy, Dolphins seem to be pumped up 39-17 over the Browns. Tua is, hey.
Look at his stats. I know Dahn is talking about him all over the place on TV, on ESPN. Of course. It's true. I mean, Tua looks good, man. Like he looks in control. He looks like, hey, they actually believe in me. It's pretty cool when everyone around me and the team surrounding me, and not only do I have studs everywhere I look, but the front office, the head coach, like they seem to actually be pushing me and like putting me in position to make plays and try to like help me do what I do best.
And Tyreek has cut a lot of promos for him. You know, he's coming from Patrick Mahomes. He's like, I'm excited to be playing with the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. Everybody's like, he's more accurate than Patrick Mahomes, huh? And then this year you watch, he is a sniper. This dude is throwing darts with that southpaw, that left hand, even though he's a righty. He's a lefty, and he's throwing absolute darts in the NFL. The offensive system, it is not a simple one. I think it's pretty sophisticated. They have a lot of weapons. They're able to get everybody open and wide open. Feels like everybody's bought in. Tua's not a man of a lot of words, I guess, after the game. McDaniel said, he won't tell you. The guy's about to break us down. But he is balling the fuck out right now, too. And Tua goes, okay. They're like, speech. He's like, all right, family on 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, family. Like, seems like he's focused on the right things. All the shots to the shins that he's been taking, you know, it feels like that has almost made him, I don't want to say chip on the shoulder, not that he wouldn't have been in the past, but he's not getting too high on the highs. Feels like the next job is the next job. He's very, very comfortable. The last time the Dolphins were 7-3 was 2001. This is from Tim Reynolds. Shout out to Tim Reynolds for the stat. 24 starting QBs ago for the Dolphins, 8 head coaches ago, 7 stadium names ago. They had the Land Shark at one point. They were Land Shark with Jimmy Buffett's beard on there at one point. Had 0 titles. LeBron was still in high school. The iPod just came out. iPhone was 6 years away. Tua was 3 years old. McDaniel was at Yale, and Tom Brady was a first-year starter. That is what has happened since the Dolphins have been worth a fuck 10 weeks into the season.
Goddamn.
So happy for Gumpy. So happy for the Dolphins. Congrats to Tua, too. He's had to battle a lot mentally, and I feel like we've been on the Tua train for a long time. 0 punts yesterday. Shout out to Thomas Morstead, who's very good at his job, has been for a long time. He also has an 8-pack, it appears, in that shirt. Thomas is fucking yoked right now. 0 punts. That means the offense is efficient. They're winning. They're having a blast. Miami seems like a good place for a lot of free agents to want to go as well after this particular great season.
And they're the fucking 2 seed in the AFC, and we've talked about their home field advantage. And granted, if it's the playoffs, they might be playing a afternoon game or a night game. But if they win out, there's a chance they're the 1 seed, and the Miami Dolphins all of a sudden are the authority in the AFC.
And you got to go down to the Heat.
Yeah,
in the middle of the winter and take on some dogs led by McDaniel, who continues to be the coolest looking coach in the NFL. Those shades he wears,
my God.
so cool.
It's a dog.
So cool. I'm happy he's winning. I'm happy he's winning, so he don't have to change.
There was also a cool video, I believe, I saw on the sideline of him looking at a coach and saying, "We need to get that figured the fuck out."
Yeah.
And last week, Justin Fields, stop doing that. Stop doing that. McDaniel seems to be the guy. Congrats to all parties down there.
Yep.
My wife sent me an article. It's about Giselle dating that guy. On vacation.
Are they really like together, or are they just pictured together?
Well, they've trained together.
They roll together.
Yeah, there are old.
She do jiu-jitsu.
Yep, there are old photos of them doing jiu-jitsu together.
Oh, so maybe it's just completely just a friendship.
No, I went on a dinner date.
Yeah, he's also Brazilian, so I know that they both share the native tongue of Portuguese.
It's hard when you're
I believe.
Brazilian. There's a lot of sweaty and rolling around. Fucking.
I think jiu-jitsu, though, is something that a lot of Brazilians practice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
The dude who beat Adesanya,
It's very erotic when they do it.
Pereira, he's jiu-jitsu Brazilian.
No, it's not. It's a well, that's what
It's not.
I said. The exact opposite. Of
Guys
what
roll
you're
with girls all the time. It's not erotic.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
in
professional.
Brazil, it's super erotic.
No, that's what we're saying. It's not. In,
No.
Brazil, in America, it might be. In
But-
Brazil, it's not.
No.
But
Could be though. You could,
Strictly business.
Could spice it up.
Yeah, there's a massive chance.
Yeah, I mean, they might be getting in there and really tapping each other out for real, and that could be the thing. But I don't think that is just how it is. Like, you need to stop being such
hot
a,
oils.
I've seen
such
a
an
lot.
American.
I've seen a lot of documentaries about it. You ever seen Mike in Brazil?
Yep, there's one neuro massage, Tony. I knew you were going to fall to that one as well. But I mean, we saw a video of Brady walking to the sideline last weekend. I mean, he's doing just fine.
This guy's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He never takes his gi off, ever.
He took his gear. Actually, in the photo, he didn't have a gear.
Yeah, that's doctored image. He does not.
Oh,
This is very interesting, though. You know, Tom Brady probably had. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to accuse anybody. I'm happy they're both happy.
Yeah.
Happy they're both happy.
Tom had those cheerleaders staring at him as he was
Tom's going
walking.
to be just fine. But I'm happy that they're both happy.
Uh-huh.
Happy they're both happy. Good luck out there, everybody. Pretty quick turnaround. Probably some people wondering about suspicions of things in the past, but happy everybody's
both
happy.
happy.
Yeah.
Happy everybody's
for you.
happy everybody's happy.
Love.
All right, let's get to some overreactions. Which we might have been doing right there.
Sure, probably.
We might have been piecing some things together there. It seems very quick. Seems very, very quick. But we don't know enough about the relationship. When did they actually start separating? When were they together? When was this whole thing? We're happy they're both happy. Good luck out there.
Good luck.
Good luck, everybody.
And nobody accidentally walk into that house because you'll get both arms broken. Bam, bam, bam.
right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Tom, remain pliable. I don't know how much pliability you're going to need, though, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
A couple good
stay
fights.
away.
Couple good fights. Chandler Poirier was fucking fireworks.
Bomb.
Did you watch that thing?
No, I've only seen clips of all of it. I haven't gone back and watched.
Chandler at one point was standing both hands down with Poirier up against the thing, just fucking, we're talking big bombs like this. And then Poirier would be dazed, confused. Then he would come back to it, boom, the other way on Chandler. It was awesome. I think I didn't make it through the whole fight. I didn't make it through the whole fight card. Wanted to see this particular one. A lot of blood. Chandler was dumping blood out of his nose onto Poirier's face. That was obviously not. He went for one of these hook of Poirier's face at one point, which is certainly illegal. Poirier called him out on that at the end. I assume Chandler, everybody thinks Chandler's a good guy. I would assume in the moment he was maybe trying to do something else, but that was brought up immediately afterwards. Hell of a fight by those two gentlemen.
Way to go, fight, Jim.
I guess Poirier's a fucking dog, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Both those guys, but yeah, special.
The way Poirier was being described by the commentators who are, obviously Rogan and DC and
John Anik.
Great guy. Got to meet him. He's very good at what he does. The way they were talking about Poirier, it was like, hey, every fighter basically says, like, if we need somebody to be fought, like, we're sending. Poirier is, like, the tough guy. He's fucking good at everything, rolling, jiu-jitsu, striking. The way he was being talked about, it was, I didn't know
He's not scared to brawl, that's for sure.
That's they say he'll get into it, but then he also, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what he did to Chandler.
Yeah. He was working that for a while.
Yeah.
He had it there for a while. Giselle and they're working on this.
A lot of jiu-jitsu.
On this type of thing, you know what I mean? And then they get it in there.
Just like that. Just like that.
What's that, pal?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What's that move?
So he had him straddled.
Yeah, you got the body lock on.
He had him straddled like so right here, you know what I mean? And then he wouldn't give him his neck, so he was doing a lot of this.
Softening him up.
Yeah.
Give me the move. And then the guy was holding his hand. Chandler was holding his hand at one point. He's punching it in there, and then
switch.
And then nope, get in there, nope. And then boom, got it. And then tap came quick. I would never want to do that. I was watching.
No.
Yeah, very specific breed.
Boxing, maybe. Boxing at one point, maybe, just because I've been in the virtual arena. You know what I mean? I've been in the Oculus.
You got the movements down.
And I got it.
Yeah, you know.
Exactly. I know.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Dana White said.
Never want to get in there because, don't want to get punched in the actual face.
Sure.
But at some point, I do think that would be a fun experience. To fight somebody similar, like never boxed before, I'm not getting in there with somebody who's fighting.
Like who, though? What size of person would you fight?
It's funny.
I don't know. I honestly...
You don't want to fight anyone your weight, do you?
Yeah, I'm very heavy. So that has kept me out of the fight game, wrestling game pretty easily. Like, all right. Oh, you're 240 pounds?
Yeah, you're a
Sweet.
heavyweight.
Here's this 6'8" guy who also weighs 230. And,
you could cut pretty easy, though.
I don't know if I can get low enough. My ass and thighs, I don't know if they can get small enough to get me down to like 180, which is, I think, would be cool. That would be 60 pounds.
That's a lot. You go down to 180?
60
It's a big
pounds.
jump. Big jump.
Yeah, but that's like the people that I would want to fight against. You know, they give me because even like the 135s, like those people would kill you. And I got 105 pounds on them. And I'm like, nope, not doing that.
Yeah, no way.
No way. Hey, come on.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Spider monkey.
They fucking land one of those, you're down.
Those guys gas tank too. Just nonstop.
They're going forever.
Yeah.
They got all the moves too. The whole hit. Yeah. Did you see Floyd knock the guy out, I guess, in the 6th round? He was rapping in between rounds. He was really tired and gassed.
Was it one of those another ones overseas where he gets paid like $40,000 to
I think so.
knock out the birthday boy or something?
I think so, yeah. Jake Paul was there for whatever. So
Is he fighting Andrew Tate? Is Jake Paul is he gonna fight Andrew Tate?
Okay, so I don't want to sound like an ignoramus. I had no idea this dude existed, Andrew Tate. I had no When I learned of him, he was getting kicked off the internet, right? Get this guy off the
me
internet.
too. Same with me. That's when I started learning about him.
But that Jake Paul and him face to face had like 9 million views on Twitter or something. It's like, a lot of people would like to see this. And I saw a lot of people quote tweeting it saying, double knockout, can't wait. So I guess he is probably an internet person just like Jake.
He was a Thai kickboxer, though. Like, he was a kickboxer.
Hey, Jake's good.
I know.
Jake is a boxer.
Yes.
Yeah, are people over that yet? Like, he's legit, right?
Yeah, Jake is like a good boxer.
People won't be over it until he fights like an actual boxer, right?
Yeah, but no actual boxer will really fight him.
Right.
Because if the actual boxer loses to him, it's career over. So I think he's in an interesting predicament where, like, Tommy Fury fought
I think he eventually wants to, though. He eventually wants to get to, like, legit boxers. I think he's trying to find his way up there.
I think it's the other way. I think the boxers don't want to. I mean, there's boxers probably. Like, there's great boxers out there that would get in the ring with Jake Paul. And I assume at this stage of the game, with him only being 3 years into this, and some boxers literally boxing since they're kids, doing the whole thing, I assume there's boxers out there that would. I know there's boxers out there that would embarrass Jake Paul at this particular stage in the boxing ring. But I think he has struggled to find boxers that aren't like the world champions who will take the fight with him. Because if you're a boxer and you lose at boxing to Jake Paul, that potentially derails some things. Now, that's not how I would view it. That'd be the biggest ring and biggest stage you could ever get into if you're a boxer. But if everything Jake is saying is true, Jake has tried to get boxers to fight him and they fucking won't. They just, because I think it's because they know he's pretty fucking good and there's a chance.
Yeah. And there's not another, like, what boxer has a big enough name that Jake would want to fight him too? Why does Jake want to fight a guy that not a lot of people know? That's a great boxer.
To get to Canelo.
That's good for Jake.
I think he wants to get to Canelo. He has called out Canelo. But Tommy Fury.
He's got to lose some weight. He's got to lose some weight to fight Canelo.
He's like 50, 60 pounds heavier than Canelo.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to lose. I mean, I can't lose 5 pounds on a day. But, like, Tommy Fury fought, right, in this one, this past weekend. I saw him fighting because I saw his dad got into it with Jake Paul. They were yelling at each other and everything like that. Yeah. But Tommy Fury's backed out of the fight like numerous times.
Oh, yeah.
And he's supposed
Visa
to be,
issues or something, right?
There's always something. He was sick. Probably all valid. Probably all very valid. I don't think I've ever seen this before in any fights that have been marketed that just numerous times, just back out like the day before. Visa issue, travel issue. There was a sickness issue, I guess. So, I don't know. I feel like he was supposed to be the boxer, though, that Jake Paul fought. That was like, hey, he fought a boxer, and then the boxer was the one that backed out a couple times. So there's nothing Jake can do that, I don't think.
Kind of off topic, but you just mentioned travel issues. Does the team not tell people that they're traveling abroad this season, so get your passport? Because it took, Fournette didn't have his passport till 3 hours before the game.
And then what happened with the Scottish Hammer?
Yeah, he got stuck.
Well, he's a foreign national, right?
Well, I don't know what that means, but he got hung up in
London.
Heathrow for 4 days.
Yeah.
What is that? Well, we can't, getting Gumpy. Gumpy has a job, a house, no record, literally waiting on him here in America, and it's impossible to get him here. So I think maybe immigration is also a fucking nightmare. I assume that is also something to deal with, AJ?
I guess. Usually if you know your team's going to be playing in another country and you need a passport, like in camp, they'll try to take care of that. Hey, if you don't have it, let's make sure we get our paperwork in now. Let's go do that.
The year we played in London, we had to bring our passport to training camp, so they would get a
renew it.
No, they got a
photocopy
of it, and then they sent it all basically to whoever was handling it. And you did have to have your passport on you, but there was a backup to a backup if you needed it, and it had already been checked. That was in preseason.
That's why I was so confused about the Fournette situation. They knew they were going to Germany this year.
Yeah, I don't know. What is that all about?
Lenny. He got hurt, too.
Well, scored a touchdown.
Scored a touchdown.
Hell yeah.
He didn't start that.
Threw a pick.
Needed that.
The other guy started, I think.
No, I think Lenny started.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. You're saying about the other guy who's really good?
Rashad White.
Yeah.
He's very good.
Yeah.
He seems to add a burst to that team.
Oh, yeah.
Lenny got to start, though, I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Because I had him in an anytime touchdown scorer. Probably.
Oh, yeah.
So I saw him out there. He wasn't moving a lot. And then the other guy got in, and they get a lot of yards. And I'm like, no. No, let's not move. Let's not move off of Lenny. He's second half guy. Then he would come back in. Then the other guy. What's the dude's name?
Rashad White.
He's fucking good.
Yeah.
Really good. He's big. Big son of a bitch.
Fast.
Explosive.
Yeah, he's very, very good. And this is, if he can catch, which we assume he can because he's in the Buccaneers offense, this is the type of, in Germany, 9!
He lined this up.
Guten Tag!
Tossed.
Man,
Yeah,
he's a hell of a player. I was worried they weren't going to put Lenny back on the field.
Yeah.
That was something that was kind of scary to me. All right, it's time on this glorious Monday to wrap things up in beautiful fashion with dabbling around the entire NFL universe to see what all the fandoms are potentially thinking one day after the NFL Sunday Week 10 slate. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for hashtag PMS. I don't want to overreact, but we're going to win the Super Bowl. With that being said, a lot of shit to figure out. We fucking suck. I think it's the wrong video there. I'm not 100% sure, but hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact. But ended up being the #2 trend on Twitter. We appreciate everybody dabbling and involving and, helping us get a test of how everybody feels about their team. This has really been a fun hashtag to go through every single Monday, late afternoon, early evening. Start scrolling through these. You can really get a taste of how every fan base feels. We read through them. Ty Schmidt picks the best ones, and we shall dabble. Chris J., the @Crazy Panda 0629. Panda. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact. But the Colts are winning the Super Bowl. Jeff Saturday is the greatest coach of all time. He's so good, he had Derek Carr crying and gave Joe Thomas his 113th career L. Hashtag for the shoe, hashtag Super Bowl. Hey, Chris, I'll tell you what. You might be a fucking crazy panda, pal, but you're not that crazy in this particular sense. That roster has always been good. That's why with how terrible they were doing, it was so alarming. Jeff Saturday goes in there, rallies the boys, got a big-time test against the Eagles. I don't think anybody would have expected the previous Colts before Jeff Saturday was here to beat the Eagles or the Jeff Saturday-led team to beat the Eagles, but I think they'll show up. I think they've bought in, and I think it'll be a much better game than anybody could imagine. I like this Colts team a lot. Going to be tough to make it in the playoffs in the AFC side. The Bills are in third place in the AFC East. They are 6-3, so it's going to take a lot of wins, I think, to get in on the AFC side. Maybe the Colts can go ahead and do that, AJ Hawk.
I mean, yeah, maybe they can, but are people seriously saying the Colts are going to make the playoffs after they win one game with Jeff Saturday as the head coach?
AJ, yeah.
I'm saying they can. I love Jeff. I'm all for him being there, but I don't know if one game catapults them into the playoff picture.
It's overreaction Monday, you buffoon. What do you want people to say?
It's your problem.
Yeah, AJ.
Not only that, it's not overreaction.
Okay, let me just agree with everything you say. You're right. Continue. Whatever you have to say.
Oh, sorry. That's real. Big noon kickoff guy.
Yeah,
way to go.
Yeah,
That's good TV.
Why are we even doing
Oh, man, yeah, what's the purpose of this? Why am I predicting anything? Yeah, okay. Hey, listen, it is a real thought around here in Indianapolis that, hey, Jeff can rally the boys. Jeff can rally the troops. Jim Irsay said, I think about 9 wins is going to get you in. I don't think that's accurate.
No.
I think you're going to need more than 9 to get there if you start looking around the wild card right now for the AFC is
Jets at 5, Bills at 6, Patriots at 7.
and they all have 6 wins or whatever. So
Patriots at 5.
Patriots 5 and 4. The Chargers were
It's all out in front of them.
So the Colts can go get everything, but they're going to have to win a lot quick. And will Jeff be able to do that? I'm not sure, but I know it's going to piss a lot of people off if they do. Not me.
Why?
Not Crazy
Why?
Panda.
No, I don't understand why. I don't get it.
Well, because Jeff took a job from a coach who's earned this particular opportunity.
Not qualified, damn it.
He's not qualified for the job in which he holds. He's actually a disgrace because he even accepted the role, even though other players who have been in the exact same situation have openly said publicly that they would accept the job. Same exact person says he should have turned it down because he understands how he doesn't deserve the job. It is, if he has success, I mean, Kyle Brandt said the internet booger eaters told me.
You really say booger eaters?
Yes, on Good Morning Football, yeah. He said, these people are telling me to apologize about my Jeff Saturday take. It's like, what if they beat the Eagles? Not saying they will. Eagles are a fucking wagon. We love the Eagles around here. They're the best team in football right now. Not saying that. But if they do and they keep winning, I would like to hear the tone of all these people who, attack a former player.
Be mad at Jim
coach.
Irsay. Don't be mad at Jeff. Like, why are you mad at Jeff?
Even if they don't beat the Eagles, no coaches beat the Eagles this year, so that doesn't fucking matter.
And guess who they have beaten? The fucking Chiefs. So.
And are they saying like, well, if John Fox was a coach, they would have fucking. They're definitely beating the Eagles.
Gus Bradley, he's earned this. He's been a head coach before. This is spitting in the face of the coaching. I can't.
So dumb.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. But they're all puppets, Hey, what should I say? Tell me what to say. What makes me right? Got a lot of views, so I guess that's good takes.
That Joe Thomas one crushed last week. Tell you what.
It did really well.
Uh-huh.
People care too much.
Everyone's just a fucking mark.
About the wrong shit, I
That's
think.
what I mean. That's what I mean. I mean,
he's the interim.
Jeff Saturday's interim. Who cares?
It's the interim. There was people obviously coming out to bat against it. They were like, okay, so you put Gus Bradley in there to be the head coach. This team stinks. Gus Bradley been a head coach before? Not great. Gus Bradley a head coach again? Not great. Does that ruin Gus Bradley's chances of fucking forever being a head coach? Maybe. Like, how come the immediate thought is this is a disgrace, as opposed to like, oh, this might be a new way to hire a head coach. This might give other owners an opportunity to say, oh, you know what, it worked there. If we got a guy that's directly associated with our organization that our fans love, who has all the traits that we can now make them it's too simple to think that way.
Yeah.
I guess it's too hard to think that way. I don't, one or the other. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
If it ever happened to the Patriots.
No.
Go ahead, AJ.
No, it's like this. The people that say, "Well, why are we doing it that way?" Because that's the way it's always been done. That's how we've always done it. Okay, cool. Then we should exactly do the opposite because that's stupid to just continue it just to continue something.
Well, and then everybody just falls in line. Okay, I got my marching orders.
Yep.
You're right. This is a disgrace. Okay. All right, dude. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What were you going to say, Connor?
Like, I feel like as a fan, that is what you would want. Like, if the Patriots ever somehow ran into this and, Steve Belichick wasn't an option, you would want a former player, whether it be, Gerard Mayo, who's already on the staff, or just someone from the organization to run it.
We just got a heads up from Nick Morado. Jeff Howe has tweeted that head coach Josh McDaniels has been given assurances by ownership that he will return to coach the Raiders in 2023, according to a team source via The Athletic. So it's burning down over there. He earned his stripes, though, so he can lose all these games because he earned his stripes up there in New England.
Sure.
He's allowed to do whatever he wants. Las Vegas Review-Journal, quoting Mark Davis, I like Josh, okay? I think he's doing a fantastic job. That's why I hired him. We did an exhaustive search and found a person we believe is going to bring the Raiders to greatness. Thank you, Las Vegas Review-Journal. Afterwards, Mark Davis went on to say,
all right, guys, I got to go to dinner. Play Game Boy and go to dinner.
that fucking photo of him with his back, there it is. Zito knows exactly what I'm talking about. High back chair, at the owners' meeting. He is topic of conversation. I'm wearing my backpack. I'm wearing my starter jacket. I'm sitting down in a high back chair with my backpack on. Things are going to become a pillow if I want to sleep on.
They should release all the emails.
I think they should. All right, I'm going there, guys.
Go there, guys.
Night 1. Owners meeting. All eyes on the emails and John Gruden situation. Mark Davis walks up to a group of reporters. They say, "Do you have anything to say?" He says, "I gotta
go there, guys. See you later."
I'll get you later." Just walks right by him. What a guy. What a fucking.
Sucking on a
And he's
ring
not going to
pop.
pay. He's not going to cut him. He's not going to fire Josh McDaniels and have to pay him. You just how many year deal does he have?
Rock Ya-Sin, Chandler Jones, Derek Carr, Devontae Adams, Josh Jacobs are going to have to pay. Who knows if they will or not. Mark Davis has paid a lot of people. People are talking about him.
Crosby.
Mad Max.
Max Crosby.
He's building that big house right now too.
Waller.
He had a tax situation going on, and people said he was the only non-billionaire that owned a team or whatever before he moved to Vegas. I assume he is now a billionaire with the way the NFL has gone in that whole thing. But like the amount of money he's had to put into escrow for guaranteed contracts for a lot of people that are very big. And also, you know, what's going on with the Raiders PR-wise, potentially if this Gruden thing becomes a full-on thing, like Mark Davis is probably not going to be as patient with a losing season as he once has been in the past because of a lot of the pressure and a lot of money he's spending. But I guess whenever he goes back to this house, he could just go ahead and kick his feet up and say, "All right, guys, I'm cooking my own dinner." This guy's the best, dude.
Yeah.
How
That's
do you
awesome
think
house.
the team's reacting today to what Derek Carr had to say?
So did you watch that? Derek Carr was crying, talking about how much effort he and others on that team give to not only practice every single day, but go to sleep, like the lives that they live to play football for the Raiders is what he was alluding to. And they're 2-7 or 2 and whatever the fuck they are now, 2-7, I think. So it's just he's bummed, he's pissed off that not everybody's in there. What's your takeaway from Derek Carr's? I appreciate the fact he was emotional. They do stink, though. Like they're a good team. They just don't win games. Like when I was watching them last night, I'm like, happy that the Colts got a win over them. I'm like, this is a good team. We got to win. Then you look at the records, like this team fucking stinks. Why don't they win games? And how do you feel about Derek Carr taking that moment to do that in the press conference?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely cares about winning. He cares about the team, so I definitely appreciate that. But I just felt weird. It felt awkward.
Yeah,
it really did. Like, and I'm all for like people being emotional. I think it's awesome to show like. Be vulnerable, show people how much you care.
I'm all for
right.
it.
Yeah, like no, I think you should cry when you're happy. I don't think you should cry when you're sad. Like I agree with crying when you're happy, not sad. And I don't know which one he was. He was somewhat obviously sad and upset and frustrated, but it just felt awkward, man. I don't know how guys will feel about it.
I love when people show emotions.
I do.
Wouldn't you say, AJ? I love
yes.
that. You are one of the least emotional people I think we've ever encountered.
That's completely false, though. You don't know.
On
like,
this
no,
show.
I don't ever
On
claim.
this show.
Oh, I mean,
on
what
this
do you
show.
mean?
What do you mean? No, you'll get too high on the highs, too low on the lows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's how, I want to be just steady incline at all times.
But you do. I understand you are emotional when it comes to your kids and coaching and playing and everything like that. You flipped off your coach. You flipped off the fans. You flipped off the ref. I understand.
No, not the fans. Not the fans. No.
Well, every once in a while. I
Never. It was always directed at somebody, never at a random fan.
At
It was always
Michigan?
directed at somebody.
Okay.
Come
well,
on, pal.
nonetheless.
Definitely not in college. You get kicked out of a game in college, you try that.
Could you imagine Aaron Rodgers did that press conference? Could you imagine?
Awesome.
He's giving up hope. He fake cares. He's basically telling the team that they're done for the season. Like, I appreciate the fact that Derek Carr went about doing it the way he does. I think the reporter who tried to ask a question as soon as Derek Carr took a breath in the middle of his statement, like, all right, a little self-awareness, probably none, but appreciate what you're doing there, trying to get every answer. I'm going to finish. Fucking asshole.
To put a bow on that. You know, I'm sure the reporter is probably like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking awkward. Let me try to change the subject. Oh, boo-hoo. You guys stink. Quit fucking crying. God.
That's how you feel about it?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I get it. You know, you're working. You're working really hard. Oh, boo-hoo, dude.
It is true, though. No one wants to hear you
Shut
talk
up.
about how hard
You guys
you work.
stink. Like, big deal. A lot of teams stink.
Tom Griswold of the Bob and Tom Show told me one time, we were running a commercial break, and there was something serious that happened. I forget how it got brought up, but he was like, people are going through enough shit. Just fucking make them laugh, dude. don't bring your shit into their life. They got enough shit. And then just moved on. I'm like, what a profound statement that is. And I've carried it into, like, not just this particular show, but, like, life as a whole. And I guess that kind of makes you guarded and, like, opening up to people. And you should definitely do that with friends. But it is real. Like, when you do something like that, you open up the conversation that Ty just said. Like, bro, we don't give a fuck, okay? You just signed for $50 million, okay? It is hard for me to feel bad for you in the position that you're in. And I like what Derek Carr did. I think his teammates will appreciate what he did because it seems like he cares and he called some people out and went about doing it. But you are opening up and setting yourself up for people to say, oh, yeah, you're hopping in a fucking $100,000 car to go back to your thing. Sorry, you can't sleep. You shouldn't be able to sleep. Look how much money you're taking. You're not winning games. Like, that is what people's natural reaction is going to be. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that is a natural reaction to that type of situation. And Derek was just, being authentic, which we all hope every athlete would be. But it was much different than anybody could have imagined that guy.
And I get it. I'm not questioning his toughness or anything like that because, like, yeah, you play in the NFL, you're taking massive hits. Like, I get it. I can't fathom when you go into a season probably expecting to, like, compete for a Super Bowl, and now here we are, halfway through the season and it's over already. But again, no one fucking cares. No one wants to hear it. Like, you think Raiders fans, after they watch that, they're like, oh, you know what? Like,
we love him.
He's making some good points.
I doubt they like that a whole lot.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. Again, because like you said, you're making $50 million. You're driving home into a situation that's better than any of the fans. Like, this is for a lot of fans, like, hey, guess what? I live for Sundays. Like, that's the only thing that gets me through the week. My life stinks, okay? Oh, you got beat on Sundays? You're going to fucking cry in front? Shut up. Play better.
Was that Coach Sirianni talking?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, who would never cry at a press conference? Sirianni.
Goddamn right.
I appreciate his authenticity and transparency. But with that being said, I don't think he set himself up to do any favors. This is knee drive on the plains.
I respect him for not just giving football cliche garbage answers.
100%.
I'm glad that didn't happen.
I agree.
Do the Packers have their first round pick?
Well, they got hurt.
They used it. I think it was in last year's draft because they got both guys from Georgia.
Okay.
How about LaFleur, huh? Showing a little fight. Him and Aaron getting into it at the end.
Love that.
Well, LaFleur did, I mean,
didn't go.
Great play call at the end of the fourth quarter there.
What?
Game should have never went to overtime. And I don't know how much of that, I mean, if you watch the film, it looks like that was LaFleur's play call and Aaron was not happy with it, but I don't know. I think that's a lot more the guys on the field, kind of coming through than it is the coaching staff, I think.
You're not sold on LaFleur. Just beat Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl with the Packers. LaFleur took his big khakis balls and big win.
Mm-hmm.
Got the crowd jacked up. I saw him getting the crowd jacked up on a primetime game against the Dallas Cowboys.
Fourth down.
Big time win. Yeah.
I will say, I wonder if it was him who finally said, hey, maybe Amari Rodgers shouldn't be fucking returning punts anymore. It's 10 weeks into the season. We've let this guy fumble 58 times. Like, maybe now we take a switch. And then, what do you know? The guy who we replace him with right away, perfect catch, gets about a 17-yard gain. It's like, wow, we haven't done that all year, but, let's wait till it's fucking week 10 and our backs are against the wall and you got to win every single game. So, hey, yeah, if that was his decision, hats off.
Hey, baby, LaFleur, go win over Mike.
Yeah, I don't want to put words in his mouth either, but didn't Aaron tell us he has sometimes the option of 2 plays?
I think that's what a lot of people were saying on the internet after Aaron got pissed off. It was like, well, why doesn't Aaron just call it? I'm like, well, that's an interesting to find out on Tuesday.
That's right.
Okay.
Hey, what was said there? And he'll just talk about, a little emotion, a little, spur of the moment there, a little fire, that type of stuff's
Yeah,
gonna happen.
but guess what? They won the game, so it doesn't matter.
Goddamn right.
And they moved. After getting the ball back, they moved. Boom, boom, boom.
And Micah Parsons wasn't much of a factor either that game too, which is we thought he was going to wreck the whole game.
Bach wasn't playing on a split Astro turf field.
Slim. Is it split?
Split.
Wow.
Split.
Who fucking?
It's a weird term.
Fucking line up and play football, dude.
Yeah, I don't.
It was an effort by how many guys did it? It was like a thing.
A lot of guys. Yeah.
Just line up. Hey, I know it feels like cement, okay? We grew up playing on cement, so what?
Yeah, line up.
All right. I know that they're saying that the slits in the grass and in the roll, people's cleats are getting a lot higher risk of injury, and the stats prove that, even though the NFL tried to do a Kevin Seibert Kevin, he's from ESPN.
Seifert. I think it's Seifert, yeah.
Kevin Seifert last week comes out. Stats show that there is no difference between natural grass and artificial. It's like, okay, Kevin, you will do. I will do whatever. I will do whatever you say. And then another study comes out from a company named BioCore, which they're fucking doing it.
Okay.
They know that they're doing it. That study comes out and says actually there's a significant difference in lower leg injury when it comes to slit AstroTurf as opposed to natural grass or whatever. And BioCore was hired by the NFL and the NFLPA to do this research. So, I mean, the beat goes on with that. Hopefully grass is everywhere, but can't be the German grass either. That seemed to be a bit slick. I think it's a little bit different on that pitch over there. That's an English accent for a German situation, but nonetheless, the surface is definitely a topic of conversation right now, and I'm happy about that. Hopefully we will get it figured out because I hate seeing stars and guys in general get hurt for nothing. And they have enough money now. They have the means. The technology is there. Just fucking make it better for everybody, hopefully.
I mean, AJ, you definitely, AJ, you didn't play on any AstroTurf fields, did you?
We did.
My freshman year in college at Wisconsin, I did, yeah.
Those are awesome, huh?
How about high school? We played Franklin Regional, Fox Chapel. A couple different schools had the original. These are the yuppie schools around.
I think it's safer. I think it's safer than field turf.
The original one? Because you're wearing the flats?
Because you're wearing flats. Like, field turf was not made to wear cleats. You're supposed to wear like nubs on field turf. When it first came out, I remember that. Oh, you wear like little nubs, like little soccer indoor cleats. And then everyone's like, well, no, I slip a little bit. I need to wear cleats. But my cleats in the ground, my foot will rotate, but my cleats will not chunk up like grass. So that's where you tear things.
So the only thing is the
burn. Who cares? You can't handle a couple rug burns. Like, you can still play with that. You can't play with a torn Achilles or ACL.
No, I agree. But a couple rug burns every day of your life. I don't know how those dudes practice on that every single day. I have no idea how that was.
Annoying.
That was
They wore long sleeves. They wore a lot of long sleeves.
I'll never forget. There was a game where I was thinking about doing like a 3-yard slide tackle on somebody. Could have got him. And then as I was about to leap, I'm like, what are we doing? Yeah. We are not doing that right now. We will just go ahead and circle back and get a better angle on this person. It's like, I wonder if guys are wondering about that on this turf to do certain stuff. We saw somebody's foot
I hope not.
Get trapped underneath somebody on the turf again this weekend. Somebody landed on. I don't know how that doesn't cause more. Just the ability to move. We need that super grass.
Is AJ?
That's what we need.
AJ,
We need that super grass.
Are you saying guys? So they're not wearing guys in the NFL. They're not wearing the molded cleats. They're wearing actual spikes.
No, they're wearing molded. Okay. I'm saying just any cleats, even molded. No, you definitely. I hope guys aren't wearing screw-ins on field turf. That is not I would not recommend.
You would slide. I think you would slide.
It's just
with those.
way too much too on that field turf.
Well, I think because of how flat. Remember, because screw-ins have a flat, dull surface at the bottom, and it's a little bit longer. I think I've tried one on somebody had some sort of snow turf situation, and I was like, I'll wear these screw-ins so I can get through the thing. And I think it was just I might as well put a fucking ice skate on. Yeah. It was just skating around the whole thing. A little bit different. I busted my ass wearing those turf shoes. Kansas City, we're playing against the Chiefs. It was -12 or whatever. Jeez. Field was frozen. I went out for warm-ups. And I went for my first punt. Whoa! Left foot just slides straight up. I hit my fucking full back and head off the ice. I flat bump on the ice. There's 15 people in the crowd, early arrivals. Arrivals are like, it's going to be like that all day. I'm like, all right.
Get out of here.
Okay, dude. I'm trying to fucking.
Kirk had a sweet flat back on Sunday.
How about
he got stepped on?
He got his foot stepped on. Yeah.
How about the guy that got the the 3D? Pretty much got hit off his gooch. Got the tank got hit, and then he flipped up over, and then basically got 3D'd.
Yeah.
Big time shots to the nuts.
Tough day at the mill.
It is a tough day at the mill.
Yeah.
It's down there at the factory.
Yeah, I'd say.
Let's go to another overreaction here. This one's from Caleb at Caleb Grissett. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact. But trade Micah Parsons, trade Trevon Diggs. They don't deserve to waste years with my Cowboys. We are sucking the prime years out of their career. Cowboys are dead. 2 playoff wins in my lifetime, says Caleb. Hashtag pain. Hashtag misery. Hashtag Cowboys Nation. Aren't they 6-3 right now?
They are. Also in the same situation as the Bills. They are the 6th seed in the NFC.
Yeah. I love it. Hey, Hell yeah. Mail it in on the year. You lose to the
Respect.
Packers. The back-to-back MVP has like the best game they've had in an emotional game. Fucking mail it in, Caleb. You're sick of it. He's sick of the bullshit.
It is also hilarious to see, like, week by week doing this, people talking about McCarthy being coach of the year and all that kind of stuff, and then they lose, and everyone today saying, fire fucking McCarthy, nothing's different, this guy sucks, we need John Payton. Like, it's just, I guess that's Overreaction Monday, but it is hilarious. That's all it takes if you're a Cowboys fan.
The NFL seasons are the best. Big Mike, hey, just keep on swimming out here.
Congrats, Mike.
Set that jaw. Keep swinging, Mike.
What were they mad about him for? He went. What were they mad about Big Mike for?
Well, he went for it. Obviously, he showed aggression. He showed his team, like, hey, we're going to go for it on fourth downs.
First 14 points they scored were on drives that they went for on fourth down.
Well, if it works, it's good.
It's different, Tony.
If it doesn't work, fucking fire the coach.
I think the bigger issue was Dak did not look great yesterday. Kind of back to the, hey, let's have Dak throw it, 50 times, which we've seen that is not the best way for them to win.
Especially when you're up.
Big Mike McCarthy threw his headset through the turf at Lambeau, trying to, leave his fingerprints on the field that he coached for a long time yet again. Let me put a dent on his fucking sideline real quick. Hell yeah, Mike.
Hey, did you see this right after this when he was trying to get acquainted with the headset and they were trying to put it all back together? He looks at a guy, a defensive coach, he goes, hey, what's the call? He didn't have his headset on. He asked me what the call was. And you could clearly see that. It was awesome right after this.
I love Big
fun,
Mike.
man.
I think I'm enjoying him more and more as the years go on. Seems like Cowboys fans are ready to move on. Let's go to another overreaction. That's what one loss is in the end. Winning cures all, losing burn it all down. Jason Harris had Bills Mafia 1993. Here comes another one. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact. But the Bills are in trouble. Unless they get healthy, they won't win the division and could possibly miss the playoffs altogether.
Yep.
Remember the Bills were a wagon. We were talking about that just a week ago. Yeah, I know they lost to the Dolphins, and that was unheard of or whatever. But now it's like with the UCL and Josh Allen making some bonehead decisions in crucial times, and the defense is getting banged up. Are the Bills dead? Old Cuzzy, who's a member of the Bills Mafia, says, we're in trouble around here. One loss, and the Bills Mafia is in turmoil. I still have nothing but faith in Buffalo just because they have Josh Allen. But there was a couple plays Josh Allen made yesterday where I was like, what the fuck is Josh Allen doing? That's like first-year Josh Allen, second-year Josh Allen. And if you ask Darius Butler, he's like, no, that is Josh Allen. And if he can eliminate that, obviously they can go a long way. You still got faith in the Buffalo Bills?
Oh, absolutely. I love everything about Josh Allen. His biggest issues are like that he thinks he can make every throw. He thinks he can make every play. And unfortunately, some of those errant throws are in the red zone. And when you're going in, you're getting 0 points. You're not even getting 3. It's tough, man. You're going to put your team behind.
I think my favorite quote of the day today, and there's been a lot, Dan Orlovsky said, guys like Josh Allen attempt the throws that they attempt because guys like me can make the other throws, and I can't make those throws. Dan Orlovsky said on TV, because he told a story about Matthew Stafford in film telling him when Dan Orlovsky says, like, hey, why don't we just check it down right here? And Matthew Stafford allegedly said, like, you see that throw, Dan? You can make that throw, right? This throw, you can't make. And this is a throw that I can make. So I think that is carried with Orlovsky through obviously his entire TV career. And they were talking about some of the decisions being made by some of these quarterbacks. And I think Josh Allen is certainly in there. His arm, now how the UCL is, I think we'll keep an eye on going forward. If he can still spin it the same way going forward, we will find out. It'll be obvious. I think it will be obvious. And there was a throw to Stephon Diggs that looked a little bit more bottle rockety as it has maybe in the past, but that ball could have slipped out of his hands too. We have no idea. But the ability to make some of those throws that nobody else can make and having a game-changing type play on every single play kind of inhibits sometimes from the smart decision to be made. And hopefully that's not Josh Allen, but it seems as if his turnovers have become that particular reason. Let's go to the next overreaction here from around the internet that Ty Schmidt picked out. This is a golfer named @AaronRiley10. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but Tommy and the boys don't lose another game 2-0 since the divorce. Clear mind, fresh start. Your thoughts on this, AJ? A little body revenge Tom Brady going on for the end of the run here?
I mean, maybe, especially with these pictures coming out too. It's like, hey, head down. He's got one singular goal. He's going to go win the championship. That's what he's going to do. Shove it right in that guy's face.
That guy's black belt was in my home. They were training in my home.
Did Tom ever roll with this guy, you think? A
No.
little training?
He should post a picture of him like training Muay Thai or something like that. Fuck
He
jiu-jitsu.
should.
I'm a Muay Thai
Right.
guy. Always have been.
How about him? Yeah, walking into the UFC cage or something like that with one of the UFC ring girls in the background
Yep.
like this. Tom Brady's social team will piece that together.
Oh, yeah. Yes. He'll figure it out.
They'll
Yep.
piece that together. Maybe this is a more focused, more driven Tom, the Tom that we're used to seeing of the past. Maybe the team has taken a big-time turn. After marching down the field 60 yards in 25 seconds against the Rams defense a week ago, then doing what they did to the Seahawks, one of the hottest teams in the NFL at the time, in Germany, maybe they're back. Julio Jones making a play is great news for them, too. Need another weapon. Congrats to Tom. Hey, happy they're both happy.
Yep. Way to go, Tommy.
Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but we'll continue here with Jesse Ewert. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but yesterday might have been one of the best days ever to be a Chiefs fan ever. Chiefs win, everyone in the division loses, Bills lose, back in the 1 seed and top of the division, but Mahomes can't do it without Tyreek, right? Hey, Jesse, that's a great call. Tyreek Hill leaving the team, we all wondered how defenses would play against the Chiefs. Would Patrick Mahomes be able to decipher defenses that didn't have to account for the fastest human to ever grace a football field? Well, they have figured it out. Their division was supposed to be a juggernaut. It's not as much as a juggernaut as everybody thought it was going to be. And the Chiefs maintain being the Chiefs, and I love watching them play. They beat the fuck out of the Jags yesterday, and I enjoy watching Patrick Mahomes do his thing.
I mean, how could you not? And also, I give credit to their defense. I know no one really talks about their defense much, but at times, as the season goes, their defense tends to get better and better. And with this offense, like you said, like how can you not count them out? Like how can you ever count them out? Like they're always going to be there as long as Patrick Mahomes is healthy. Kelsey's in the lineup. I have to give the Chiefs a chance.
Christian Kirk had 2 touchdowns. One of them was late, but so that could be a little bit issue going forward against the Chiefs if they have to line up against a superstar wide receiver and an offense down the road. They'll have time to figure it out. What were you going to say, Connor?
I mean, adding Tony, obviously, and then Pacheco, the running back they drafted.
Fumbled early.
Yeah, he fumbled. Then he
that would have been a touchdown.
Yeah, he's very, very good.
I agree. Explosive, fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a lot of speed.
Runs super hard.
Runs hard. Hard, super hard. Yeah.
Listen, the Chiefs are fucking very, very, very good. Okay? One of the more annoying things right now in the NFL is that Chiefs fans think that they're better without Tyreek Hill.
Just different team. Just a different team.
Mahomes seems to be just zeroed in, like lights out, as if he heard what people were saying about them being worse with Tyreek Hill, and then him being basically like, "Oh, you think that I'm not going to be as good of a quarterback because I don't have Tyreek Hill?"
Also, Sammy Watkins said that he thinks a quarterback.
Well, nonetheless, with all that, happy that Travis Kelce got back in the end zone. It's been a while.
There it is.
Thank you, Travis. You're in all of our parlays to score a touchdown because that's what it used to be like.
Every
then
week.
Then he took like a 3-4 week break. Okay, great to have you back in there. Let's keep doing that, Travis.
Need you, Travis.
Okay, I know you're making a lot of money playing football. You're a great guy. We're a big fan of the New Heights podcast. We're a big fan of you and your brother as a whole. We think your career is awesome. You're breaking a lot of records for tight ends. You're going to go down as one of the greatest tight ends of all time. Let's make sure we're getting in the end zone, okay?
Keep scoring.
Let's remember we scored touchdowns over Travis Kelce.
That's right. 2 maybe.
Yesterday got into his home. It was great to see. Let's go to another overreaction before we get out of here. Juan Hernandez at Legacy847. Hashtag PMS, I don't want to overreact, but Justin Herbert's talent is being wasted in L.A. Maybe the Colts will trade their next 4 first-round picks for him. You know what? Maybe. Hey, Juan, you have no experience. Doesn't seem to matter. I don't know if you've been in an NFL program before or not. Why don't you come be the GM of either the Chargers or the Colts? If I can make that happen, I would definitely take that bet. And I would love to see what Jeff Saturday would do with Justin Herbert and how he'd motivate Justin Herbert into being the guy that we need him to be. Do you think the Chargers are the perennial pretenders like Ty alluded to earlier? What's that? A lot of injuries, a lot of that, but also like sometimes it just feels like one team has to deal with more adversity than other teams, and the Chargers have had to do that over the last, 20 years?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what Justin Herbert looks like on a different team, what he looks like in a different offense with a different coach. I'm not saying anything about Staley, but you're right. Like what Ty is saying, the Chargers are just, hey, here we go. Are we going to try to squeak into the playoffs and lose in the first round? Like, is that our goal? I don't know. It's what it feels like.
Like we talk about how the NFC is kind of wide open aside from the top with the Sirianni Eagles and the Vikings now. But the AFC for the next 15 years are going to be the same 2 guys, it feels like, with Mahomes and Josh Allen. Like,
and Jeff Saturday.
And, of course, Jeff Saturday. Right. And, 4 first-round picks, maybe the next 8 first-round picks for Herbert. But, like, is there any year that you think you're going to come into and say, okay, you know what, I think the Chargers are going to beat the Chiefs?
This was the year.
Yeah, everyone was saying it.
Exactly. This was the year, and it's not the year, so maybe next year will be the year. But for one reason or another, it sounds like it's going to be another playoff-less Chargers season, just like it was last year when everybody everybody had incredibly high hopes.
Also, look at how much money they spent this offseason on grabbing all those guys. Like, their window is shrinking because they're going to have to give Herbert like $500 million. And then guess what? You're not going to be able to bring in all these studs to surround him. You know,
It's tough. I love Tom Telesco out there. They've run into a slew of bad luck, misfortune, and they're in the same division as Patrick Mahomes. So everybody's going to talk about it. Before we get out of here, we got to address some breaking news. Zach Ertz has been ruled out for the rest of the season with a knee injury.
Goddamn.
Arizona Cardinals tight end Zach Ertz has suffered a season-ending knee injury. Brutal reality for Arizona and its veteran. We love Zach Ertz around here. Godspeed getting healthy, man. The Cardinals look like the Cardinals for the first time almost yesterday with Colt McCoy playing quarterback. Zach Ertz is out for the rest of the year. Damn shame. We hate to hear it. Hope you come back better, stronger than ever. We don't know what his future looks like, what he's going to decide to do, but we will eagerly await the decision from Zach Ertz on what next year looks like. This is a bummer for a great dude. Love Zach Ertz.
Yeah, that stinks.
That's the NFL. That's the way it goes. We're the dumbest show on the earth. We can't thank you enough for joining us. AJ, any final thoughts for the people that watch along all day?
No, it was a great day of football yesterday. I'm looking forward to having Aaron on the show tomorrow, and let's see how it goes. I think he should be in a pretty good mood.
Yeah, big win. Maybe an entire season tide turning win.
Yeah.
Game coming up on Thursday?
Thursday.
So what happened
quick.
in years past? Was he able to come? I don't remember if he
He did, but it was much briefer because it was a work day.
He's at the building.
Yeah.
In that back room.
Right.
Bingo.
Got it. Okay. So tomorrow will be an efficient, quick conversation about the win against the Cowboys. Then we'll turn our attention to Thursday night against the
Titans.
Oh, Vraves was just called
At home.
fat. Vraves was just called fat, too.
Mhm.
So look for Vraves to try to send a message this weekend. After Luke Fickell, the toughest Ohioan of all time, said he looks fat at the moment.
They'll be favorites against them, right?
Tonight, I don't know. The Commanders play against the Eagles. The Eagles might look ahead to play against the Colts. Is this a trap game for the Eagles? Taking on the Jeff Saturday-led Indianapolis Colts. The Commanders under Taylor Heineke have obviously looked vastly different over the last few weeks, have stole some big-time wins. Exposés and team being sold. Allegedly, Snyder is going to sell the team for somewhere like $7 billion. The Attorney General of D.C. is moving forward with charges about the toxic workplace. And I believe what's the word they use to describe Snyder, Roger Goodell, and NFL? Whatever. The Attorney General is saying that everybody's to blame for the sexual harassment that took place. That's why the charges are being pressed. That's why everything's happening. Dan Snyder allegedly moving forward to sell the team. Jeff Bezos, Jay-Z, Matthew McConaughey, many other billionaires get involved.
Hell yeah.
Could allegedly fetch $7 billion because of how big the fan base is in the city in which it's in. They're going to have to build another stadium on top of that. So that's like a $12 to $13 billion operation if you want to buy it. It's going to be big money. RG3 might be able to find some fans to buy the team with. We shall see.
I hope.
Commanders are getting 10.5 on the road in Philadelphia. The Johns are going to be barking on Monday Night Football. AJ, how do you feel? Who do you like?
10.5 is a lot. I love the Eagles, but you know what? I'll take Washington plus 10.5.
What's the record from this weekend between me and AJ?
Yeah, what is the record?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. Oh, I beat the fuck out of you.
Okay,
Jesus.
doesn't matter.
Oh, wow.
I felt good.
What happened last week? What happened last week when we didn't show it?
And we did show it. You
Yeah, we
beat
did.
me. Yeah, we did. I got
Did I
like
win?
3 right. Yeah, I won like
How many did I
three-
get right?
three- 4 or 5?
4 or 5, yeah.
Oh, I thought you tied.
Okay.
No, we did. That was our third tie.
Yeah.
I think I've won the last couple though. I won a lot of bets yesterday. That's how I knew.
Yeah, because it was 0-2-2, I believe, and these last 4 weeks you've gone 3-0-1.
Yeah, yesterday I won a lot of bets.
Yeah.
Basically everything but the Super Boost. Thank you, Connor.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Connor. Hey, Super Boost. Having the reins of the Super Boost fucking stinks.
It's just not my style of betting. Anything under plus 10,000, I just don't like.
Dude, nobody hits them though.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Disrespect last night had Niners to win, McCaffrey scored a touchdown, and George Kittle to have 25 plus yards receiving. Didn't hit. George Kittle got a reception, long reception, had a highlight. Didn't hit. It's almost, I don't say it's impossible to predict these games because I just went 9-4, obviously.
Right.
So it's kind of, but it is tough to do the whole. It is different. It's not easy. We are looking for anybody to get one. Maybe I'll take it back over for Thursday, but if I get it wrong, we're
Thursday? Or no, Packers.
Packers Thursday.
Give it to Mitt. Let Mitt do one.
Hey, he's out of his cast. He's fucking
Yeah,
walking
true.
again.
Well,
Danny Dimes
Walking
over
ish.
rushing against the Lions this Sunday. Have no idea what it is, but it will hit.
200.
Okay, thank you, Foxy. We know Danny Dimes rush yards over is a guarantee. But you're saying the Lions are certainly going to give it up. That is something they are weak at.
Yep.
Okay, we got Thursday still. We're going to keep the main thing, which is the Thursday boost. But whoever ends up taking the reins for Sunday, I think we would all like to see the Daniel Jones over rush yards be put into it for Sunday.
Here we go.
Is that good, Foxy?
Sure.
Thank you for your help,
If
Foxy.
that's the only one that doesn't hit.
There's a chance.
It's going to get loud.
Yeah, there's a chance. If we put it in there, it'll be the first time in 55 games that it hasn't hit. I like the Eagles to cover tonight. Commanders have played very good, which I think will lead a lot of people to thinking that the Commanders are going to be able to cover. So for that reason alone, I think these Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, dogs, let alone Slay in the defense.
Yeah.
The dogs want to show up on Monday Night Football and say hello to the world. Now, with how loud I am about it, my college picks have not been fantastic. I've been wrong on a few of those. You know, I cut a promo saying the big bad wolf is the Texas Longhorns. Sorry about it, TCU. TCU goes into Texas and wins. I mean, that is tough. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow. So I don't like maybe how aggressive I was in the microphone there picking the Eagles, but just as I started thinking about it, my brain just started, my mouth started vomiting all my thoughts. I like the Eagles minus 10.5 tonight. I like it. Let's go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right. Fly, Eagles, fly.
All right, I got it at 10.5. Let's remember that if anybody sees a change in the line, which maybe did happen during this show.
Okay.
10.5 is the line on the graphic.
That's what,
it's right
that's
there.
what you got to abide by.
Mark it down.
It's right there, AJ.
Yeah, okay. What did it drop down to?
11.5. But you are in Ohio.
You're
You
locked
can't
in.
fucking open it. It's locked in right here. 10.5. Which,
I don't care. I'll take it.
by the way, it moving to 11.5 makes you feel even better.
Exactly.
You want me to take the Eagles at 11.5? You want plus 11.5, or you want to use this graphic?
You can take the graphic.
Sweet.
Okay.
Buffoon.
Great work out of the Toxic Table. Tone Diggs, fantastic job. Everybody in the back, Dirty Bruce, Billy, Mitt, everybody. Thank you all so much for watching and enjoying this. Tomorrow's Aaron Rodgers Tuesday. Be a friend, tell a friend. We got a lot of guests coming on this week. A lot of guests, a lot of people reaching out, a lot of conversations to be had. We can't thank you enough for allowing this all to be possible. What's going to happen now is Boston Connor is going to step up to the plate.
Come on, calm, man.
Come on.
On this Overreaction Monday.
Come on, Kyle.
Come on.
From the stage, which is about a half-court shot, Boston Connor will sink a basketball into a basketball hoop, and when he does as such, you can relax. We were
Oh,
no.
I thought you said you could shoot.
False start.
Try to make it.
Yeah, move it back. Got to move it back.
No,
Good
you're not
strategy.
trying. You're just fucking
Hell
hot,
just happened.
He tried to get a warm up. It was like the kick before the timeout.
which they banned. You see the refs come
Yeah.
running in. No mulligans, no mulligans, no mulligans. Snappers snap the ball every single time. They know that. I don't have to tell them that. If you make this shot, since that was a terrible attempt, and you don't like making shots for the fans for whatever reason, they allow you to live the life that you live and have the job that you have, and you hate giving away anything from this company, which I both appreciate and hate. So I'm kind of torn on this whole thing. AJ, how many winners do you think whenever Boston Connor makes this shot right here?
10.
10 winners of $500. When Boston Connor puts this ball in the hoop, all you'll have to do is retweet this tweet, reply and say something nice to somebody, and also put your cash tag in there to be officially entered. 10 random winners of $500 could potentially happen if this man from Massachusetts, full-blown masshole, wearing a tiger on his chest, a beautiful mane on his head, and a rocket on his right hand. Boston Connor attempts to make 10 random people richer, happier, and better with one stroke of a basket. Oh. All right. Good effort. Aaron Rodgers Tuesdays tomorrow. Be a friend, tell a friend. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Jeff. Thank you for stopping by, Luke Fickell. Tomorrow should be a better show. I doubt it, though. Goodbye. Thank you, AJ.